We are live at Coletco. Welcome, everybody, to the show. It's going to be a good one because it can only go up from. All right. This is going to be. I don't know what that just said. I just hit accept on something. Jerry Stone, number 1. Needed to be here on the screen, though. Jake is working on that right now. He's got actually control of my computer from a remote location. So I'll let him do his thing for a second. Welcome to Coletco. I'll start by giving us, for those that hadn't already seen the post, you're going to get wore out probably by a lot of confused people, especially for the first few hours of this live stream, probably even more, as people realize they hadn't got an invoice. So I'll begin the show by explaining everything as I'm getting set up. That'll be good for dead air. So I'll probably be constantly explaining this situation. And there's a post right now about invoices. So if you hadn't seen it, go check that out. Or you can just stand by and I'll explain everything. I just got it posted, and then I went ahead and posted hot pictures, which is probably not a good idea because I needed everybody to see that other post. And I went ahead and posted hot pictures right after that because that was our second biggest thing. I think I've seen a dozen people ask for hot picture that message us, and we've probably had 100 messages saying, "Where's my invoice?" So if you hadn't seen the post, I got home today at noon. And when I got home at noon, I already had my alarm set for 3:30. I was about to go to sleep for a few hours, as usual. Tanner calls me. Now, Tanner doesn't call me unless it's a problem, because I don't talk on the phone. I talk on the phone to Tanner and my mom, maybe. That's it. So I answer the phone, and Tanner's like, "We have a problem." Now, that's never a good thing when Tanner calls me. And it's never a good thing if he starts out by saying, "We have a problem." And he said, "We can't send invoices because Square has changed their system." And I went, "Oh no. What does this mean?" He's like, "Well, all the tickets we have spent all week, dozens and dozens of man hours and lady hours, days and days of keying in and logging, it's all sitting in our system and we can't send them." So he basically told me Square updated their system, and we used to key stuff in into what we call tickets. And a ticket is essentially a draft of your invoice. Okay, it's a draft of your invoice. And so all the stuff we sell every night, somebody comes in and they log it in and they create you a ticket. And if you already have a profile, that's why we have to get your information. We set you up a profile ourselves, and then we basically start you a draft of an invoice, and we add items to it all week. And then on Mondays, they come in and take those tickets from drafts and they start sending them to invoices. Well, the ticket no longer can be sent via email. You can send it a text message, and that's it. I think they just got it where they want you to text it to everybody now. And so instead of reaching out to thousands of people and trying to get a cell phone number, which I think is not a way most businesses should be sending invoices, to a cell phone number, we was like, well, maybe we can get this reversed, you know, because and plus we did a sample, and when we tried sending it to other people's phone, like we created a sample invoice to my phone and to Tanner's. When you send it, it still shows up as a ticket, which means you're going to have to delete it. And when we deleted it, it deleted the invoice. And you can only keep so many tickets in your system. They only allow you to hold so many. So it's just like we'd have to monitor who paid and then basically delete their invoice. So they've really messed us up. They've really messed us up. So usually we just take our tickets, convert them to drafts, or from drafts to invoices, and we email them. And instead of doing that, they've basically said, hey, you can't email anybody anymore. Square's not letting you email customers. And I was like, you're talking about one of the biggest companies in the world, and they took away an option to email your customers. I feel like this is going to cause their stock to literally tank in the morning. So they've messed up big time. They've messed us up, and we're basically going to have to do one or two things. We're probably going to have to screenshot all of the work we've done, and we have y'all's email addresses, and we're going to have to like figure out a different company by tomorrow to send you a link where you can pay with a credit card. You know, there's other options. There's Stripe and Shop and PayPal. Or hopefully the goal is we get high enough up on the chain of command with Square. And but the big thing is, like, we can start with this week. We just got to figure out how to get money from last week's. I mean, because if we said, okay, we got to key all this into another system, I mean, it might be Wednesday if we can send invoices, if we have to just key everything into a new system. And honestly, it might be, I mean, this takes days for the way we do it to log all this. We've sold thousands of items this week. We've sold thousands of items this week. But PayPal don't really do, I mean, we've had like meetings with representatives from these companies because they knew how much we sell, and we have such a unique model here. Most people can't handle what we do because of the way we do invoicing. It's not like we sell an item and we send y'all an invoice. It's like we have to have a system where we can keep up 7 days of selling and then send you an invoice. So it's pretty messed up the way they've done it to us, and hopefully we can get it fixed. So, okay, I've been walking in circles back here looking through stuff. It's been a big day. I mean, they just literally unloaded basically a truck, a trailer, and a U-Haul truck in the store today. So it's been pretty busy. Been really busy. So, and of course, we'll just blame all this on Seth, right, Laura? Yeah, this is all Seth's fault. Who would have thought? So, yeah, I don't like PayPal. PayPal's such a big company, but we stopped using them because they didn't allow us to. They basically don't allow you to do invoicing either. There's not a company that really is set up where you can key stuff into an invoice and you really can, there's not a company that does that where you can just key stuff into an other than Square. I mean, we've definitely looked. So maybe we'll find Tanner is hoping to hear back from her, or he said, I'm gonna take a nap and wake up in the middle of the night and start doing something differently. So, but yeah, PayPal's people don't like it when you're doing too much. A couple of these companies, they don't like it when you're selling a lot. They start limiting you. You know, they basically start they start cutting you off. It's just like, we don't want you to sell this much, you know. eBay used to do that too. They's like, you can't sell but $1,000 a week. Okay. All right, let me go get the first crate of stuff, and then I'll start that whole thing over again. Like I said, if you're just getting on, I'll keep explaining, because it's really hard to reach all of y'all at once. I told Tanner, I said, I can make a post, I can post it on everything, but we're not going to be able to reach everybody. I was like, probably the first 30 minutes of the show is going to be explaining this to people, because not everybody sees the post, and not everybody probably is going to, you know, we have people, I think, that buy from us that don't even follow our Facebook page. I still don't know how that happens, but if you don't, you probably can't see this post. So let me go get that first crate up here, and we'll get started. I got to figure out, let me text Ed. I don't know if anything new came in. Sorry, everything's been kind of a blur. We worked all night. I got here at 10 or 11 to get ready for these deliveries. These trucks full of records. Tanner got here with me about 4 a.m. He just left. I think I was passing him on my way here. So he's been troubleshooting the Square issues. And he's been troubleshooting the Square issues. Yeah, so it's really hard to get a big announcements out to our customers, because a lot of y'all don't have Facebook, and we can post on YouTube, but it's like you never see those. Like if you get on YouTube, you don't see posts people make, rarely, unless you really interact with a channel and you're going there and liking their post. And then the other thing is Instagram. And of course, Instagram's algorithm's really weird. You hardly ever see anybody you follow. They really just suggest stuff. So if we ever have to make an announcement like, oh, the show is postponed, or the invoicing doesn't work, it's like we can't even reach people. It's like we have to basically go live, and hopefully everybody gets on here and hears me. So okay. I've got our first crate. I don't think any new stuff came in, it looks like. I'm looking right here where they normally put it. I know it's a little different today, because they literally unloaded 50,000 albums, but okay, let me go over here. Let me ask Ed and Tanner. Yeah, email blast. I had one. Yeah, there's a crate of new vinyl. I had when I first started doing this, I had a lot of people was like, I don't know, they view it as kind of spammy, but okay. So let me write this down. Okay. Let me finish off just the rest of this board. Okay, so show's about to begin. We have an issue with Square. Essentially, our tickets can't be converted to invoices. So we data entry all week. That's what my sister Jill does. That's what Jake does. That's what Seth does. That's what Tanner does. That's what G does. And sometimes even other people help out. They all come in, they key in stuff. And Mondays we go get ready to send invoices. Well, our tickets cannot be converted to invoices anymore. So essentially, we usually just, when everything's done and what we say, okay, everything keyed in, we can start invoicing now. That's usually Monday mornings or Monday after lunch. We get done with everything. They like, okay, it's all keyed in. Well, usually we click on somebody's ticket. Let's say it's Chad Williams, and we click on a button and we click basically generate the invoice. Your email is on file and it just automatically sends you an email. Well, they've basically took it away where you can't email anymore. And so it only leaves an option as a text. Well, of course, we don't have all of y'all's cell phone numbers. And plus, we realized if you pay for your invoice, it deletes your, like we don't have a record of it. It almost just like deletes it. It's almost like a bug in their system too. So I'm glad we sampled that. Plus, we don't have everybody's cell phone number. So the first post I was going to make is, hey, DM us with your something you can get a text message to. Because basically, they don't let us email you anymore. So we have all of our data sitting in our system, and we're waiting for an update from Square tomorrow. So I'll go ahead and get started with tonight's show as normal. I've seen probably a million questions, even not talking about invoices. But I'm sure I'll have to explain that again. So what I'll do is all of y'all's sales this week are sitting in our system. We're afraid to try anything too crazy because the worst thing is they go in and try to redo it and then it deletes all of our tickets, which means we would have to sit down and re-key in all of this stuff. Okay, we'd have to sit in and re-key all this. Now, I don't think some people's too concerned. I think some people's just ready to go ahead and start buying again. They'll worry about last week's stuff, but I know most of y'all's like, heck, I need to know how much I bought, what I spent, and for us, like we told all of our people to come in tomorrow and usually start shipping. Just hold off, I think Tanner's like, I'll have to wait and see what to tell Tony and everybody, because usually everybody starts showing up tomorrow and start shipping. So we might have to have everybody come in tomorrow and start helping manually rekeying items. I don't know. If so, that's going to be like 6 people on deck around the clock, and they'd have to basically rekey in everything we sold, or y'all just get an invoice with an amount. But I told Tanner, you can't do that. We can't just send y'all, hey, you owe us $312, click this button and pay. You have to see what you'd be able to bought because we have to know what to ship to you. So one way or another, it has to be itemized. So I said, well, we could take screenshots of the tickets and then email those photos to everybody. And, but still, like, we don't know how to get payment. Like, we could send you an email of what you bought, and we could send you I don't know. Hey, I'm going to worry about selling right now. They're going to try to take care of that tomorrow, okay? So, and then we can maybe after that, we can start working on a new system, okay? As in, we get a new company by tomorrow to start figuring out how to key all this in, which would be a big deal for us, because Square's been so good. You can keep track of sales and you can keep track of, man, it's awesome, but oh well. Here we go. Yeah, we're basically having to reboot our entire payment collection in 24 hours, right in the middle of probably one of the busiest weeks we have since Thanksgiving. So, okay. But yeah, we don't know how to get them to yet. I'm writing down some of these companies y'all sent, and I'm going to send them to Tanner. So, there's all kinds of ways we can collect money. The problem is a system where we can keep track of our y'all's items. I mean, it's not like there's nothing really good. I mean, trust me, we've looked into everything. there's nobody that really where you can set up a draft and like key in day to day hundreds and sometimes thousands of people's orders. It's just, there's just no, a lot of these companies is you just send somebody a request for money. Maybe you can leave them a couple notes, right? But something that like where you can invoice, Nick says looking to FreshBooks. I'll send that over to Tanner. And then also something that has a low credit card fee. We've negotiated with Square to keep our rates low because that's a big deal, especially when we deal in coins. So 3%, 3.5%, that's the difference of, and then security for y'all's end too. We got to find something that's very secure and reliable, so anyway. All right, we have creamed Israeli gears. We'll start a new week and a new invoice, and maybe by this time next week, we'll know what's going on. So we have creamed Israeli gears. At this time, I may take a few more questions, but this time I'll have to hold off on the press conference until tomorrow. I'll have to get with my press secretary, and we'll have to figure out how to do this. This is a 69 repress of creamed Israeli gears, a 69 repress. I love this album. I love this album artwork. It is the second label. It's VG minus, and it's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. So, yeah, these different cash apps, that's something else too. It's like not everybody has this, not everybody has that, not everybody, So Square is, like I've told y'all before, y'all probably heard me say it here. If you have Square, you can pay with anything. You can pay with your bank account directly, any credit or debit card. You can somehow set up Google. There's all these different ways. The other formats sometimes they get a little bit more tricky, We also have Whitesnake 87. Whitesnake, and this is an 87 USOG. Also VG minus, and that's also going to go up for just a $5 start, okay? $5 start. This is Whitesnake 87, VG minus. That is a $5 start, okay? So there's Cream, there's Whitesnake. Those are out for bid. It looks like Cream is already at $20. And yeah, I've had somebody ask live, and then somebody just sent a message. Any old invoices you can still pay, and anything that's paid is going to start being shipped just like normal. There's nothing really shut down. It's just, there's nothing. It's just, we're just waiting for this problem to be fixed. Okay. All right. Let me pull this up. Yeah, if you have a pre-existing invoice, you can go ahead and pay it. No problem. It's not like Square's offline. It's just all of last week's stuff is offline. Let's see. Okay. All right, so I'm looking for, you'll have to bear with me, my brain, lots happened today. So, and I'm over here still communicating with Tanner and another deal I was working on. And I'm also trying to help out Ed as people, since I've been live, there's been about 18 people say I hadn't got my invoice yet. And they hadn't been on the chat probably, and they probably hadn't seen the post. So, I can always, I've got basically the screenshot of the post. I've been trying to send it to some people. Give me a second. I accidentally just closed Facebook after I had the post up. Okay, I have found this morning's video. Sorry for all the delay. We're ready to roll a little after 7. We're looking for Metallica, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Chris Stapleton, Whiskey Myers, Devo, Nitty Gritty, Red Hot Chili Pepper, Arcade Fire, Blur. How much are Led Zeppelins, Pusha T, and Kate Bush, okay? So the last bid on Cream that came in was $20, and that was with Duke Norman. That's a final call. Whitesnake is at $15, and Amenities with the first sale of the week, he wants a pack of inner sleeves, okay? Amenities wants a pack of inner sleeves. There we go. So there's that. That is sold to Amenities, and this is officially sold, okay? So that's our first sale of the week. I also have in stock the Pink Floyd Pulse box set. I've already seen 2 people ask in the chat since I've been live yapping, is that Pink Floyd in the crate? It is, and you can buy it right now. It's a 4 LP box, 52-page book, one of our best-selling box sets. That's $19.99. I also have the Who's Next. This is a remaster. They've done it on blue vinyl, and that's $38.99. So we're about to sell Whitesnake to Christina for $15 and Cream $20. That's our first 2 auctions of the night. Michelle, let me know which Taylor Swift you're looking for. We still got several of them in stock. I've got Laura's dropped off all the auctions. The trailer's been unloaded with all the new collections. I can't even think about that right now. That's supposed to be like one of our top priorities, but now this has definitely superseded it. Man, there's 50,000 new LPs in this building. The big thing would be, how do we get them sold to you and get them invoiced to you now? So we'll be working on that all night. We have Rush, Snakes and Arrows. Rush is $38.99. I still got 2 of those. Thanks for everybody for being understanding probably for the next 48 hours as we figure all this out. Whiskey Myers is sold over here. Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes, that's sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that. And then over here we have 2 copies of the Godfather soundtrack, and I still got 2 copies left. La La Land Records, $54.99. Whitesnake has a new bid, now $17. Christina, you've been outbid, but I do have Cream, and I have Cream over here sold to Duke Norman for $20. Thank you on that. Reputation is not in stock. Cannot get Reputation right now. That comes only as a picture disc. So there's 2 versions of Reputation. There's a picture disc, and then there's the Record Store Day vinyl. And the Record Store Day vinyl edition is like, it's a couple $1,000s. It may be even more than that now. So the picture disc has been out of stock for a while, and they've kind of shot up in price. I don't know what the deal is, but we hadn't been able to order it in a couple months now, maybe. So right now we can't get our hands on Reputation. And if we do, it's a picture disc, and the retail price is like $60 on them, maybe 54, but most of the time I think they're 54, 59. So you just have to wait for them to do what they call repressing. If you're looking for Taylor Swift Reputation, just wait for them to do a repressing. It could be next week, it could be next month, or you probably have to go third party and go buy, right now people's charging like $100 for them. If you probably give it a little while, you could probably get a repress for $40 cheaper. We have AC/DC Flick of the Switch. AC/DC Flick of the Switch is an 83 OG. This has the original under sleeve. This is VG, $15 start. There's that. There's also no Taylor's version of Reputation. That's true. Reputation, I think, obviously, definitely came out after her problems with Big Machine Records. So there will never be a Taylor's version of Reputation, only the regular edition. Is that what you asked for? Did you ask for the Taylor's version? Yeah, there is no Taylor's version of Reputation. So these new albums, like her newest stuff, there'll never be a Taylor's version because she won't have to re-record those. It's only, somebody probably can give us the list. It's probably only going to be whatever albums, I think she's done, right? She don't have to re-record any more of them, except that first one. So I'll let a more qualified Swiftie like Laura answer these questions, okay? Back here, I've had already price increase on all these. At least one person's asked for the price on all these. I got one thing for Coletco right now. Everybody's very eager to buy. I'm kind of dragged down by trying to solve invoicing. I'll get into record salesman mode because I think right now everybody's very eager to buy. So I'm going to try my best to do a very good show tonight. And I think everybody's like, what the heck has come off that truck and trailer? Because we just got 50,000 new records in this building. It's pretty insane. Live is $39.99. Led Zeppelin's $44.99. Michael Jackson, $38, and Beck is $33. $39, $44, $38, and $33. Okay? Whitesnake is at $20. It's still getting bids. And AC/DC's at $18. Okay? Now, we have Whiskey Myers Mud. This one's still available, $29.99 for Whiskey Myers Mud. And we have Rush Vapor Trails. And I'm still looking for Metallica, Red Hot, Chris Stapleton, Devo Nitty Gritty, Red Hot, Arcade Blur. Okay, so Rush Vapor Trails is still available, $44.99. This is Megadeth live in New York. I looked over here, 295 people already watching tonight. Wow. Megadeth live in New York, 1994. Megadeth is $29.99. Megadeth is a live unofficial. That's from an MTV show they did. And then we have Led Zeppelin Charlotte. Now, somebody asked the price in the video. Brian called it. I must have not told the price in the video. And this is Charlotte Volume 1 and Charlotte Volume 2, Led Zeppelin. And that comes as a 4 LP if you buy both of them, 44 and 44 on that. All right. Also have L7, Smell the Magic. L7 is $29.99. That's L7. And then Kate Bush. And we did sell this one. Kate Bush was sold to Mike Massey, right? Yep, Mike Massey, thank you. He was the only claimer on that. TSO Houston wants Physical Graffiti. Thank you. That's sold to you, $44.99. Whoever asked about live, this is a 25th anniversary edition that has 3 bonus tracks, $44.99 on that. And we have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd, $36.99. That's a 180-gram remaster. Rodriguez, Code Fact, Rodriguez is $36.99. And over here we have Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 2. So Scott Dwallow wants Volume 1 and 2. So go ahead and put Scott Dwallow down on a waiting list for Chris Stapleton Volume 1, okay? Chris Stapleton Volume 1. Please put him on a waiting list for that. Next thing is Rush, and this is a live unofficial. I think somebody bought these, didn't they? Maybe I'm crazy. I guess I am. Rush, Stockholm, live in 2007. Once again, a Volume 1, a Volume 2 top deal. Those are $44.99 each. El Snapatan says he'll take both of the Led Zeppelins. That's a Volume 1, Volume 2 top deal. Did AC/DC get another bid? It did at 21 and Whitesnake 22. Let me go ahead and grab some of that cool Kiss stuff that I photographed today. I've been making room for all day for the new delivery. It has arrived, and we're ready for some cool stuff here to be put up for auction. I think this is a pretty decent item. I'm gonna go over here and start trying to do a couple comps right quick, but I think a couple of these vintage coin era Kiss items I have, not uber rare, but still vintage and original. I'm about to start putting some of those up. And we have Mitch T says he'll go ahead and take the Rushes. Rushes are sold. That is sold to Mitch T, Volume 1, Volume 2. Thank you on that. So I got one set left of Rush, if anybody wants that. Beck Odelay, there it is right back here as well. They're $33.99. Slayer, Decade of Aggression's $44. And then there's The Cure. That's a live unofficial. And The Cure is $29.99. Okay? Let me make sure I got everything out there. The rest of the stuff's in another chat, or another crate, another chat. Blur, okay, there's that and there's that. Whitesnake is at 23 with Lewis Kulick, and then AC/DC is a final call to Chuck Edgar at 22. James Goggin and Duke Norman, y'all are out, okay? So left in here is Pink Floyd Pulse, $119.99. The Who on blue vinyl, Who's Next for $38. Rush, Snakes and Arrows is $38. Godfather is $54. Whiskey Myers Mud is $29. Rush Vapor Trails is $44. Megadeth live in New York, $29.99. L7, $29. Pink Floyd, $36. Rodriguez, $36. Rush, Volume 1, Volume 2, $44. Beck Odelay, $33. Mitch T says he'll take Vapor Trails as well. Excellent. Bill Samus on Whiskey Myers. Excellent. And then Hoopy on M. And Hoopy for M was for possibly Whiskey Myers. And I'm going to go ahead and put Slayer. Let's put Slayer back here. Decade of Aggression, $44.99 on that one. Okay, let me go grab the other crate. And when I come back, it looks like I'm going to sell White Snake for 23. And then we're going to sell AC/DC if there's not another bid. M for Megadeth, duh. M for Megadeth. Yeah, somebody asked the price, I think, again. $29.99 live in New York, 1994. Live in New York, 1994. And there's one left, okay? And we have not sold anything from the hot picture except, cream. That's the only thing from the hot picture that has sold except for these two. I got to go up front and get that other crate. Got to go up front and get that second crate. And while I'm doing that, I will be explaining to everybody. The invoicing problem, because I've seen 1-2 people have asked. And so while I'm up front, I guess probably to summarize it, they'll probably just be delayed a day. I mean, we'll try to get them out by tomorrow. They'll at least be out by tomorrow. That's the plan. If we don't have them out by Wednesday, then we've had to do a lot of manual calculations. We've had to do a lot of manual work if they're not out by tomorrow. But long story short, Square screwed us, and they don't allow you to send emails anymore, essentially. You can't automate tickets into emails, and tickets is how we keep up with y'all's orders. So we key everything in. It's basically drafts, and then Mondays we convert them to email invoices. Well, Ed went to go send the first one today, and they basically said that's not an option anymore, but you can, text it or this or that. Well, we did a couple sample texts, and it was very buggy. Like, it deletes the invoice, it deletes a lot of the data, and plus we don't really want to send invoices to people's phone numbers. So that's our problem right now. So if you just join us, no invoices because we can't send them to you right now. Give us another 24 hours. This all starts a new invoicing cycle. Lewis Cooley gets White Snake for 23. I think most people are unconcerned. I'm extremely concerned. It's probably going to be on my mind all night. I'm extremely concerned because I know the time it would take to redo all this into a new system and then have to reset up everybody's accounts. Oh, it would take everybody here on staff working around the clock this week probably, and it'd be we'd have to create new profiles, go look up everybody's data, key it all in. I mean, it would be insane. So I'm obviously highly concerned, but the only thing we can do right now is keep selling tonight. Chuck Egger gets AC/DC for 22. We're waiting to hear back from a Square representative in the morning. We're waiting to hear back from a Square representative in the morning, okay? That's what we're waiting to do. We got to find something. I'm over here on my phone. Y'all would not believe the amount of messages and emails we're receiving about people's invoices. It is insane. It's going to probably cause my head to explode because Ed's going to have to come in. If I can't reply to some people, like just copy and paste a message over here to some of these, I might get, Hatchet Ed might hit me in the back of the head tonight. He might show up and just, that'd be all for Chad. I mean, it's been insane, of course. Everybody's trying to pay us and they don't know what's going on. Neither do we. We have Porter and Dolly featuring Please Don't Stop Loving Me. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. We have Porter and Dolly featuring Please Don't Stop Loving Me. This is a 74 U.S. Hollywood OG Gold Stamp promo. VG condition, a $10 start on that. $10 start on Porter and Dolly, Please Don't Stop Loving Me. $10 start, okay? And then I have a whole new box of cassettes. I don't even want to talk about those. I'm trying to get everything out of the $15 tab. There we go. I think that was the last less than $15 start record. And then let's go ahead and put up, let's see, let's do Pearl Jam live at Easy Street. This looks pretty cool. It's a Record Store Day 2019 live Pearl Jam. That's a $35 start. And then I still got some stuff in here. There should be a lot of cool stuff in here you may have not seen yet. First is Brent Dennen, So Much More. Brent Dennen's a 2007 folk acoustic rock. That is $19.99. And over here is Pusha T. Now, somebody did claim this. Rachel Crosta did. $19.99 for Pusha T. Thank you, Rachel. That's so to you. And then Devin. This is called Romancing. Devin is $9.99. And Flight of Conchords is still available, $24.99. This is actually some stuff I marked live the other night during the sale. And that did really well. We sold a lot just doing that. There is one crate of new stuff, and I'll go through that next. And I'm going to go ahead and we got stuff to tag. Still pre-orders. Some stuff from this week, some stuff from last week. Porter and Dolly has a bid for 10. Pearl Jam is sealed, a $35 start. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Can I pay my invoice to store Wednesday? Maybe. Hopefully by Wednesday, yeah. I mean, if anything, they can get your stuff together and we'll figure out how to get payment somehow from you. So, yeah. I mean, we sold a lot this past week. That's why it's going to be, if they don't reverse it and redo, we're hoping that we have enough pull at Square, because we now have we have somebody's number where we can reach somebody directly. Like, we have her cell number, and she works at Square. It's not like we have to get on a 1-800 number. They were going to basically raise our rates last year. And they said, we're going to assign you an agent and we can negotiate, blah, blah, blah. So we have like a direct contact at Square. We told her about this and she's like, I'll have to get with like tech people in the morning, because they'd have to basically recode your account different than everybody else's. So hopefully our Square contact can get up high enough on the food chain where our account is reversed and she can fix it for us. Where somebody in tech, somebody that works in coding, probably out in California, wherever Square's headquartered, can reverse our account and they allow us to still send emails. So luckily, you know, Square cares about us. They, when they went to raise our rates, I told Tanner, I was like, we might just need to go ahead and look for somebody else. That was last year, but of course that's going to happen. Everybody's going to start charging more. They have to. That's part of business, but it was going to be a pretty significant increase. But I think we talked to her and we worked out something, and we luckily have a direct, we don't have to call an 800 number. So that's a relief. I told Tanner, I was like, if we had to sit on a hold and, you know, with somebody in a call bank in a foreign country, this would be a disaster. So they care about us enough. We got a U.S. agent that talks to us directly. So Chris Young, Losing Sleep. Chris Young is $34.99. This is 10 Years of Dirt, the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. 20 Years of Dirt, excuse me. This is sealed $19.99. Michael Jackson is $38.99. Michael Jackson, $38.99. Lyle Lovett. Lyle Lovett's $19.99. That is Lyle Lovett, his large band. Also, we have Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind. RTI pressing on blue vinyl. That's $24. This is an RTI pressing, and it's on blue vinyl from Friday Music. $24.99. Michelle wants Michael Jackson Dangerous. That's sold. So Porter and Dolly got two $10 bids, right? Mike Conway bid 10 and David Tate bid 10. I think we're done on that one. I'm going to make sure David Tate doesn't want to bid again. And then Pearl Jam, final call for a $35 start. There's that, and there's that. And let me jump over here. I'm going to go ahead and put up, I got a couple 78s here. These are really cool. These are the original releases of how Hank Williams Sr. would have put out his music. This is You're Gonna Change and Lost Highway, original Hank Williams Sr., MGM 78. And as you can see, this is in really good shape for a 78. $10 start on Hank Williams Sr. That would be early mid-50s, right? Yeah, early mid-50s there, an original. $10 start on that. Pearl Jam's a $35 start. And then we have Casey Musgraves, and this is on pink vinyl. Casey Musgraves is just $19.99. Porter and Dolly's at $12. And then this is Ingrid Andress, Good Person. Ingrid Andress is $14.99. And the Avalanches, We Will Always Love You. The Avalanches is $34.99. Porter and Dolly's at $12. Now it's at $14. Pearl Jam is sealed. Sean Holford on Casey Musgraves. That's sold to Sean Holford. Thank you on that one. Let me make sure there wasn't a claim for that. No, there wasn't. We had another Casey Musgraves. This is called Star-Crossed, and it's on orange vinyl, which I think was a Target exclusive. $14.99 for Star-Crossed. Metallica St. Anger is sold to Glenn Kesey. Thank you, Glenn Kesey. That one's sold to you. Punch Brothers was sealed, $24.99. And this is Fats Domino. Fats Domino, $19.99. We have DuckTales, The Flower Lane. DuckTales is $29.99. Sean Holford again on Casey Musgraves. Thank you on that. Foster the People, Torches. Foster the People's $24.99. And then Arcade Fire. The first person on Arcade Fire over here was Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. And then we have Blur, also sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. And then we have Pink Floyd, which is $24.99. By the way, Stephen A. Young got the Nitty Gritty. This is sold to Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's sold to you. Pink Floyd 180 gram remaster, $24.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Thank you, Sarah Wyberdink. Kelly, you were second on that one. And then Bon Iver. Bon Iver is sealed $14.99. I don't know if I'll ever get that name right. Mothers of Invention Freak Out. This is a 2 LP 180 gram remaster, $24.99. And then Devo was sold, and Devo was sold to Ivan R. Okay? So we got everybody taken care of. And then let's pause right there. The last bid on Porter and Dolly was Victor Garrett, $14. David Tate, you're out. The Pearl Jam did not get a bid. It's sealed, and it's a $35 buy it now. 2019 Record Store Day sealed. That's a $35 buy it now. You can go ahead and pick that up. Bon Iver. Thank you, Craig. Bon Iver. And then this Hank Williams Senior 78, Wayne Davis has it for $16, okay? All right. I'm starting to get there. A lot of the questions and problems have slowed down. I'm just going to close customer service until probably tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. or probably 4 or 5 a.m. whenever Tanner wakes up. So he's been up almost as long as I have. I knew the truck was on its way, and I was like, man, we got to get this store ready. So we've put out Wednesday when we open. This is good news for locals. Wednesday when we open, there will be thousands of new $2 LPs. So it'll be like a fresh, and what John's doing is we're putting out just about anything, probably some stuff that shouldn't even be out for $2. About once every day, he's going to purge a couple different bins and pull out a bunch of just garbage, and then he's going to use that space to put out even better $2 records. So for anybody local, when you get here Wednesday, I'm going to go ahead and make a post before then. There's like half of the front part of the store is going to be packed. We've got tubs stacked up there where we've basically, I'm taking our back room and I've scooped everything out, and we're just going to start filling it back up with brand new stuff, brand new premium stuff from these collections. So these new collections are insane. Paul, Tyler, Henry, everybody that's been on this buying trip, all I've heard, best collection we've ever bought, best collection we've ever bought, best collection we've ever bought. They said that 3 times with 3 different collections. And I hadn't got to see them in person. I have not walked back there and looked at a single record, but they just keep telling me, best collection we've ever bought, best collection we've ever bought, best collection we've ever bought. And I'm like, dang, they said that like 3 times on this trip. Duke Norman got Fats Domino. Anybody else? We have Brent Denon, Devin, Flight of Concords, Van Morrison, Chris Young, Lyle Lovett, Willie Nelson, Ingrid Andress, Avalanches, Punch Brothers, DuckTales, Foster the People, Pink Floyd, Bon Iver, and Mothers of Invention. All right, let's go through this crate of new stuff. Saying best collection we've ever bought from Coletco, making that statement, that's pretty bold, but I think the quality of the stuff that's back there, just rarity. We bought a couple collectors collections where like people have, this one guy had 5 different versions of Led Zeppelin 2, collections like that. An RL, a Japanese, a MoFi pressing. You go to Dark Side of the Moon and there's like a UK original, a MoFi pressing, a Japanese pressing. We bought a couple collections of that kind of caliber where somebody has collected, they've collected the best pressings, all high grade. And then this one guy was once again, somebody else in the music industry back in the 70s and 80s. So sealed records, promo records, mint condition records, stuff he got for free, never did open. Autograph, Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph poster. I mean, insane stuff. Van Morrison sold to James Goggin. Thank you on that. Okay. So Porter and Dolly, the last bit on this was sold, and this was sold over here to Victor Guerra for $14. We're ready to keep rolling for auctions. A lot to fix at Coletco. Also a lot to look forward to this week, it sounds like. Could be, when we start rolling out all this new stuff, could be one of our craziest weeks in a while of auctions. Like a crazy auction week is ahead. I mean, they're going to start pulling, and unless Laura's already got stuff lined up for tomorrow already, it could be pretty just sickening, okay? Could be just absolutely sickening. I might literally get dizzy and pass out auctioning golf records this week. Tom Waits, Rain Dogs. Tom Waits is at 85 OG, near mint minus. 85 OG, near mint minus, $35 start. And here was a Coltrane we were still waiting to come in. So we're now into new stuff. We're now into new stuff. This is John Coltrane. Oh, you have no idea the amount of memorabilia we bought, autographs and high-end promos, and it's. I mean, there's one collection I think where like every record is like auction worthy, you know, where we think it's, you know, just insane. All right, so this is called John Coltrane Giant Steps, has alternate French artwork, Rhino Hi-Fi, Kevin Gray, $39.99. Here's the pre-order. I've got 5 copies. Jen Cast, Daryl Johnson, Sean Lee Hooker, Shane Devers, and CeCe Allen, okay? Now, I already have more on the way. That was the pre-order. There's still Chris Kirkley, Fred Carnell, Greg Layton, and Matthew McEwen on the pre-order. So here's what I need to do. Whoever's tagging this, make sure you leave me a note to make sure that I do have more on the way. I'm pretty sure I just seen them shipped, or I seen them in my card. If anybody else wants on a wait list, that's a new John Coltrane that comes out today. Or it actually was supposed to come out Friday. We just now got them last Friday. Kevin Gray, Rhino Hi-Fi, Giant Steps, $39.99, okay? I got more Hank Williams Sr. 78s. This one sold to Wayne Davis for $18. Thank you, Wayne. That's sold to you. Original 78 RPM format. And then Tom Waits is a $35 start. Pearl Jam didn't get a buy it now. It's still, it didn't get a bid. It's still available for a buy it now, $35. I'm going to take these 78s. I'm going to lay them in here on the table. These are, whoever's tagging, we got to be very careful with these. We probably need to go ahead and put them in a bag with a cardboard board between them, okay? You got to be very careful with these. You got to be very careful with these. So whoever's watching, put them in a bag. Maybe ask John. He usually handles this stuff. Here's another Hank Williams Sr. 78. This is Mind Your Own Business. Once again, very clean and pretty good condition for a 78. Now, what you got to know about 78s, these things can look like crap. It can look like they've been used for a shovel, and they will still play pretty well. It's just part of the nostalgic. I mean, these aren't really, people don't expect hi-fi quality out of 78s anyway, but they can sound pretty dang good. There'll be no teardrops tonight, and the flip side over here is Mind Your Own Business. That is a $10 start on that, okay? So $10 start on Hank Williams Sr. There's Tom Waits. And let's go over here and see what's going on with this next record. I have ZZ Top's first album. First thing I need to go get my laptop for. This is a Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. This is a great time now. I think the chat slowed down a little bit with questions about invoicing. Those will be sent out hopefully by tomorrow. We've had a major problem with our system. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and look up this waiting list for this ZZ Top, which requires me to go up front and get my laptop, and we'll be on full pace. So I think Laura's already marking new stuff. So Laura's marking new stuff from tonight. And Laura, I don't know if I've told you or if you've already picked stuff, but if you could still pull from that new Nashville collection, that'd be great. I don't know if you can get to it, but I was wanting to knock all those out before we even touched a single new record other than for auctions. So if you're still pulling from that Nashville collection, that would be great. I wanted to almost sell all those before we touched a single new LP. Let me go up front and get my laptop. There's a lot to look forward here. Unfortunately, Square hit us with a bomb with our invoicing, but we've got enough new vinyl, these new collections. It's going to be pretty sick week, and I'm excited. I can tell you how excited I've been since. I'm so excited, I just can't hide it. I've been so excited since they've started buying this stuff and I've been getting sample pictures. I basically have virtually, which I do this anyways, I've been so excited I haven't been able to sleep. I'm like on no sleep for 4 or 5 days. Just little naps here and there. That's what I pulled from. Great. Yeah, I want to try to, I'm trying to go with our oldest stuff because I purged 10 crates of stuff, and I hope Tanner kept that secret, where I cleared out the back room. I personally picked out 10 crates of what I think are incredible records, and I hope we can get to those soon. I'll leave them for you or Paul or John to mark at some point. All right, here we go. Let's look up ZZ Top. And ZZ Top, Doug Jeppesen. Doug Jeppesen, okay? Thank you, Doug Jeppesen. That's so do you. Taylor Swift Lover, I'll have to look into that, Michelle. There's only one version of that. I'll have to see if I can order it for you. Hank Williams Sr., 10, 15, 15. The first person to 15 was Arnold Adams, okay? First person to 15 was Arnold Adams. Tom Waits is a buy it now for $35. I do have 2 crates of bonus auctions. Graph Tracker on Tom Waits. Can you confirm who you are? I think you bought from us last week, right? And Pearl Jam is still available, yes. Okay, and we have Volbeat, Servant of the Mind. Let me look up the wait list for that. And for anybody new that bought from us last week, sorry, you're probably waiting for your first Colecco experience, and unfortunately, we had a technical difficulty, but you're still welcome to buy. And because, I mean, regardless of what happens, we'll have invoices out by tomorrow, Wednesday at the latest, if we have to do everything some kind of manually, or we'll be in emergency mode tomorrow morning to figure that out. Volbeat, Servant of the Mind was a wait list for Dwayne Worley. This is so to Dwayne Worley. Okay, that's so to Dwayne Worley. Thank you on that. Matt Barnhill second. That's Brian Hickson as Graph Tracker. Okay, so we'll get, I'll get Jake to update that handle so I can see it on the screen. And then Sean Miller gets Pearl Jam, okay? Let's grab another LP over here for auction. Next LP over here for auction is Kings of Leon. And this is the bucket, and that's a 10-inch. Excuse me, it's a 2004 promo. It's numbered 3565, and Kings of Leon's a $25 start. So there's one ZZ Top Rhino left. There is only one Volbeat, and I just ordered more last night, but they are still on their way. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. There's a price gun next to me here. This may be yours. I hope I didn't take yours. I had Tanner go get me one, or Jake. Somebody got me one the other night. So I have yours right here next to me. It may be yours. I don't know. It may be yours. I've never been one to write name on stuff, but we may need to start writing it so we know who to leave it on their desk. I will make sure if it ever comes off your desk where to take it, but I can't remember whose is whose. I may have stole Laura's price gun. Now I'm going to get really stabbed. So yeah, I've got it. It's right up here on the shelf. Steely Dan is $36.99. Steve Martin Brothers. This was a special request for Mr. Bob Riger. This is $24.99. Steve Martin's 4th comedy album, recorded at the Cocktail Show in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Comedy Store in Hollywood, California, and the Comedy Store in Hollywood, California. That was a special request for Bob Riger. Thank you, Mr. Riger. And then we have one extra, okay? And they're finally putting his stuff in print. Let's go ahead and sell the Hank Williams Sr. Hank Williams Sr. is sold to Arnold Adams for $15. There we have it. And Chad, could you resend my invoice? They haven't been sent out. They'll give us another day or two. Technical difficulties with Square. If you're just finding out about this, technical difficulties with Square. So right now, no one's got one. Somebody said they got one, but they must be looking at an old one. No one's got an invoice. So yeah, technical difficulties with Square. We have Hank Williams Sr., You Win Again. And the flip side is Setting the Woods on Fire, another original. Now, this is the only way to really get original Hank Williams Sr. music. He was never pressed on albums. He had a couple 10-inch releases on vinyl, but his original music was only released on shellac 78s like this. So that's really cool. That's the true way to collect OG Hank Williams Sr. records. $10 start on that. Of course, you got to have the right stylus and the right turntable to play a 78, but if you do, they're really fun to listen to. I have several 78s in my collection. There's really rare Beatles 78s that were made in India. They're extremely collectible. Kings of Leon has bids for $25, $25, $25. And Melanie Jennings gets this Steve Martin. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then over here, we have Coltrane Jazz. Now, let me make sure this one hadn't already been pulled. And let's put up one of our first KISS items of the night. I've got some really cool KISS stuff, and I was checking comps earlier on the Ace Frehley notebook, and I mean, and all day long, this is well over a $100 item, and in some cases, 200 plus. So let's take a look at the condition. In cleaning up the back room, we unboxed probably 2 or 3 miscellaneous tubs of KISS stuff. Some of it original coin, some of it 90s, like those KISS Johnny Lightning cars that they made a million of, but we sell the heck out of them. And we found stuff in between, but we found a lot of cool stuff like this. I've got several selected pieces for tonight. I think Ace Frehley needs to go up for a $75 start, and I think it's going to go from there. It's got the original Walgreens price tag of 79 cents on the back. Sitting at a Walgreens back in the day for 79 cents, you could have walked in and bought an original 1978, a coin Ace Frehley notebook. Sean Holford in at 100. There's no writing, except right up here, somebody put 25 cents. I don't know if that's where Walgreens marked it down, maybe. Maybe they had them on sale even at some point, but it's in really good shape. No writing on any of these pages. I don't know if any's missing. I don't know if any's been ripped out, but it looks pretty complete, and it's very nice. So I don't know how many pages were supposed to come in a notebook, but that's a good piece. Ace is at 100 with Sean Holford. Okay, let me be pulling up the other Coltrane here. I've got another Coltrane pre-order. They dumped a lot of Coltrane on us, and let's see if this one's being tagged for pre-order. This one has not been tagged for pre-order, okay? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 John Coltrane's. This is called Coltrane Jazz. 1 for Sean Lee Hooker, 1 for Jen Cast, 1 for Dale Johnson, 1 for Chris Kirkley, and 1 for Greg Layton, okay? So this is all sold. And if anybody wants on the waiting list for that John Coltrane, just let me know, okay? So all those are done. I did put up another Hank Williams Sr. It was a $10 start, no bid yet. The last bid on Kings of Leon was $26, and then Ace Frehley has a bid for $100. And then Kevin Voitosh gets ZZ Top, okay? Now, there's one thing that I hadn't done. I see that Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill is still available. I don't know if I even explained what this was. This is a remaster. It's a fantastic record. Hope everybody has a copy of Steely Dan. Do It Again. Dirty Work's on here. Are You Reeling in the Years? Those are great sound. It's the only way those are in print right now. $36.99. They're very good pressings. I hadn't ordered some of those in a while. I grabbed a few Steely Dan. Kings of Leon 27. Will Smithson, You've Been Outbid. Final call on the Ace Frehley notebook for $100. That's a final call for $100. There's that. And we have Sly and the Family Stone. This is new. It came out. It's part of a Start Your Ear Off Right exclusive. And I missed this one. This over here, this is Sly and the Family Stone. Who in the Funk Do You Think You Are? Selection from the Warner recordings. So this is highlights of Sly from 79 to 82 on orange vinyl. So it's a greatest hits, a little bit the later years. Sly's $29.99, okay? And tracks on King of Leon. This is Kings of Leon. It's a 4-track EP, I think. It has The Bucket, Now Night, So Long, and Wicker Chair, which is a live cut. This is a 3-track EP, a 2004 promo. There's a promo sticker on the back over the barcode, and Scott Dwallow has it for $27. Notebook is about to sell for $100. Jerry Stone on Sly Stone. That is sold to Jerry Stone. There's one extra if anybody wants it. And then King's X, which we have a waiting list for. King's X Dogman is $54.99. That's KING''S. And the wait list for Dogman was Curran Evans. And I didn't realize I already had ordered these for them, and I had a duplicate sticky note, so I've already ordered 2 more copies. So I have currently 3 copies of King's X Dogman, 1 in stock and 2 more on the way. Sean Holford, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Ace Frehley notebook. And while I'm ending auctions, let me go ahead and make Hank Williams. This one's a buy now. I didn't get a bid for $10. Set the woods on fire and you win again. That's an original Hank Williams Sr. 78. And that's sold to Chuck Haley. He just did a buy now on it. Ace is sold to Sean Holford for $100. Thank you, Sean. Really cool piece there. Whoa, almost dropped Hank Williams Sr. That would have been bad because it would have shattered. Chuck, I just caught Hank Williams midair. If you drop these 78s, it's like dropping a china plate. They're just shattered. You can't do anything about it. So if you drop them, it's over. Almost messed up big time there. All right, Fun Loving Criminals. Let me find that. Fun Loving Criminals. We got Outkast, we got the Beatles, the Seeds, Rush, Roxy Music. Fun Loving Criminals. Here it is, 100% Colombian. Fun Loving Criminals is a 1998 US OG pressing. EX, a $25 star. That's Fun Loving Criminals, 100% Colombian. Also, we have Van Halen Balance. Now, this hadn't been in print in a long time. They finally reissued it. We had a huge pre-order. I order them here and there in case you don't have it. An OG is a tough commodity to come by. Van Halen Balance, a 2 LP, $39.99. Okay, there's that. And Facebook doesn't like that image at all, so I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. And I'm going to go ahead and show the next record. Days of the New, which is a music on vinyl press. That's a 2 LP, $54.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Diet Coke. Whew. The reason Days of the New is in stock is because we had a wait list for it. And Days of the New wait list was the following. Jason Bees. Jason Bees. I've got 2 extra copies. Great album here. The only way it's in print, let me get a new empty crate. This is sold to Jason Bees. B-E-E-S. Thank you, Jason Bees. I think we need to try at least 1 more Hank Williams Sr. There's only 4 more left maybe, and maybe the last few we'll put into a lot. But I think this one's worthy of an auction. Howlin' at the Moon. And the flip on this one is I Can't Help It. Another original Hank Williams Sr. 78. $10 start on that. So Days of the New was sold. And we have 1 extra copy over here. Okay? We have 1 extra copy. That's sold to Jason Bees. And then we have 2 copies here of Steve Martin. This is Steve Martin, Wild and Crazy Guy. So there's another in-print Steve Martin comedy album. And this one was another waiting list. And this one was a Wild and Crazy Guy, also for Bob Riger, okay? So Bob, both of your Steve Martins are in. Thank you. Bob's going to be laughing and laughing some more. Hank Williams is a bid for $11. I hope we were done on Kings of Leon because I hadn't seen a bid since Alan Smith bid $28, and that's been 4 minutes ago. So this is sold to Alan Smith for $28. Hank Williams has a bid for 10, and now 11. And Fun Loving Criminals, the last bid was Graph Tracker, Brian Hickson. He has that for $25. So Hank is up for bid. Right now the high bid's Robert at 12. There's 1 Steve Martin left, and then Steely Dan, Asia. Steely Dan is $36.99. That's another remastered Steely Dan, Asia. Okay, there's that. Verification code. I'm ready. Now, Tanner's trying to get a code from me. Dang it. Steve Martin is $24.99. Hank is at $15, and Fun Loving Criminals has a new bid for $26. I think Tanner's already experimenting with a new company. We're trying to get logged into our online banking. Okay, so, and we had a Taylor Swift CD come in with a cracked case. So we'll just send that back. I finally sent back all those ugly Kid Joes that were damaged. Okay. Fun Loving Criminals, 26. I'll make sure Brian doesn't want to bid. Hank is tied at 15. Tony bid 15, then Chuck Haley. Tonight's agenda, we got a whole slew of auctions. I've got bonus crates. John's got 4 crates of vintage. Laura's working on new stuff. And I've got cassettes. And I don't know if this is stuff we just bought from the new collections or some they found in the back. It's Queensryche, Lynch Mob, Aerosmith, Black Sabbath, Whitesnake, Rat, you know, that kind of music. That kind of music. So probably go ahead and start rolling with some of those. Probably buy it nows and $10 auctions. First, let me show you one more chance what's in here. Don't let me forget about that other Kiss stuff. James Young wants a Van Halen balance. I'm going to go grab that other Kiss stuff in just a second. And let me read these one more time. Steely Dan, a classic album, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. Sly and the Family Stone, Who in the Funk Do You Think You Are? Selection from the Warner Brother recordings, orange vinyl, $29.99. We have King's X Dogman, 2 LP music on vinyl, $54.99. Van Halen Balance, a 2 LP remaster, $39. Days of the New, first time ever on vinyl, $54.99. There is no OG of that. And then we have Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy. Whoever asked, there's one left, $24.99. Double Platinum Certified. And then Steely Dan, another one, Asia. All right, Tony Murphy, thank you. That's OD for $15. Let's do another Hank Williams Sr. This one's Honky Tonkin' and I'll Be a Bachelor Till I Die. Honky Tonkin' and I'll Be a Bachelor Till I Die. That's another one for a $10 start. Lynch Mob cassette. Let's do it. Lynch Mob. It is going to go up for a $10 start. Lynch Mob Wicked Sensation cassette. It is available on vinyl, but for some reason it's really pricey through Friday Music. And then Steve Martin, if Jeff doesn't want it. Who asked first? Jeff, and then, let's see here, price on Steve. All right, so this is, I think this is definitely sold to Melanie. Yeah, and the other one is the Steve Martin Brothers. And his other two, the one with like a yellow cover, it's in print. He's had like 4 albums. I'm not saying he only had 4, but he had 4 big comedy albums, Steve Martin. And they're all out officially now on vinyl reissues. And OGs come through pretty regularly, but I know some of y'all prefer to have a new copy. They'll want the brand new ones. All right, Hank's at 11. Comedy's Not Pretty. That's the one of them. Yep. I can get that one too if anybody wants on waiting list. All right. Let's jump over here. And let's jump over here. And let's go through a new crate of vintage, okay? Let's see what John's got for us over here. Lynch Mob, $10 start. Right now, the Fun Loving Criminals is at 28 with Victor. Brian Hickson, You've Been Outbid. And let's go through some new vintage stuff, which I think I've wheeled all the way over here. And probably one of the last things I'll do, I'll start trying to mark some stuff at the end of the sale, like I've always, that's what I've been doing. And when nights like this, when not a lot of new vinyl come in, I hope I sell everything I price, but we've been marking stuff late at night, and it's been selling. I'm very curious what's in these stacks over here. There's a little bit of new stuff laying around, and somebody was really big with Alabama, the band Alabama. Y'all know we got that cool neon sign. Alabama had an arcade. We got the sign that came from that. I bet we have 10 signed Alabama posters over here, it looks like. Or something Alabama looking. And then John has got us some records, it looks like. So let's see what we got here. And let's start selling these. This is pretty good stuff. I bet this is from some of the new stuff. So, yeah, it has to be. Okay, for sure. 100%. All right. Let's go through these. These look really nice too. Okay. All right. Here we go. Not check edition. These are near mint. Very, very nice. Okay, so last thing we had was Hank 11, Hank 12, Hank 10, Hank 15. And then over here, nobody been on Lynch Mob, so that's a $10 bite now. This is Hank Williams Honky Tonkin' and I'll Be a Bachelor Till I Die. And then Fun Loving Criminals. I'll never to hear Brian Hickson did say out. This is sold to Victor Guerra for $28. Okay, let's put up some more LPs over here. There is everything. We bought jazz. We bought metal collections. We bought what I call a collection. Just insane stuff. And it's everything. I mean, at this kind of quantity, it's going to have everything. Jerry Torres gets Lynch Mob for $10. Thank you on that. Okay, let's go ahead and put up, let's see what's going on with this Rush. Moving Pictures Live. Moving Pictures Live is a 2011 USOG sealed. Haven't seen this in a while. It's no longer in print. Moving Pictures Live, a $35 start on that. Last bit on Hank was Chuck at 15. Everybody else is out, okay? These are sticker price. Yeah, these are some really good looking titles in here. We have Modern English Start. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Very, very nice. And then Missing Persons, Rhyme and Reason. Gold stamp promo, $19.99 on Missing Persons. And Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog. Also a really clean copy. And also a gold stamp promo. So a lot of these gold stamp promos and a lot of these really clean looking records. So once again, we've gotten lucky. Like the last couple of collections, we've bought some people's collections that were like in the music industry, and they end up with these really beautiful, really clean promo records because they got them. They might not even ever listen to them, and they just kind of had them stored in their house. And I think that's another one they got up in, I think Albany, New York. Is another. I think a lot of these came from Albany because I'm already seeing some promos and just beautiful records. Yeah, a lot of promo stuff. Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, $24.99, the Pacific Age. OMD is $24.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, gold stamp promo, plain dirt fashion. That is $14.99. Hank over here is sold for $15. And Hank is sold for $15 to Chuck Haley. Thank you on that, Chuck Haley. That's so to you. Michael Snared on OMD. Michael Butler on OMD. The Battles of Michael. Michael Butler was first. Awesome brand new stuff here from these new collections. And these look exceptionally nice. I mean, that was another thing they kept raving on when I was talking to them this past week when they were on the road. There's like, wait till you see the quality of some of these. This is a 1987 USOG Midnight to Midnight. This has the original inner sleeve, a $35 start, original inner sleeve. So, I mean, some of these I've already glanced, what I have glanced at. Doug Jefferson on Missing Persons, I mean, they're just, you know, they're beautiful. They probably were not played or just rarely handled. Doug Jefferson on Missing Persons, Lewis Kulik on Dirt. That leaves Joni Mitchell and Modern English. We have Thompson Twins, In the Name of Love. Thompson Twins is $24.99. Original company or sleeve. Once again, really nice. I'll mention if it has a promo mark on it. There's Psychedelic Furs. There's Rush. Let's try another Hank Williams Sr. There's 3 left. Let's do Ramblin' Man, and let's do Take These Chains From My Heart. And that one's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start over there. Yeah, I'm trying to, I didn't want to drop Hank. I'm having to walk around the corner every time to go stack them over here because I want to be careful with them. So let me just go ahead and do that so I don't forget. I'm trying to be very careful with them and not drop them or break them because these things are so fragile. Okay, thank you for that observation. We have Thompson Twins, so to Mike Will. Amenities was second. And we have Van Morrison, Poetic Champions Compose. Has a hop sticker with it. Beautiful promo, gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. $34.99 for Van Morrison. Very, very nice there. Rush is still at 50 with Stanley Richmond. No, it's at 56 with amenities. Everybody else is out. Psychedelic Furs doesn't have a bid yet. 87 Near mint, $35 start on that. And then Van Morrison is sold to George Jones. Hank does have a bid for 10. The Modern English that's left is called Start. It's a gold stamp promo, $19.99 on that. Also, the Moody Blues, the present, $14.99 on this. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Just, you know, I don't know if y'all can get a good look at that Theo screen, but it looks like it was just pressed. $14.99 on that. Here's the other Modern English. This is After the Snow. This has I'll Stop the World and Melt With You on it. $19.99 for that one. It has the original on her sleeve. And Molly Hatchet. Look how nice. Frank Frazetta artwork. And this is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Beautiful copy. Wow. Just super, super nice. Molly Hatchet self-titled, $14.99. This Modern English with I'll Stop the World and Melt With You. That's sold to Perky 33. Michael Butler was second. And then Van Morrison, Into the Music. Once again, looks like a exceptionally nice copy. Van Morrison, $34.99. Molly Hatchet is sold to Matt Nichols. And then a lot of people next on Modern English. And Shane, you were next on Molly Hatchet. The Motels, Little Robbers, $14.99. Y'all are probably going to get tired of me saying an exceptionally nice copy, but it's going to be true. $14.99 for the Motels. And another Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision, $34.99. Company or sleeve. No condition notes on any of these by far. Okay, and then Rush over here is officially sold to Amenities for $56. And then we have Doug Jefferson on the Motels. Surprisingly, nobody bid on Psychedelic Furs, so that's a $35 buy now for midnight to midnight. $35 buy now on that. Let me lay it right over here. Hank Williams Sr. over here. Hank Williams Sr. over here, and this is sold to James Goggin for $10. He threw a flag because I said the wrong bid on Rush, but he did have the high bid, and he ended up winning it. I think he's retracting his flag, his red flag. Now he's throwing a Chinese flag. Oh, no. We don't want any Chinese flags thrown here. We have Amenities on TT. If that's for Thompson Twins, it's already sold. Unless you're asking, did you say you had Thompson Twins first, maybe? Mike Wilt was first on Thompson Twins. No false flags. Mike Wilt was first on Thompson Twins, and then you were second. If your flag was for that, he was definitely first, and then you did get Rush. Okay. Over here we have Missing Persons again. This is $19.99 for Missing Persons, and Allison Moyet, Alf. Allison Moyet is $19.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. This is NXS Shabu Shabah. This is a gold stamp promo, a 1982 OG original on her sleeve. Really nice copy here. NXS is a $35 start. New stuff here, awesome condition. 38 special flashback, the best of 38 special. This has a bonus EP with it, a promo EP that came with it. Gold stamp promo, $29.99 for that. Looks like it's beautiful. And we have Mr. I Wear the Face, $34.99. Another 80s that looks like it's in exceptionally nice condition. Holy moly. Very nice on that one. There is a tear here in the inner sleeve, but other than that, super nice. And then 38 special is sold to Sheldon Bergenhire, then Michelle Clements. Okay, we got two Hank Williams Seniors left. Let's go ahead and put up There'll Be No Teardrops Tonight and Mind Your Own Business. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, UB40 Jeffrey Morgan, and this is $24.99. Looks like a really nice copy. Original inner sleeve, UB40, $24.99. And then Journeys to Glory, Spandau Ballet. Wow, super nice. This reminds me of John's 80s collection, and these are just super nice. I love seeing brand new. You can always tell when a brand new collection comes in. One of the first things that's marked are just mint, because I guarantee some of these didn't even need a cleaning. They look like they are just beautiful. Let's try another Lynch Mob cassette. Somebody said run the other Lynch Mob. So this is Lynch Mob self-titled. We already did Wicked Sensation. That's a $10 start on that one. 38 special sold to Sheldon, then Michelle, then Lewis, then Calvin. Brad Waits on Mr. That's sold to him. That one was right here. That's sold to Brad Waits. NXS has a bid for $35. Amenities got Spandau Ballet. Hank a $10 start. Lynch Mob a $10 start. Al Stewart, The Year of the Cat. This appears to be really nice. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. That's $14.99. And Stephen Steele's right by you, Stephen Steele's, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Really clean, really nice. Stephen Steele's with the original inner sleeve. Once again, a promo marking on that one. And Going Home, 10 years after his greatest hits. This is the one I liked because it has the Woodstock performance of I'm Going Home. That's the original Dara label, and it's nice with the original matching inner sleeve. $19.99 for 10 years after. That is super cool. So Hank is tied. Chuck, you came in second. James came in first. So let me know if you want to bid again. Topographic on Al Stewart. Super clean copy. Back to the Turntable, you were second. And 10 years after, so to Michael Butler. NXS got one bid with Will Smithson, and I'm selling it for $35, okay? That is sold to him. One bid, $35. Let's put this right over here. Brian called next on 10 years after. Hank is at 17. Final call on Lynch Mob for 10. Let me grab another LP for auction. Let's start getting to some of the high-end stuff over here, like Temple of the Dog. And this is the Music on Vinyl press. Very popular. The 2013 Music on Vinyl press of Temple of the Dog, $95 start. 2 LP gatefold. Back to this new stuff. It looks like from the brand new collections, possibly. It has to be. They're just so nice. $19.99. Gold stamp promo with hop sticker advertising Rock Me Amadeus. Super clean Falco. Amadeus is on that one. And Donald Fagen, the Nightfly. Wow. The other night, we had a check condition copy for auction that almost caused a war. How about a near mint minus OG Bob Lugwood cut? RL in the Dead Wax, original inner sleeve, $34.99. It looks like it was just made. Temple the Dog is at $95. We have Falco, so to Jeff Halsworth. Amenities was second. Donald Fagen, so to Matt Barnhill. One thing I love when records have been just like perfectly taken care of for 40, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. It's amazing to see relics. It's just like, wow, these are beautiful. Now, this one has a clip corner, possibly because it was a promo. Sometimes that usually means it's a cutout record. Has the hop sticker, Hold Me Now. Beautiful copy of Thompson Twins, $24.99 on that one. Nobody bid on Lynch Mob, so that's a $10 buy it now. Hank, the last bid was $17 with Rafe. We're about to go ahead and sell that. And then Temple the Dog has one bid for $95. Let me go ahead and grab another. Let's do this Outcast right here in the front. It's been looking at me, kind of an alien, been staring at me. Outcast Elevators, Me and You. A 2016 record store day, limited to 5,000 on greenish glow-in-the-dark vinyl here. That's a $25 start. Once again, Mike Wilt on Thompson Twins and Amenity second on another Thompson Twins. Mike Wilt was first on that one, though. Tina Turner Private Dancer. Looks like an exceptionally nice copy. Original inner sleeve, $14.99 on that one. That's Tina Turner Private Dancer and the Doobie Brothers Taking It to the Streets. Wow, look at the jacket. Just super, super clean. $14.99. $14.99 for Doobie Brothers, and $10.3. Greetings from $10.3, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Super, super nice. $10.3 on that one, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Rafe, the Hank Williams Sr. for $17. And, you know, I think we can go ahead and say Temple the Dog is like on its last lap. And that's a final call. Let's go put this right over here. And let me do this. Let me do that. And then I think we got one more of these, and we've sold the entire Hank Williams Sr. collection. Oh. That was my bones and knuckles being moved back into position. Next thing over here was awesome crate right now, by the way. Matt Barnhill on Doobie Brothers. Wayne Davis third on Thompson Twins. Brian Call second on Doobies. And $10.3 sold to Back to the Turntable. All right, there's that. And then we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Once again, you're going to get tired of me saying it. Exceptionally clean copy. I mean, it is beautiful. $34.99. It has the lyric insert with it. $34.99 on that. And then the Eagles. Once again, I mean, just based on the cover, there's virtually not a sign of wear. $34.99 for the Eagles self-titled. That's the single pocket jacket. Temple the Dog is sold to Gregory for $95. Final call on Outcast for a $25 start, 10-inch glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Matt Barnhill on Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's sold to him. And then we have one more here, Hank Williams Sr. This is There'll Be No Teardrops Tonight and Mind Your Own Business. $10 start on that. That was for Tina Turner. Okay, TT for Tina Turner is sold to Wayne Davis. Okay, and then just a reminder for amenities. Just a reminder. So on your chance, just for a reminder, just so you know, when you make a claim, it's going to look different on your screen than on my screen. Right here on the chat is the master feed, and then over here is what is matched up on my phone as well, okay? So it's probably going to look slightly different on yours sometimes. We have the Dream Academy. Nice. Life in a Northern Town. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. And let me go ahead and say it again. An outstanding, I don't even have to look at them anymore. Just an outstanding, beautiful copy, $24.99. And Birdie, music by Peter Gabriel, a gold stamp promo, $29.99. Birdie, $29.99, Peter Gabriel. And we have the Style Council by Ever Changing Moods, another gold stamp promo, exceptionally clean, nice copy, original inner sleeve. It looks like it was just pressed. Style Council, $19.99, just super, 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 super nice, okay? Next thing over here is the Beatles, Rubber Soul, and this is a 66 Los Angeles second pressing, indicated by the Beatles on label. The first press does not have the band's name. That is true, and this has the company inner sleeve, and this is a really nice copy of Rubber Soul. Just an updated label. It's still from 1966, a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. So first, we had... we sold Fleetwood Mac to Matt Barnhill. Back to the Turntable was second. We took care of Tina Turner. Brian Call on FA, and FA for him was something. Hiram Aponte got Dream Academy. Dream Academy to Hiram Aponte. Now, Brian put FA. He might have meant DA. Did you mean DA for Dream Academy, Brian? If not, then it's sold to Hiram. And then Michael Butler on Style Council. Okay. Let me put that in there. Let me put Dream Academy over here and possibly a typo for Brian Call. He put FA, it could have been DA for Dream Academy, then Hiram. Michael got Style Council. Hank has a bid for 10. Kevin LeBady on the Eagles. Will Smith's in second on Style Council. Rubber Soul has bids for 30, 40, 35. And then Beatles 45. Okay, so Dream Academy is sold to Brian Call. His FA is supposed to be DA. And then Hank has one bid for 10. We're about to sell it. Rubber Soul's at 40. And then Outcast, this is a no, Victor Guerra bid $25. Okay, Victor Guerra bid $25. Sold to Victor for $25. There's that, and the Beatles is at 55. This is a Peter Gabriel album, essentially a soundtrack to Birdie. Gold stamp promo, $29.99. We have Bananarama. $24.99 gold stamp promo with featuring Robert De Niro's Waiting and Cruel Summer. Does have a little bit of a cover ding back here. That's about the only flaw I've seen on any record in this bin so far. And it has a gold stamp promo, $24.99 on that one. And then the Moody Blues. Wow, the cover is actually with no ring wear where you can actually see the artwork on this one. $14.99 to our children's children. And this one is exceptionally nice. Moody Blues, $14.99, okay? First thing is D-Kong on Bananarama, Tony Murphy on Birdie. Chuck Haley gets the last of the Hank Williams Sr. 78s. He gets that for $10. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and lay that right over here. I need to go grab that other Kiss stuff. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for it yet. With that being said, it's time for another auction. Let me move this over here. How much is Whiskey Myers? $29.99. Brian Call on Moody Blues, then Lewis Kulik, then back to the turntable. We have Peter Gabriel. This is the melt. Looks like it's a German press, $39.99. Very interesting. It has a gold stamp over here on the famous Charisma, but let's take a look at it. I have a feeling this is incredible. Very, very nice. It's a German press. Peter Gabriel, we call that the Melt album, $39.99 on that one. And then Motels. Motels is $14.99, okay? Now, I did go up front earlier and grab the Kiss note, the Ace Frehley notebook. It's gone. Let me go get this other stuff. Y'all got to remind me. Sometimes I get so zoned in, especially looking at new records like this. Especially looking at new records like this that I've never seen before. I'm like, I'm so zoned in, like, man, what's in these crates? Because I love when we buy new records, and I've never seen them before. How about a poster put on? I don't know a lot about these, but it looks pretty cool, and it's original, and it's still sealed. Poster put on. I hadn't had a chance to research a lot of these. It says waterproof, laminated, collect them all. Put it on a desk, a van, a window, a locker, a headboard. It's a poster put on. Kiss, and that is the really cool Spirit of 76. And let's put that up for a $25 start. I have no idea. How about a $25 start? I feel like that's at least got to be the minimum on something like that. $25 start on that. How cool is that? So let the bidding begin. We sold the Moody Blues to Brian, Lewis Kulik second, then back to the turntable. Spell check error. So Tony, you did want Birdie, right? Peter Gabriel Birdie. I'll have you down for Birdie. If that's not right, let me know. Joey Osbrooks wants Whiskey Myers Mud. That's sold to Joey. Beatles is now at 65. Matt's fan 2. I need to confirm if you're a first-time buyer. I got you down for this Peter Gabriel, okay? Red Betty on Motels. Samuel Kopich next on Peter Gabriel. Iva next on Motels. And we have over here, Kiss is at 25 and another 25, okay? So here's the current auction update. The last bid on Beatles that came in was Todd Doris at $65. Kiss has bids for $25.25. And Big Country, Look Away, 12-inch single, $14.99. It's actually got 3 tracks on it. So this is new stuff from the new collection. Almost everything in here has sold, and I think that's going to be the same way with the other crates. Pretty crazy. We have 38 Special, Rocking Into the Night, $24.99. And everything in here, if you're just joining us, is just absolutely beautiful. I think it all came from the same place. He probably pulled them all out of the same tubs. That's $24.99. And then Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision. Superb, $34.99. Very, very nice. Right now, we have an offer on the Psychedelic Furs for $30. This is sold to Will Smithson for $30. And then, by the way, Matt Barnhill is the Maddie's fan too. Okay, there's only been one no bid. It's a Lynch Mob cassette for $10. Lynch Mob by Lynch Mob. So we just sold that. Now Brian called first on 38 Special, then Lewis Kulik. Kiss is at 32 with Stacy. And we have Big Country Wonderland. Big Country is $14.99. Also The Call Modern Romans. The Call is $19.99. And UB40 Rat in the Kitchen. UB40, $24.99. Once again, a gold stamp promo. UB40 Rat in the Kitchen. Original on her sleeve. And Vision Quest soundtrack. This looks really nice. $19.99 Vision Quest soundtrack. Super clean, $19.99. Kiss is at $32 with Stacy Metternich. Someone says, I need even more Kiss than what you're offering me. And somebody said more Kiss. And then somebody said, Chad, we need more Kiss. Michael Butler says he'll take both Big Countries. This is sold and this is sold. Will Smithson was second on Big Country. Mike Wilt on the Vision Quest soundtrack. I think we're done on the Beatles. Somebody else on Vision Quest. Jamie Butler was next. The Swimming Pool Q's, the Deep End. The Swimming Pool Q's is $19.99. Eagles, the Long Run. Wow. An actual jacket that's not destroyed. $24.99. A U.S. press. $24.99 for the Eagles. Let me know if everybody's done on Kiss. The poster put out was a final call to Stacy Metternich for $32. Red Betty gets the Eagles. And we have the Doobie Brothers Stampede, $14.99 on that. Once again, Gatefold jacket, absolutely amazing. Brian Call next on the Eagles, then Danzig, then Matt Nichols. Spandau Ballet Diamond, that's $24.99. And the Style Council Internationalist Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Wow. Well, I think a lot of that's going to sell. First thing is nobody else bid on the Beatles. This is sold over here, and this is sold over here to Todd Doris for $65. Somebody else said, Chad, we need more Kiss. Is there any way you can sell more Kiss records tonight? I'm interested in more Kiss. Please put up more Kiss records. Wow. Holy moly. Okay, first thing we have over here is Eagles, 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 Eagles. Chad, is there any way we can buy more Kiss records? Amenities on Van Morrison. So this one right here is sold to Amenities. Michael Butler got Style Council. Amenities got Spandau. And Will Smithson was next on Style Council. Then somebody else said Kiss. And Chad, I'm here to buy Kiss. Is there any way possible you could possibly find me more Kiss records? Next auction. Since everybody's requested Kiss, we'll put up 3-6 Mafia, DJ Paul and Juicy J. This is called Mystic Style, and this is a 2015 20th anniversary limited edition red vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. 3-6 Mafia, Mystic Style. It does have some cover damage. It's got dropped on the corner, and there's a crease, but that's just a $35 start, okay? And then over here, this Kiss item is sold to Stacy Metternich for $32. Stacy, I thought that would get even more bids. And then somebody else said, Chad, is there any Kiss tonight? More Kiss? Is there any way we can bid on more Kiss records? I'm here for all the Kiss stuff you advertised. This is Kiss. This is the Love Gun poster pull-out. Once again, sealed original, $25 start on that. $25 start on Kiss Love Gun. There's 3 6 Mafia. There's Kiss. And I'm going to lay this right over here. 2 more people have commented. Is this the Kiss show? I'm here to buy nothing but Kiss records. Wow. Okay, I better call that guy here locally that has that Kiss collection for sale and say, listen, buddy, 1 or 2 things. We're buying your Kiss collection whether you like it or not. I'm bringing Luca Brasi with me, okay? Yeah, if you've seen Godfather 1, you know where this is going. Okay, I'm going to be like, listen, Luca Brasi's coming with me. We're not leaving there until our trailer's full of your Kiss stuff. There's 2 ways we can do this. All right. Here we go. Let's just recap this crate. There's only a handful, and then I'm going to go right into another one. We have Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog. Joni Mitchell was $19.99. Modern English Start, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. We have the Moody Blues, The Present, $14.99 on the Moody Blues. Van Morrison, Into the Music, $34.99. Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision, $34.99. Missing Persons, $19.99. Alison Moyet, Alf, $19.99. UB40, Jeffrey Morgan, $24.99. Stephen Stills, Right By You, $19.99. The Call, Modern Robins, $19.99. UB40, Rat in the Kitchen, $24.99. The Swim Pool Q's, $19.99. And the Doobie Brothers Stampede, $14.99. Shane Lando on Modern English. Brian Call second, okay? So the last bid on Kiss was Brian Call at $35, final call. 3 6 Mafia, $35 start, no bid yet. And we have another auction going up right now. And that next auction, if you're ready, I'm ready, is Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. This looks really cool. It's an all-analog remaster, 20th anniversary, 180 gram, and Pink Floyd is a $55 start. $55 start on that. Let's go right into another crate. I'm going to take a peek at them, and maybe we can find something that looks just as crazy as that. Okay, we need a slot over here for this empty. How about I put a puzzle up? Let's do a puzzle to fill that slot for a second. Iron Maiden Power Slave puzzle, $24.99, okay? Iron Maiden Power Slave puzzle. Oh boy, look at these records over here. Let's see. Let me take a peek at this one. Is there more 80s stuff like that? Golly, yeah, here we go. Oh, this needs to be auctioned. Maybe. Should we auction Johnny Hates Jazz? I think that's not in print. That in... I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. Those aren't in print. People's always looking for those. Holy moly, look how nice these are. Oh my gosh, does that have the hop sticker? Oh my gosh. Whoo, holy moly. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh gosh. Holy moly. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Here we go. And Lynch Mob. Who offered $6.99 for this? Somebody offered $6.99 for this. I didn't ignore you. I forgot. Jerry Torrey's got Lynch Mob for $6.99. Jerry Torrey's got this for $6.99. Okay, let me touch my toes. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Okay. So, brand new stuff here. Let's get started with the following. We've not sold whole yet. We have Pink Floyd at $56. 3 6 Mafia, $35. Kiss, $38. Kiss, $39. And then, okay, so over here, the last bid on Kiss over here was Brian Call at 39, David Tate, you're out. 3-6 Mafia, Robbie Summerlin, 35, final call. And amenities have Pink Floyd for 56, okay? First thing I have is Allman Brothers Beginnings. So this is the first two Allman Brothers albums packaged into one. So this includes Allman Brothers Self-Titled and Allman Brothers Idlewild South. It's a double LP. It does have a clip corner, $34.99. These are priced as marked. We have the Beatles 66 to 66, 62 to 66. This is the red album from Capitol, super clean, $39.99, and I'll go ahead and show you the blue in case you want to buy those together. There's both sets, blue and red, $39.99. That's the Capitol pressings, very nice. Blotto, B-L-O-T-T-O, this is Combo Amico. That's $19.99, and we have Blind Faith, oh, one of my favorites. Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood. It is the second cover, but nice, and Blind Faith is $34.99. And we have Ice House, Primitive Man. Ice House is $19.99, and Icicle Works does have a clip corner. Typically, that means one or two things, a promo or a cutout bin record. This has the hype sticker on it, $19.99 on that one. Shane Lando on I'm Wasted and I Can't Find My Way Home. There's that. That's sold to Shane. 3-6 Mafia is sold to Robbie Summerlin. And this is sold to Robbie Summerlin. And this is sold to Robbie Summerlin for $35. Amenities gets the Pink Floyd for just $56. And Brian Call, you get the Kiss, by the way, at $39, okay? So that's sold to Amenities $56, and Brian Call gets this Kiss item for $39. All right, there's that, there's that. The Beatles, the newest edition, no. So those originally came out on Apple in the early 70s, and then Capitol repressed them a couple times, black vinyl, colored vinyl. So those are like early mid-70s. Those are like mid-70s pressings, mid-70s. Here's a random bonus auction. Johnny Hates Jazz, gold stamp promo, $20 start with hop sticker. It's got a saw mark, probably because it's a cutout. It has the original on her sleeve. That album's not in print. Johnny Hates Jazz. It looks like it's brand new, and it's an OG promo, gold stamp promo. $20 start on that, okay? That's now up for bid. Now let me pull something else. Somebody mentioned, do we have another Hole album tonight with Courtney Love? If so, I didn't realize that. What's on Icicle? Give me 1 second on that one. And then Joe DeGaldo, you're second on Blind Faith. Everything I need, Men at Work. I was about to say, I've never seen that one. It's a 12-inch single. Still haven't never seen it, though. $9.99 on that one. And we have Jean-Michel Jarre. This is Rendezvous. $9.99 on that one. And Bob and Doug McKenzie. $19.99. Great White North featuring Geddy Lee on a track from Rush. $19.99 on that one. Let's grab another auction. I have the Seeds. I have the Ramones. I have Quaker City Nighthawks. Widespread Panic. Costello. Talk Talk. J. Roddy Walston, Bowie, Bonnie Raitt, Wu-Tang, Jay-Z, Natural Child, Uncle Acid. I have Mad Season, Pretty Lights, The Shins, Panic at the Disco. This looks like Neil Young, and Hole. Here it is, Celebrity Skin. Hole is a 2014 music on vinyl press, $75 start. Looks like there's a light crease going up the cover here, but the vinyl is nice, near mint. Hole is a $75 start. Phil Freeman on Bob and Doug McKenzie, that's sold. And then Michael Salazar on the Men at Work 12-inch single, that's sold. And Pretty Lights. You keep asking for that, and I keep forgetting about you. Let me find that. Hives, Rage, Buckcherry. What is exactly Pretty Lights? Let me see if I can get a comp on that. Quaker City, Widespread, Costello. That might have been one of those that I skipped over just a second ago. Wu-Tang, Jay-Z, Natural Child, Uncle Acid, Mad Seed, Pretty Lights. Here we go. I got it for you. Pretty Lights, that's why I couldn't find it. It's a 10-inch. It's a 2014 record store day, limited to 2,750, $75 start. Some copies have sold for as much as 200 sealed. The Hidden Shade, $75 start on that. Okay. Next thing is Bob and Doug. Matt Peavy, you were second. Do you have Oxygen? If I do, it will pop up in a crate tonight. Holes at 75, and then Pretty Lights is at 80. Okay. Johnny Hates Jazz is at 22. Final call. Ultravox Quartet. So if you're just joining us, we're going through brand new collection stuff. This is really nice looking stuff. Everything I've seen so far. $19.99. Looks like it's all came from pretty much the same batch. So there's no check condition stuff tonight. These are all EX Plus or better. Really, really nice. Eric Clapton, there's one in every crowd. Eric Clapton's $24.99. Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo. Paul Carrick is a gold stamp promo, $14.99 on that. And then Retrospective, the best of Buffalo Springfield. And this is a yellow Atco label, and that's really clean. These are all sticker price. That has Stop, Hey, What's That Sound? And the Boomtown Rats Mondo Bongo, $19.99 on Boomtown Rats. This feels like a foreign copy. It is. This is, it's got to be. Where is this from? I'm not for sure. Let me see if the back jacket has any. There's nothing on the back jacket. Marketed by Polygram. It's definitely it's a European copy for sure. $19.99 on that. All right, Johnny Hates Jazz is sold to Amenities for $22. That's done. And somebody delivered me a whole tray of cassettes over here. I've got another Kiss item, and then I got to go get the Kiss comic, and then I have more Kiss stuff unadvertised. It's only 8:30, by the way, so hopefully everybody can stick with us at least a couple more hours, 2.5 more hours as we get through all the auctions. I'm not for sure what this is. Oh, it's a tab book. Okay. I honestly have not even opened it until right now. This is a guitar or tab book for Kiss Destroyer. Very cool. This is an original item from the 70s, probably. It's got to be probably right when this album came out, which is what, 76 or so. Destroyer is a $10 start. $10 start on the Destroyer tab book, okay? Springfield was $29. Sorry, I must have not set a price. $29.99. $29.99. And yes, I'm going to try to mix in more cassettes too. Let's do a Queensryche I've never seen before. Maybe once, but here in the Now Frontier, Queensryche cassette. Now here in the Now Frontier, $10 start on the Queensryche cassette. We have Ultravox Vienna. Ultravox Vienna is $19.99, and Hooters Nervous Night. Hooters is $14.99, and the Beatles $65. An Apple Press, $39.99. Very nice on that. The Beatles, $39.99, and Whitney Houston self-titled, $24.99 for Whitney Houston self-titled. That is available, okay? Next thing over here I have is, here's the last bids. We started out with Hole at 75, and then Pretty Lights got a bid for 80, and then Hole 75, 77. Buffalo Springfield 29. Buffalo Springfield 29. Hole got a new bid for 80. Kiss has a bid for 15, and then somebody bid 11. Red Betty on Ultravox. This is sold to Red Betty 67. Will Smith's in second. Kiss got a new bid for 20. Mike Will on Whitney Houston. Kiss got a bid for 16. Hole 83. And then here's Queensryche at $10. Queensryche at $10. And Pretty Lights is sold to Ray for 80. No suspicious people tonight. No, my brother Nathan just brought up a good story. I hadn't even told customers what happened to me last night. So I had to get the police involved last night at the store, like in the middle of the night. I show up, well, it wasn't that late. It was only about 11. I get out of my car last night. Nobody here at the store. I'm coming in to do my normal night shift on a Sunday if I'm not doing a stream, so I get here like 10, 11. I'm unlocking my front door to the store, and I look over to my left, and it appears to be what is a human being wrapped up in blankets laying on my front porch. Now, bear in mind, it was, what, 25 degrees outside last night? And it kind of startled me. I was like, whoa. Is this somebody alive? Is this somebody dead? There's literally a body wrapped up in blankets on my porch. And they had positioned themselves where they were in the shadows right behind our dump trailer, kind of. It was like they was right in a shadow. So I go inside the building. I don't walk over to it, and I open up the door and I peek out. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure this person's not alive. I mean, because I looked at it, and we got cameras all over the place, and I was like, they're not moving. I was like, I think they're dead. So I text everybody in my family in the group chat, because I didn't think anybody else was awake. I was like, hey, I want to let everybody know right now, for legal purposes, I think there's a body on our front porch. So I called Lebanon police, and they all show up. They come inside, and there's like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, first of all, see if it's a human and see if it's alive. And if it is, just tell them to leave, or maybe you can take them somewhere inside. Is there a shelter or something, you know? So it was somebody homeless. They had drunk a whole bottle of Crown Royal. Well, what was left of it, they poured it out. But they woke them up and they told them to leave. So I was like, man, I don't want to walk over and be like, hey, are you okay? And then they wake up and like stab me or shoot me or something. So the cops came and he left. But he brought me a bottle. I saw him pour it out, and he said he admitted to drinking this entire bottle of Crown Royal, so he was intoxicated. But I think they are out there talking to him for a long time. I think they probably knew he was a local homeless, so I think they just said, hey, hit the road, Jack. Hit the road, Jack. So, but I was pretty concerned. I was like, man, somebody's like thrown a dead body on our front porch. Like somebody's been involved in a mob hit, and there's a dead body on our porch. But they were just homeless, and so I was like, man, we got people coming here early in the morning. I was like, we can't have a homeless person laying on our front porch. So, yeah, interesting. That took up 2 hours of my night last night. So I've had a crazy last 24 hours. Homeless people, cops, invoices crashing, 50,000 records dropped off. I'm doing a deal, a big deal for Collectco I can't talk about yet. I've been negotiating with an agent, emails, messages, another deal. So I'm glad y'all are here and y'all are okay with delays. Okay, sorry, but that was story time's over. Holes at $83, Kiss is at $25, Holes at $85, Kiss is at $25, Kiss is at $26, Kiss is at $28, and then over here we have Queensryche here in the Now Frontier. Queensryche is a $10 buy it now. Queensryche is a no bid, $10 buy it now on that. So $10 buy it now. I do carry. I have a gun on me at all times. So, I mean, when I got out of my vehicle, I was like, you know, I wasn't worried because I was like, they're either passed out, drunk, or dead. But I couldn't believe somebody was out laying on a porch at 20-degree weather. But yeah, people usually sleep on our benches, and I've got out before. This one guy was sleeping on the bench one night, and I said, hey, what's going on? He's like, man, I just need a place to sleep. I was like, okay, but you got to be gone by like 6 when employees start getting here. So, and I was like, you can't do this again. But I'll let one guy pass one night, but I mean, there's a lot of homeless people in Lebanon. I mean, we're just east of Nashville. Of course, if you go to Nashville, they're everywhere. Okay, Human League is $24.99. Great stuff here. $24.99 the Human League. Great stuff here in this new arrival crate. Human League is beautiful with hop sticker. And we have Joe Jackson's Jump and Jive. Joe Jackson is $19.99. And we have David Johansen, Sweet Revenge, $9.99 on that. Okay, over here, Hole Celebrity Skin. The last bid on Hole is, the last bid on Hole was Jeremy Roark at $85. Jeremy Roark at $85. And then Kiss, the last bid was $30 with David Tate. Okay, so we still got 2 live auctions. We got 2 live auctions over here. And then we have Hole. The last bid on Hole was $85. This is a Kiss tab book. We've already sold the Kiss posters. We sold the Ace Frehley notebook. Here's the next item. Victor Guerra has this at $29, by the way. Now it's at $30. We sold Human League to Shane Lando. That is sold to Shane. And then over here, we have Hole at $90 and Kiss is at $31 and Sean Miller on David. So we're in this new arrival crate. Awesome new stuff here. All buy it now, best offer. Nobody bought Queensryche, right? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is the Seeds. This is the Seeds. It's a 66 mono in VG condition, a web of sound. And this is not an easy record to come by. The Seeds is a $25 start. Also, we have Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. And if you're just joining us, everything in this collection we're putting out here, $34.99. So the next several weeks at Collectco, collections are going to become blurred almost, because when we have 50,000 new records show up and it's all premium stuff, the first wave after people start realizing starting tomorrow, there's definitely going to be nothing but new stuff. You can expect probably a lot of people watching, but there's something you got to do. Night after night, you can't give up watching. because every night there's going to be stuff like this put out until Paul literally goes out and starts buying more. We'll go through it fast. We'll go through it fiercely. Patty Williams on Queens Rock. Sorry, I must have missed that. That's sold to Patty for $10. So you can count on tuning in any night at any given time, especially like right now, and we're going to be going through new stuff from this collection. The Beatles, live at the Star Club in Hamburg. That's a German press. $39.99 on the Beatles. And Jefferson Starship Spitfire. Jefferson Starship is $14.99. This has the original inner sleeve with it. Let me make sure we know where we're at on whole. Stephen Parton has whole at $90. The Kiss book is at $32, now $33, and the Seeds is at $27 with Chris Knapp. Brent and Chuck, y'all are both out on that one. Also over here we have Nina. It's All in the Game. We don't get that one as often as her other one. Gold Stamp Promo, Nina, $34.99. Everything I've looked at so far has been beautiful. John's probably cleaned all these, and they're just top, beautiful copies. Lewis Kulick on Jefferson Starship. Eric Clapton just one night. Another jacket known for having a lot of ring wear. And here gives you an example of how nice these are. I mean, a lot of these came from a guy that was in the music industry. He got them, probably either didn't play them or just barely handled them. So that was his story, and obviously they speak from themselves. $34.99 on that. Samuel Kopech on Nina. That is sold. And we have the band, The Last Waltz. We had a repress of this the other night, and this is an OG. It does have a minor clip seam or a notch mark on it right here at $44.99. First, Lewis Kulick on Eric Clapton and Stacey Mitternich on the Beatles. Sorry about that. Let's update where we're at on this Kiss stuff. Did this get another bid? The Kiss tab book. Victor has it for $33. I got to make sure David Tate didn't want to bid again. Okay, and then over here, the band sold to Matt Nichols. Are you going to do a pre-order for Black Label Society? Yes. The Seeds has a new bid for $31. Shane Lando's out. And then I think we're done on whole as well. Stevens had that for a while at $90. Mental as Anything, Creatures of Leisure. Mental as Anything is $14.99. Men at Work, Business as Usual. Wow, what a... Let me just get it out of the sleeve so you can see the gloss on the jacket. Look at that. It's like somebody just tore the cellophane off of it. Looks like the shrink was just tore off. $24.99 and the original inner sleeve. Yeah, amazing. $24.99. Laura says it's not available for pre-order. Okay, let me change my answer. I will post it for pre-order when it's in our system. They're also announcing they're repressing Rush, self-titled, not in that box set. They're going to repress Rush just as a single LP. I don't know if anybody saw that. As soon as that's available, I'll definitely post that, but they're remastering it, or it's already remastered. They're going to repress it in a single pocket LP where you don't have to buy that box set anymore. So that's going to be good. I think a lot of people's passed on that because they didn't want to buy that whole box. So when that's available, that's already on top of my list. Stephen, you get the whole for $90. And then over here, Seeds is still getting bids, and so is the Kiss book. David Tate bid $35. Victor Guerra, you're out on the Kiss book. Now Seeds is at $44. Men at Work is sold to Amenities, and then Lewis Kulick. And we have filled up another crate. I knew that would happen quickly with this stuff. There's still 2 more like this to go through. And guess what? Laura's going through stuff too. So awesome. Let me grab my crate right here, and let's grab another cassette right quick. This is Queens Rock, another one that's going to go up. This is Promised Land. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Seeds 41, Seeds 44, Seeds 43. Howard Jones 1-to-1. See how this has a promo, compliments of image, $24.99. It's going to be the story with a lot of these in here. And we have Joe Jackson Willpower. So this one actually has that original sticker on it. That's one that's something I never see. See how because if you don't have the sticker on here, you have no idea what this album's called. There's nothing on the spine. There's nothing on the back. And this is a gold stamp promo, and it has the Joe Jackson sticker wrapped around it. $19.99 on that with the original inner sleeve. That's pretty cool to see. I've only ever seen that maybe 1 or 2 other times, and they hadn't been near mint copies. We have Garland Jeffrey, Guts for Love. Garland Jeffries is $9.99. And Jason and the Scorchers, Fervor. A gold stamp promo, $19.99 on that. David, you've been outbid on Kiss. It's now at $36. David Tate had it at $35. And then Sandy Villa on Joe Jackson. And the Seeds right now is at $51. Let's put up another auction. Queens Rock, a $10 start. The short story on invoices is they've been delayed 24 hours. There's an error in the Square system. There's an error in the Square system. Basically, they're not letting us send invoices to your email anymore. So until we can figure out if they can reverse it, right now, no invoices for a while, at least for 24 hours, okay? We got Tanner and Ed on it first thing in the morning talking to Square directly. So hopefully tomorrow you'll start seeing them to your invoice, to your email. And there's also a good chance that you could, it could come from a different company, okay? We have a 2018 Record Store Day, Ramones, live in Glasgow, 1977, a $35 start. $35 start. This is a KISS tab book, KISS Destroyer. It's a tab book. We've already sold an Ace Frehley notebook tonight and a couple poster put-ons. And the reason I'm mentioning stuff we've already sold, because you know I have some OG KISS stuff and we're auctioning it off tonight. The next thing over here is Ramones is at 35. Eddie Brickell and the New Bohemians. Gold stamp promo. Looks beautiful. These jackets are also nice. I know y'all know the records are nice, but also when the jackets are just pristine too, it makes it just so much even better. Boys Brigade. Boys Brigade is $19.99, and the Blow Monkeys Animal Magic. The Blow Monkeys is $14.99. Super clean copy of that. Right now, the Ramones is at $40. Lord just dropped off a new arrival crate. That's going to be fun. Edie is $34.99. If you don't want it, Eddie Pasir does. We've not sold the hives yet. What about the seeds over here? I know we got up to 51, 55 with Chuck Haley. Chris Knapp and Shane Lando, y'all are out. Chuck Haley has it for 55. Victor Guerra has the KISS book. That's a final call. It's a guitar tab book. Okay, it's a guitar tab book, and the Ramones has one bid for 35. Nobody bid on Queensryche cassette. It's a $10 buy it now. Moving on, we have the Beatles 6, an Apple press. That would be early 70s, but man, look at the grade of this. Holy moly, that's nice. $39.99 on that. And over here, Blackfoot Strikes, $19.99. This has the original on her sleeve, and this has the big hit song on it, Train, Train, $19.99. That is your price gun. Laura just rightfully came and reclaimed her price gun. Over here we have Edie Brickell. So Eddie Pasir, this Edie is going to go to you. Gold stamp promo, thank you. And then back to the turntable is next. And then over here we have a pass, and then the Ramones at 55. Will Smithson on Blow Monkeys. Thank you on that. And then Danzig on Blackfoot. Matt Nichols was second. And let's go ahead and sell the KISS Destroyer book. This is officially sold to Victor Guerra for $36, okay? That's sold for $36. Nina, we had one earlier. Here's her other very popular one, 99 Red Balloons. This is a superb copy, $34.99 on that. I think we might be done on the seeds. The last bid that came in was Chuck Haley at 55, and speaking of 55, that's what the Ramones is at right now. Shane has the Ramones at 55. Both of those are at 55. Next thing is Randy Newman, Trouble in Paradise. Randy Newman is $14.99. And then Naked Eyes. We had a Japanese pressing last week. Here's a gold stamp promo, super clean, $24.99 on that. And then amenities on Nina, 99 Luft Balloons. We have Roxy Music, the Atlantic years, 1973, 1980, a gold stamp promo, Roxy Music compilation. And this is in the original Atco Atlantic inner sleeve. Superb. One good thing about everything in here, these are all just absolutely beautiful. Here's our next cassette. This is going to be Wasp, self-titled. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Wasp, $10 start on that. And we have Q-Feel. Q-Feel is $9.99. Gold stamp promo with the hop sticker. I mean, that's just a beautiful copy there. These are all just phenomenal. A lot of upgrades. Some people could do some serious upgrading in this crate. Billy and the Beaters is $14.99. And then the Allman Brothers. This is the first cover I've seen any kind of sign of wear. $34.99 for Eat a Peach, a classic album. That is one of my favorites there. That is so good. That's super clean vinyl, $34.99, okay? The Seeds is sold to Chuck Haley. The Seeds is sold to Chuck Haley. And this is sold to him for $55. And somebody just asked if the Ramones had sold yet. Well, I was about to. It's been a final call with Shane Lando at $55. Final call was Shane Lando at $55, okay? And then Wasp has bids for 10 and 10. This is all brand new stuff here. Back to the turntable on Allman Brothers. Yes, this is all brand new collection stuff. Superb, high grade. I'm just going to browse through these one more time quickly. Maybe just read off some of the titles, if anything. Brent, you just missed the Seeds. And Naked Eyes, I think, was self-titled at $24.99. Let's look at that one more time. I think it's it's called Feel for the Fire. $24.99 on that, okay? And then Shane Lando, you're going to get the Ramones for $55. Clay Moore, you're out on Wasp. Gregory's bid came in first. Let's put up another auction. Let's auction a Roxy Music. There was one just a moment ago in the crate. Here's the original cover. As you can see, Laura's had to censor it. Original on her sleeve, EX edition, and that's a 75 Monarch, a $25 start, okay? So next thing I have in here was Allman Brothers Beginnings. If you need a price, let me know. The Beetle 6266 red, the Beetle 6770 blue. We have Blotto. I had Ice House Primitive Man, Ice House, and then Icicle Works. Also Jean-Michel Jarre Rendezvous, Ultravox Quartet, and Eric Clapton. There's one in every crowd. If you need a price on any of these, let me know. Let's go ahead and do another one. Let's do another 80s. Talk, It's My Life. An 84 Winchester OG VG Plus, $20 start on that. Wasp has a new bid for $12. Roxy has a bid for $27. And Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo. Paul Carrick is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Boomtown Rats was a UK copy, I believe, $19.99. The Beatles are $39.99 each. They're capital pressings. They're super, super nice. I've got red and blue. Also, Best of Buffalo Springfield was $29. Hooters Nervous Night. The Beatles 65. Joe Jackson Jumpin' Jive. And Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Okay? Let's go back up here. Roxy 27. Wasp 12. Wasp 15. Michael Jackson Dangerous. If you still want a copy, I can put you on a waiting list. It is $38.99. And then Beck Odelay is $33.99. Roxy's at $25. There's already a bid for $27. Talk has a bid for $20. And Michael Hamburger wants the Beatles blue, okay? That leaves the Beatles red. And then I had Mental as Anything, Creatures of Leisure. That one was $14.99. Howard Jones 1-to-1. Garland Jeffries, Jason and the Scorchers, Boys Brigade, the Beatles 6. Randy Newman, Roxy Music, Q-Feel, and then Billy and the Beaters. Billy and the Beaters. I'm going to take a drink of Diet Coke right quick. Believe me, I need it. All right, nice. Okay, awesome. So Clay Moore, it's up to you on Wasp. Michael has it for 15, final call. Talk's at 20, and Rick Berrien, Chris Knapp's bid came in first at 27. Mental as Anything, so to Mike Massey, thank you on that. And details on Beck. Beck is a new sealed copy of Odelay 33. If you want me to order you a Michael Jackson Dangerous, that won't be a problem. Waiting list $38.99. And then Slayer was just added, 44. The Iron Maiden Puzzle's 24. Let's do another crate of this vintage pre-owned stuff that John marked. Then we'll probably do a Laura crate and then go ahead and do the other crate John marked. But I kind of peeked at this one earlier. I see Leonard Skinner, Manfred Mann, Marshall Tucker, Dylan, more 80s stuff, and everything looks really clean and really nice. So let's go ahead and go through these. We're going to try to get through all the newest stuff as early as possible. If you hadn't heard, Square invoicing, problematic. We're going to try to talk to them tomorrow. There's a good chance we could lose hours of man labor with a couple of bad clicks, so we're being very careful. We're at the mercy of somebody else's software, a big company, and I'm worried that a couple wrong refreshes and like all of our data is lost, and we have to key in everything we sold last week, thousands of items, days and days of man labor, so we can just get, and then we would be far behind on this week. That's worst case scenario. Hopefully we can get Square, somebody hop on the totem pole tomorrow and be like, hey, we need y'all to revert our account pre-update so we can send out this invoices, and then we'll go from there. But that's the deal. Update probably by tomorrow morning. I'll still be awake and I'll be letting y'all know what's going, or you'll just start seeing them show up in your email. Tim Vigari gets Beck. Thank you on that one. Wasp is at 20, now 25. Talk, just one bid, so to Will Smithson for 20. And Roxy Music is sold to Chris Knapp for 37. All right. I need to go get that other Kiss stuff, but before I do that, we need to put up another auction. And that other auction is Mad Season. Man, River of Deceit. There's Lane Stanley. Awesome. Mad Seasons on red vinyl. I've never seen this before. It was a record store day from 2012. It's numbered on red vinyl, and it's a $50 start. Mad Season. I've been listening to that other song of that album too. Around, down, around, down. That's how it sounds. I can't do Lane Staley. I'll leave that up to him. Chris Knapp got Roxy Music for 27. Yes, Supertramp. Once again, right into these records that are just beautiful. I mean, look, virtually no signs of wear on the jacket. Still has all the gloss. I mean, when I say it still has gloss, I mean, usually this thing is worn and then it starts having ring wear. The gloss has been worn off and then it starts getting into the jacket. This is exceptionally nice. $19.99. Original inner sleeve. I have not seen a record that hasn't had an inner sleeve or a company inner sleeve yet. $19.99 on Supertramp. Sting, the Dream of the Blue Turtles, superb hop sticker. $24.99 on Sting. And then the best of split ends. Best of split ends. History Never Repeats. $24.99 on that one. Amenities on Supertramp. Mad Season's a $50 start. Wasp is sold to Gregory for $25. Our next auction is going to be Wasp, The Last Command. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And then we have Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, $14.99 for Bruce. And then Greetings from Asbury Park, back-to-back from the Boss. A really nice looking copy here. $19.99 on that. And then Warren Zevon, Wanted, Dead or Alive. He did it before Bon Jovi did. $19.99. Mad Season is a 12-inch, it's a 10-inch single, essentially. It's River of Deceit, one of their best they did, and I don't know anything live. It's a limited edition 2000, hand-numbered on red vinyl, $50 start on that. That's our next cassette auction. Let me grab another over here. Somebody asked for the Hives earlier. I'm almost positive that's still available. Lex Hives, the Hives, Lex Hives. Yep. The Hives, Lex Hives. That's the name of the album. And this is sealed. It's a 2012 OG, $55 star. Really clean, really nice records in here. And let me put something over here in the corner so we have something nice and pretty to look at. Thank you for the water. I'm going to need that too. We have, I'm going to put an Iron Maiden puzzle back there for the meantime. So those are puzzles in the corner. First is Kevin LeBeatty on both Bosses. Springsteens, those are nice copies, thank you. Eric Van Leuven on Bruce Springsteen, or excuse me, Eric Van Leuven on Warren Zevon, thank you. Kevin LeBeatty next. Will Smithson on Split Ends. And right now that just leaves Sting. Everything else is sold. Mad Season has a bid. There's the Hives, there's Wasp, and Squeeze, Babylon and On. The Squeeze is $19.99. This has the hop sticker. $19.99. Original inner sleeve. $19.99. And then Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. Nice. A gold stamp promo. Interesting. So this is mastered by Bob Ludwig. He did all four sides, but he only initialed one. And let me see if it's on this one. Either way, this is Bob Ludwig. Super clean, gold stamp promo, $36.99 on that. Another Supertramp. This one feels like a foreign copy, $19.99. This is a UK. This is a UK copy of Supertramp, $14.99. Nashville Tiger on Steely Dan. That was a nice copy. And then Martha and the Muffins, Trance and Dance. Martha and the Muffins is $19. Let me pause right there for just a second. Let me go grab a box of the Kiss stuff. And the Hives doesn't have a bid yet. Neither does Wasp. Those are going to be buying else pretty soon. Mad Season's nice. No condition notes. I think it may be EX, but nothing wrong with it at all. $50 start on that. I'm going to go ahead and run the Kiss comic. I got the Kiss comic to run. And I have a Dennis Rodman signed jersey. If anybody's interested in the Dennis Rodman jersey. Did I post that? I didn't. I photographed it, but I didn't post it. Oh, well. Well, now you know. Let me grab this here. This is a Kiss. This Kiss stuff, we've had it for a while. This is what happens when we move stuff in front of racks and we look on bottom shelves and there's like boxes. There's U-Haul boxes and this was in a Lowe's moving box. And it says stuff like this, and I go, uh-oh. It says Kiss, framed 1978 pictures. and I open it up. I'm like, oh, more Kiss stuff I didn't know we had. And I've told you before, even if you come in here for weeks and dug around this back room, so I was like, Chad, I'll come in there and dig out every Kiss item you have as long as I get first dibs. I'm like, buddy, you would die in here. There's no way. I could spend months in here digging through stuff and you're not going to find it all. Here's the Kiss comic. This is the Marvel Super Comic Special, issue number 1. The cover is detached, okay? The cover is completely detached. It'd be a good one maybe to take that off if you want to actually hold one to read. This would be a great one to actually hold and read. You don't have to worry about messing up the cover. It's already completely detached, but awesome artwork. They did awesome with this. The story that involves Doctor Doom. And Kiss is going to go up for a $55 start. Okay? Loose cover. We'll put it in a new board and bag for you, of course, but $55 start on that. All right, so let's go back up to the top. And we sold Warren Zevon. Nashville got Steely Dan. Ivan on MM for Martha and the Muffins. And then let me go back up the top. The Hives is sealed. It's Lex Hives. It's sealed, a 2012 $55 start. Mad Season has a bid for $55, and Kiss has a bid for $55, $55, $55, okay? Here we have Joe Jackson, and Joe Jackson Look Sharp is the double 10-inch, $34.99 on that. Wasp is a buy it now for $10. 2 cassettes available, Queensryche and Wasp, $10 and $10 on those, no bids. Next is the Marshall Tucker Band. And this is $14.99. Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Greetings from South Carolina. Don't get that one as often. Warren Zevon self-titled, $34.99 for Warren Zevon. This is a superb copy, $34.99, his self-titled album. Once again, brand new stuff, and this is phenomenal condition stuff. Really, really nice and clean. We have the Best of ZZ Top, $34.99 for the Best of ZZ Top. Once again, super nice. No condition notes on any of these. And then we have Tony Banks, The Fugitive. Tony Banks from Genesis, Gold Stamp Promo, $12.99, okay? So we left off. Kiss opened up at $55, $55, $55. Mad Season got a new bid for $75. So T-Base bid $75 on Mad Season. Kiss got a bid for $65. And then we had another bid on Mad Season, but it's still at $75. HJN1228 wants both cassettes. Who is HJN? If you're new, let me know. Or if you're a regular under a new handle, let me know, okay? I got you down for the cassettes, 10 and 10. Tony McDaniel on MT for Marshall Tucker. Kevin LeBady on the superb Warren Zevon. And then Sean Miller was next. And no button with Look Sharp. No, unfortunately not. You know, and a couple of times now I've seen those Joe Jackson buttons, and I know what they go to now. Next time I find one, I'm going to start keeping it, but no button. I haven't seen one in a while. Kiss comic has a new bid for $75. So let's go ahead and make Hives a buy it now, okay? I think there's only one person interested. They do not need it, so that's okay. A $55 buy it now. Let's look at Mad Season again. Very cool. There's Lane Staley on the front from Alice in Chains. This is a 10-inch single, River of Deceit, and I don't know anything live. It's a record store day numbered. They did 2,000 back in 2012, and this is on red vinyl, and it's nice. The last bid was $75. Same price for the Kiss comic. It is the original Marvel Comic Super Special, issue number 1. The cover is detached. The cover is completely detached. The high bid right now is $85. Now, I've sold these for, right now, this would be the cheapest I've ever sold one. I've sold some in the hundreds. I've sold some for more than $500. And we had one really high grade one time, CGC graded, that sold for over $1,000. If you want to get these in the 9.2s and the 9.6s, they can get up over $1,000. It depends on how. At that point, it becomes not only a Kiss collectible, but for people who collect comics too. So it's a crossover. There's that. And then we have next, and over here we have, it's Heath Norman. Okay, Heath Norman on the 2 cassettes. That's HJN, Heath N, HN, Heath Norman. Okay, thank you on that one. And we have, I'm against all it's me's. That's a Seinfeld quote. Hey, it's me. That's a Seinfeld quote. Nick Lowe, the Abominable Showman, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99, and Concerts for the People of Kampuchea. That is $26.99. That's a great 2 LP. I told you about Paul McCartney that night when I seen him playing every night. He does a live version of on here that's amazing. That's great tracks from Paul. You also get the Clashes on here, the Pretenders, the Who, Queens on here. That's $26.99. And then over here we have Woodstock 2. Wow. I was about to say the cover, even though there's some child nudity on it, sorry, the cover looks very vivid. 39. Don't take that out of context. $39.99. I noticed something was up because usually the U.S. covers are blurry, probably for a good reason. But these were just hippie childs. They didn't know. They didn't know they were going to be on the cover of a platinum album. I don't think this was platinum, but it sold a bunch. That's a phenomenal copy. Woodstock is $39.99. Mad Season's at $90. And the last bit on the Kiss comic was $95. So, wow, those are about the same right now. Let me grab another, well, before I do another Kiss item, let me go ahead and put up Goo Goo Dolls. Here's a little bit later cassette, A Boy Named Goo. That's a $10 start on that. And Michelle Clements on Woodstock. There's another cool cassette. Michelle Clements on Woodstock. I got a whole tray over here. Let me see if I can show them to y'all right quick on top view. I don't know where they come from. I don't know if they were new or if they were discovered in the back on a rack. Boy, I sound like Dr. Seuss. Back on a rack next to a stack. Stop being a hack. Look at all this that's in this rack. I wish somebody would come over here and scratch my back. Next is Mad Season 95, Kiss is at 100. Would I do the Hives for 45? What if we split the difference? That's an old-fashioned split the difference, and we call it a 50. And then we have Come Fly With Me, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Come Fly With Me, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Speaking of Dr. Seuss, the other night I got interested. I was like, signed books. I have a couple. I wonder what other signed books would be really cool to have. And I was like, man, you know what would be cool to have? A signed Dr. Seuss book. And then I looked up what legit copies sell for, and I'm like, you know what? I don't need a signed Dr. Seuss book anymore. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Fleetwood Mac Live, a double LP, $34.99 for Fleetwood Mac Live. And the Firm, this one's really cool for 2 reasons. Make it 5 reasons. 1, it has the hop sticker. 2, it's a gold stamp promo. 3, it has the inner sleeve. 4, it's near minus. 5, it's Jimmy Page and Paul Rogers. $24.99. Also, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Could it? Could it possibly have the poster? Could it possibly have the poster? I knew it. It felt like it. This is good for a lot of reasons. 1, the cover has almost no signs of wear, $39.99, and it has the Milton Glasser poster. And I bet if it's this nice, I bet oh, yeah, let's not even unopen it. This poster looks like it's never been opened. Man, it is on the second label, but it is man, it smells like a brand, it has that amazing, like, new, old smell to it. I'm not one to smell records live during the sale, but some of these are just phenomenal. I'm in shock. I kind of want to just take them all home and go home and just listen to music until we fix all this invoicing problem. Mad Season's at 95. Kiss is at 100. Kiss is at 105. Joseph Ellis said deal on the Hives. This is sold to Joseph Ellis for 50. Mad Season's at 100. And do you have a Napa Valley CD? I haven't seen a CD one in a while. No. Kevin LeBady on the Frank Sinatra. Thank you. Come Fly With Me. And then Michelle Clements on the Firm. Thank you, Michelle. That's so to you. The Goo Goo Dolls has a bid for 10. Patrick Lear on Bob. And then Victor Guerra. And then actually give it to Victor Guerra. Okay, so this is sold to Victor Guerra. And then next would be Dynamite Danielle. Kiss is at 110. And then Shane next on Dylan. Then C. Puckett. Okay, over here we have Madness, Mad Not Mad. Once again, another gold stamp promo. Super clean, $34.99. That was a great deal on the Dylan for that poster, even though it's not the first 2i label. The poster in there. John Bergenstorm got Goo Goo Dolls for 10. Okay, we got a lot going on with the auctions. Wayne Carr has Kiss for 110. Once again, the original. The cover's detached. Like I said, perfect for a lower grade copy if that doesn't matter. And if you don't want to worry about messing up the cover, you can literally pop it right off and you can actually hold it and read it. And it has the, I didn't even show this, it does have the centerfold still. It still does have this centerfold here. Some of these are ripped out. these pages here, right? Or is it supposed to have like another poster right there? No, maybe that's it. I think that's what's supposed to be in there. There's where they use their blood, evidently. I forgot what they said, though. The blood got put into another comic or something. I forgot what somebody said. There's been so many rumors about that. Madness is sold to Michael Butler. I don't know what the real story is. And then there's another 2 LP with poster, another complete, beautiful copy, $39.99. So we have Kiss at $115. So over here, Wayne Carr's out. What about Mad Season? Rob Fordham's out. T-Bass had it for $100. T-Base had it for $100. We're about to sell that for $100. That's the Mad Season. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. It got put into Sports Illustrated. There you go. There was some guy reading about Hank Aaron in Sports Illustrated, and he was holding Gene Simmons' blood. We have Panic at the Disco. All My Friends Were Glorious. Death of a Bachelor tour live. Panic at the Disco, a 2017 limited edition, was never released on any physical format and has been out of print since. So this was the first time it was on vinyl. It's never been put out on CD or cassette or anything else, and this was the only time it's ever been pressed. $55 start on that, okay? Over here, we have a request for Tesla. You got it. Mad Season has a new bid for $105. T-Base, you out. Let me make sure Wayne Carr doesn't want to bid again on Kiss. The new high bid was $115. And then Mad Season still getting a bid. And we have Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. This has the song Boys of Summer on it. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. The Boys of Summer. Nobody on the road, nobody on the beach. I can feel in the air, empty lake. Long something in a Cadillac. This mentions about out on the road today. I saw a Deadhead sticker on a Cadillac, $19.99. Rest in peace, Bob Weir. I've been watching. I got halfway through it and I realized I was going to spend an hour if I didn't pause watching the CBS Sunday morning thing on Bob Weir. David Tate on Don Henley. Kevin LeBeatty on the Eagles. So we had Eagles back-to-back there, essentially. Don Henley and then the Eagles live. And then Bruce Hornsby in the Range live. The Way It Is tour. Boy, I've never seen this before. This don't ring a bell with me. $24.99. It's got like a sticker over the back cover. Bruce Hornsby in the Range. Is this a promo? It is. It's a white label promo. I figured. I don't think that was sold in stores. Bruce Hornsby live, $24.99. And Martha and the Muffins, Dance Spark. That is $14.99. Okay, we have Mad Season still getting bids. Wayne's done on Kiss, sold. Kiss Comic is sold to Brad Waits for $115. Panic at the Disco does not have a bid yet, right? Final call for a $55 start. I'm going to lay these 2 Kiss items right in here. Getting a little bit pile going. So right now we're going through a new crate of new stuff from this awesome new collection. I know that's a lot of news, but it's true. And I have not really walked back here in the back room. I hope Tanner took a before and after picture. I can take the after picture because too much hadn't been moved around. But we had finally got this back room essentially empty, which is the first time I think it's been like that since 2019, maybe 2020. Not empty, but a big section of it had got empty. And now, guess what? It is completely full. It is completely full of vinyl. And all the stuff that was back there, I was letting so much stuff go for $2. Wednesday when we reopen, you probably want to be here if you can come and dig around. Tesla, Bust a Nut, $10 start on that one, okay? We have Martha sold to Steve Riley. Chady sold me an autograph copy of the Bruce Hornsby. That was probably from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Let me tell you how deep I got digging through tubs. I found a whole tub from Dale's Pittsburgh collection with about that many autographs. The Dillards, who was some of the other ones? Moorcock. It's some of those blues people he really liked. I mean, I was finding stuff from 3 and 4 years ago that we hadn't touched back there yet. And, of course, I filled up 12 crates of great stuff that I'm going to try to mark or have Laura or Paul mark for me as well. So, man, we got a lot of cool stuff. I was finding stuff I had no idea we still had back there. Bruce Hornsby sold to Travis Woods. These are all sticker price right now. Boy, are we done on Mad Season. T-Base is out. It's about to be sold to Chris Frazier for $120. Tesla does have a bid for $120. I think most of these are pretty nice. Oh, yeah, that's good. Nice pad. Clean cartridge, and it has the artwork booklet with it. So, yeah. It's pretty nice. Okay, moving on. Hey, there's an OG Steve Martin. That's the other one. Let's Get Small. So Comedy's Not Pretty, Wild and Crazy Guy, and then the Steve Martin Brothers. I can order new copies. There's an original for $14.99. Bruce Springsteen, The River. I think I might go ahead and go through Laura's crate next, or we can go ahead and knock out this other vintage. Might go ahead and knock out the other vintage crate, and then I'll probably leave us back-to-back Laura crates. Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind. $14.99. I don't have to tell you on every one of them. These are just all really nice. Supertramp. Once again, this cover I usually see with a lot of ringwear. It still has the original gloss, live Supertramp, double LP, $34.99. It looks like it's brand new. Tesla 10, Tesla 20, Tesla 25. Mike Pierce on Steve Martin. That's done. Tony McDaniel next. Nobody bid on Panic at the Disco. That's a $55 buy it now. And Mad Season is sold to Chris Frazier. So you can pick up Panic for the buy it now, and Mad Season sold to Chris Frazier for $120, okay? Still got awesome stuff over here to put up for auction. And now we need another Kiss. So the Kiss stuff, I was going to show you. So I don't know if any of this is significant enough to y'all, but like he had wrote on this. Well, actually, before I do that, let me do this one right here. So I forgot what some of these came with, and you can tell how nice and peculiar this guy was, I mean, he put everything in baggies and he had it labeled. So this is Paul Stanley. I think this is part of a fan. Well, it says Kiss Army. I'll let y'all be the determinant. That's those stand-ups, you see. Yeah, I know what those are. I forgot what it came with, though. Maybe with Kiss Army inserts or a fan club. But it's got two little slits. It's like a cardboard stand-up thing. He's put it in a frame. I don't know if we'd be better off taking it out of the frame to ship it. I can leave that up to y'all, but it's a $10 start, okay? So we'll put that one up first. Paul Stanley. Everything's really taken care of with this guy's Kiss stuff. We've had this stuff for a while. Getting down to a few boxes I forgot I had. Gregory got Tesla for $30. John Bergenstorm on Marshall Tucker, thank you. And then we have Lone Justice Gold Stamp promo. Lone Justice, and a lot of these are Gold Stamp promos. I forgot the whole story, but once again, somebody that was involved in the music business getting lots of promos over the year and either didn't play them or just kept them clean. And by the way, a lot of promos were opened, you know, so a lot of these are just like unplayed. Nick Lowe in his cowboy outfit. Nick Lowe, $14.99. Bruce, The River was $34. It's double LP and it has the insert with it. And then a superb copy of Huey Lewis. I know the other night we had like a check condition copy with writing. This one looks like it was just made. $19.99 for Huey Lewis. Superb. Super, super nice copy of that. All right, let's get back into our advertised stuff. I am a Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young fan. And I'm going to be honest, I've never seen this before. So I kind of was going to see what happens at auction. But this is pretty dang cool. This is from the film Deja Vu, and this is a 200 gram, 2009, out of print. Yeah, I've never had this before. This is from that collection out of Nashville. Once again, somebody in the music business. If you're a record collector, best thing to do is get in the music business. You're going to get a lot of free, cool stuff. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu Live, $150 start. And that's when they did that Freedom of Speech tour in 2006. You can see very peace, anti-war tour they were doing there. Unopened, 2009, $150 start. Never had that before. It's unopened. $150 start. Okay, Paul Stanley has a bid for 10, now a bid for 17. Patrick Lear on Supertramp Paris, and then Peter Haas on Nick Lowe. Probably go ahead and do the other vintage crate next. Michael Butler in on CSN for $150. Wow, look at this copy of Leonard Skinner, $34.99. I've never seen one in such high grade. $34.99. I mean, just immaculate, almost virtual, no signs of wear, and the disc was super nice too. Y'all are going to be very happy with these. Manfred Mann, Earth Band, somewhere in Africa. It does have the hop sticker on it. That's $9.99. Christine McVie, and this is $24.99. The price tag fell off of something over here. But check this out. This is a gold stamp promo with hop sticker, and it's on the Quiet audiophile vinyl. $24.99 on that. Joey Osbrooks on the Leonard Skinner, then Tony, then back to the turntable. And Madness with the Our House hop sticker, gold stamp promo, $24.99. Patrick on Christine McVie. Beautiful copy there. Marshall Tucker, Together Forever. That's the $14.99 price tag that's supposed to go on this one. Marshall Tucker, $14.99 for Together Forever. Jamie Butler, 4th on Leonard Skinner. And here's another one, though. Leonard Skinner Live, a 2LP gold stamp promo, $34.99, the tribute tour, okay? Shane Ladon on M, that's probably for Madness. Mike Jones, you were 6th on Leonard Skinner, unless you want that one. Javi next on Madness. Joey Osbrooks on Marshall Tucker. And then James Chilcott, I'm assuming on this Leonard Skinner, right? And then Carol Puckett second. Who was the first to bid on Paul Stanley? David Howard, you're out. The last bid was Jimmy LaCroix at 17. This Cross Seals and Ash has a bid for 150. That's going once, going twice. And let's go ahead and put up Buck Cherry. I think somebody asked for this 10 hours ago. Here's Buck Cherry 15, 10th anniversary, first time ever on vinyl. This was the first time this was ever on vinyl. It was a Rocktober exclusive. They did repress it recently, but this is technically the OG for vinyl. 125 on Buck Cherry. That's the starting bid. 125 on that. And I'll go ahead and make it even more interesting with a 4th cassette. Let's do more Tesla. As y'all know, Tesla's catalog is not in print. All their classic albums over here, none of this is in print. There's Tesla, and that's a $10 start, okay? Wow. Y'all have almost obliterated another crate. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to go right into the 4th and final new arrival crate that John marked today. But let's do a quick recap on these. Sting, and all these, you can just count on being beautiful. A lot of them gold stamp promos. A lot of them with hop stickers. Sting is 24. Squeeze is 19. Babylon and On, hop sticker. Supertramp, $14.99. That was a UK copy. The Best is ZZ Top, phenomenal, $34. Tony Banks, The Fugitive, gold stamp promo sticker, $12.99. Joe Jackson, the double 10-inch, that was $34.99. Nick Lowe, Abominable Showman, gold stamp promo, $14. Concert for Campuchia, $26.99. Great live stuff there. Fleetwood Mac Live is $34.99. And then Bruce Springsteen, The River, that's a double LP, $34. Lone Justice, gold stamp promo, $14. Huey Lewis Sports is $19. And Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Somewhere in Africa, $9.99, okay? I got to go ahead and sell the Paul Stanley to Jimmy LaCroix for $17. Lost David Howard there for a second. Tesla has a bid for $10. Michael Butler, you do get the CSNY for $150. And final chance to get a bid in on Buck Cherry. And Buck Cherry's $125, okay? I'm going to go lay Paul Stanley right here for a second. And then first thing was Mike Jones on the ZZ Top Best Of. That's a great decision. And Mike Wilt on the Very Nice Sting. That's a great decision. And we're about to sell Tesla to Kelly Cook for $10. If you want anything in there else, just let me know. Allergies. Allergies. Don't we love them? All right. And then don't forget, Laura's already got a crate up here too. Looks like with some pre-owned greatness. Pre-owned, what I call pre-owned modern records. I told John some rule sorting records. I said, John, we got 4 categories when we go through a new tub from a collection. It's going to be one of 4 things, maybe 5, but really one of 4 things. If John is, of course, he does probably most of the sorting here. I said, you go through a tub. Here's what I want you to do. You pick up a record and you ask yourself, do I go ahead and put this and price it like I already know what it is and I know what to price it for? Number 2 is it goes to Laura to be auctioned. And number 3, we discard it. And number 4 is I don't know what this is and it needs further research. And we can leave all those up to Paul. And I think that way we won't have such a crazy, like, insane backlog of stuff in the back anymore. Just open up a tub and say, okay, price it. We don't have to look it up. We know what to go ahead and mark it, give or take, maybe $5. It needs research, give it to Paul. Give it to Laura so she can auction it, or we just need to get rid of it and put it out in our $2 sale, okay? And I think we're going to start implementing that a lot harder this year, and we shouldn't have such a backlog every once in a while of just like stuff we can't get rid of. I think we're just constantly putting out $2 stuff in our store that will, you know, people can dig through, and we'll have a better organization in the back, because we've ended up with tens of thousands of records, and it's kind of the stuff like we don't know what to do with them. They're good titles, they're not horrible, and they're not in bad shape, but it's just like we can't put them out for sale here. Y'all just probably for the most part wouldn't be interested. It's a lot of like stuff that if we did price it individually, it would be like $4, $6, maybe $3, and it's just not worth our time to show it here, all the costs given. Tagging it, selling it, listing it, or invoicing it. So if you come to the store, you probably get a lot of $2 deals. That's why our in-store sales are they're so popular, because we put out so many 10, maybe even $12 and $15 records for $2, because we just can't do anything with them. Gregory has Tesla for 15. Everybody else is out. Nobody bid on Buck Cherry, and Buck Cherry's $125 buy it now. And Todd Doris on Huey Lewis. And let's tag that for him. So if you're local, that's kind of what's up here. I mean, some of the stuff up front is low grade too. You know, it could be like a Van Halen album and VG minus. And I'm like, well, we could put it up for a $10 start auction, and, you know, it might get a bid, you know, it might not. Let's just go ahead and just, you know, get rid of it. It could be a title as good as Van Halen. Somebody saw a Van Halen in the $2 post. That particular one, somebody's already bought it in the store, but it was probably G+ condition, okay? It was probably like borderline, you know, not playable, but some people will say, hey, I'll take it. All right, here's 3 Kiss inserts, it looks like. These are like inserts. It looks like something out of a magazine. TV Superstar Kiss Crazy. And then this is a Peter Criss pinup. And then here's another picture. So these 3 things here, a $10 start. Okay, so we'll say those 3 things, a $10 start. And let me see, I might add, here we go. We'll put these here. We'll make it interesting here. I'll put these in there with it too. We'll say a $15 start, and I'm adding 2 more Kiss items, okay? I'm adding this. I'm adding this, which I think is very similar to that thing we just had. And they've got them in these really cool acrylic stand-up things. We got Paul Stanley and we got Ace. And these are really cool. And he's put them in like these really nice acrylic deals. Very cool. So we'll say $15 start for those 3 Kiss inserts and those 2 Kiss acrylic items, okay? How much for the Power Slave and Slayer albums? These are puzzles in the corner. Live After Death is 24. Power Slave is 24. Those are puzzles. Decade of Aggression is new and sealed 44. New and sealed 44, okay? This crate here has a ton of 80s stuff in it. All prices marked, beautiful condition. All prices marked, beautiful condition, okay? Silver hit an all-time high. I don't even want to try to show any tonight. Maybe a little bit later, but in case you didn't know, silver did hit another all-time high today. It took a big jump. And so if you locked in some stuff with us last week, congratulations, because everything has increased probably by 10% if I'm repricing them tonight. Maybe it depends. It'll be coin by coin basis, but don't have time for that tonight. Tesla's at 20. I haven't heard back from Corey. I haven't heard back from Javi Soto. Gregory's had it for 2 minutes. I'm assuming y'all are done bidding. The Kiss stuff, John Bergenstorm has it for 20. I'm about to lay down another LP. These are priced as marked. Great titles in here. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. We also have Eagles on the Border. This looks like a really nice copy of Eagles on the Border, $34.99 for that. And then we had Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Supertramp is $19.99. Once again, really nice copy. And this has the original inner sleeve. Boy, once again, I'm going to be saying this a lot till we sell all 8,000 from this collection. Just look how nice this jacket is. Has all the gloss. That is a beautiful, and that's such a great album. Entire side A is like a greatest hits. Side A is like a greatest hits. Over here, Kiss stuff is at 20. Joey Osbrook's on Supertramp. Michael Salazar second. Hendry next. Then back to the turntable. I'll take the Power Slave. This is sold to Solarplex, and he wants the Slayer album. Nice. I love window shopping tonight. So many people have asked about Live. Well, that's the only thing we hadn't sold. I know somebody wants it. Not an easy OG to get. That's a double LP with bonus, just $39.99. And I didn't even say anything about how nice the Eagles was. Kevin LeBady just claimed it. But my goodness, what a beautiful copy. For a white jacket, it looks like it was just made. That just leaves the Doobie Brothers behind. So all this Kiss stuff right here is at $20 with John Bergenstorm. The Tesla cassette is sold to Gregory for $20. So this Kiss stuff right here, the 3 inserts and the 2 acrylic things, $20 final call. The swimming pool cues, $19.99 on the swimming pool cues, and UB40. UB40 is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. I don't see this one as often. 1988, that's probably why. $24.99. And then La Bamba, a gold stamp promo, $19.99 for La Bamba, and 38 special. That's their self-titled debut. Looks like it's super clean too. 38 special, $24.99. An original inner sleeve, $24.99 on that. And then Joe Jackson, once again, one with a sticker I don't see as much, Big World, and it's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Tesla was $20, not $30. Tesla was $20. If I said $30, I misspoke. Gregory got Tesla for $20. Sorry about that. Dang it, you caught me. I was trying to squeeze an extra 10 out of you. Shoot. Okay, next over here is Michael Hamburger put I or L. Is that L for La Bamba? If so, so to Michael Hamburger. Javi on UB40, and let's put up some more auctions. John Bergenstorm, you've been outbid on the Kiss stuff. Sad but true is what James Hetfield would say. Widespread Panic, Costello. Man, what else do we got? Let's do Wu-Tang. Surprised more people hadn't asked for something like Wu-Tang that's in the auction crate. 2015 USOG sealed, a $65 start. A Better Tomorrow Wu-Tang, $65 start on that. Also in here, Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. Till Tuesday, $24.99. And we have Thompson Twins, Lies. Thompson Twins is $24.99. And 3 o'clock Ever After. 3 o'clock is a gold stamp promo, $24.99, and Stephen Steele's Illegal Steals. Once again, let's take a jacket that's known for having a lot of wear and just give you a sample of what all these look like. I mean, there's no really outliers like, oh, well, this one's got writing or this one has dings. This one is super nice, $19.99. And that's how every jacket I just passed over looks like. Do I have the ZZ Top? Did you make a claim earlier for ZZ Top? You made a claim earlier for ZZ Top. Yes. Are you a first-time buyer? If so, I need to get you registered. I think we already have a Mike Jones that buys from us. Are you the same Mike Jones, or are you a first-time buyer? Mike Wild on TT for Thompson Twins, or was that for Till Tuesday, Mike? Mike's been buying the Thompson Twins. I bet that's for Thompson Twins. If it's for Till Tuesday, you have dibs. If not, I'm going to go ahead and tag this one right now. Will Smithson on Till Tuesday. Thank you on that one. Chris Knapp on the 3 o'clock. All these are going to sell. These are just super, super nice, unbelievable condition. And over here, let's go ahead and sell this Kiss stuff to Victor Guerra for $22, okay? This little lot of Kiss stuff, $22. Don't forget about the cassettes we have over here. I must be going insane. I keep thinking I hear the door chime up front, but I don't, because I'm looking in the monitor right now and there's nobody up front. So there's a ghost coming through again. That happened the other night. There's a ghost visiting Coletco. We got more gold records here from one of these guys that's in the music business. I'll tell you, he had a lot of cool stuff. I'm looking at signed drum heads. I'm looking at signed posters over here. And I kind of teased it earlier, but we got an incredible piece of rock and roll memorabilia. We got a poster signed by Stevie Ray Vaughan. And it's already pre-checked. Of course, as y'all know, that's a pricey item, but we'll have to probably get the letter, but they'll be coming to a Coletco sale in the future. They'll be coming to a Coletco sale in the future. Really cool. I haven't actually seen it yet. I've just been told about it. I'm very eager to see what it looks like. But yeah, awesome. Okay, over here, we have Spandau Ballet, Only When You Leave. That is a 12-inch single, gold stamp promo, $12.99. All the autographs have to be authenticated. They'll have to all go through our normal procedure. We almost are ready for JSA to come out here, and we'll get everything authenticated, and then it'll all be up for auction in the near future. Rage Against the Machine, live and rare. This is a 2018. Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 copies. $55 start. Rage Against the Machine, $55 start. All right, let's keep going. Right back in this crate. Spandau Ballet, sold to Brad Bullen. We have Mr. Welcome to the Real World, $34.99. Super nice. Does this have something else in it? Just an inner sleeve, but wow, look at that. That is amazing. I would have a bet that may have not been played 30, if so, maybe a couple times. I mean, there's no way to tell, but you know what I mean. It's beautiful. Alison Moyet, gold stamp promo, $19.99, and Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder. Van Morrison, $34.99, 1984. I think we've sold every Van Morrison so far tonight. Let's not kill the streak. Motels, all all for one. The motels are $14.99. And Modern English Ricochet Days, Modern English Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. No one bid on Wu-Tang Clan, a $65 buy it now. Let's move over Rage. Rage is a $55 start, live and rare. I don't think I've had that before. Let's see what else I got over here in this stuff. Let's see here. Okay, so Peter Paul Ace 78 all coin. Okay, so let me show you what's here, and we might just put them all in one big lot. Okay, so this says Gene Simmons 78 a coin. All right, and I think what they are is they're framed photos, and like here's Gene. Looks like this. Okay, and let's sell them individually. So there's Gene, framed very nicely. We'll put it back in this bubble, and we'll put it in that box when we ship it, of course. $10 start on Gene Simmons. Man, if you can get a couple of those signed, that would look pretty sweet. $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. Okay, and then next thing over here, metal cassettes. Give me 1 second. Brad Bullen got SB. I've already pulled that. Travis Wade on Modern English. Travis on that one. Then Chris Knapp. Rage has a bid for 55. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Gold Stamp promo, $34.99. Samuel Kopich coming in on Van Morrison. And guess what? There's another one. You might have already bought that one, though. Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life. Moody Blues is $14.99. Gene Simmons has a bid for 10, and we have the Dirt Band, Jealousy 81. The Dirt Band is $14.99, and Dean Martin Sings. Dean Martin, $9.99. Dean Martin. First record I've seen that's got some sort of wear on it. There's a couple pieces of tape up here. That's actually not like from the 80s or anything, of course. So that's the first record I've seen all night that has any sort of like signs of wear on it. I think Chris Knapp might have been first. I got Travis Wade first on Modern English. Then Chris Knapp. I'm showing Travis Wade first on that one. We got Gene Simmons at 12. We got Mental as Anything, Fundamental. That's a Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. And Ice House Sidewalk. Ice House is a Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. And Carlin on Campus, George Carlin. I don't know if I've seen that one before. George Carlin, $19.99, and the Beatles, Yesterday and Today, an OG First State Butcher cover. No, I'm joking. Now that I've got your attention, this is an Apple's early 70s reissue. Baby, You Can Drive My Car. Kevin LeBady on DM for Dean Martin, sold. Stephen Parton on George Carlin. Dean Martin was still nice. It's not like it was trashed or anything. And then over here, Stephen Parton on George Carlin. That is sold. And then Rage got one bid for 55. James Chilcott, just so you know, you're out on Gene Simmons, okay? There is a bid for 12. The Beatles is $39.99. Victor, if you don't want it, then Stephen A. Young does. We have filled up another crate over here. That's crate number 3 for tonight. And I have a feeling we'll be able to fill up a 4th and then a 5th and then a 6th because we got Laura still marking stuff. Those are on deck. Halfway through this crate, hopefully most of it's about to sell. And then we've got other miscellaneous, and then I will be definitely pricing some other stuff tonight. Stephen A. Young on the Beatles. That's so to Stephen A. Young. Thank you on that. Gregory's patiently waiting for our next cassettes. How many more metal? Thousands. You're going to be here till this time tomorrow, buddy. You better go ahead and put on a pot of coffee, buckle up, and say, Chad, let's see what's going on. How about the best of Tesla? $10 start on Times Making Changes. The best of Tesla. We'll balance that right there on Gene Simmons for a while. Next thing I have, what a beautiful, this is the second label. I already peeked at it just a second ago, but man, I didn't really pay attention to how nice the jacket is. This is the Capricorn second label. First label's pink. If this was a pink Capricorn in this condition, probably auction worthy. $39.99 for the Allman Brothers. It's a beautiful 2LP tan Capricorn, phenomenal jacket. Another one known for a lot of ring wear and wear. Super, super nice. Eric Clapton, August. That's $24.99. And then Fred Blasey, $19.99. Wow, Rhino, $19.99. Here is Coplay, right? Is this Coplay? It is. Coplay X and Y. This is a 2005 Euro OG with poster and slipcase. $65 start on that, okay? Tesla does have a bid for 10. We got a bunch of Tesla autographs from that new collection. Those will be available soon. Pam gets the Gene Simmons picture for $12, right? Gene Simmons picture sold for $12. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and lay that in here. Awesome, awesome crate here. Everything's awesome. You're awesome. I'm awesome. Laura's awesome. Otis is awesome. But there's one fella, he's not awesome. He happens to be on staff here. He's just not an awesome guy. He tries to be, but he just can't get to that point in his life. Maybe one day. We all know him. We all dislike him. We all know who he is. All right. Look at this. Here's another one. Here's the box they had it in. They've done them in matching frames. It says Ace Frehley 78 a coin. Very cool frame picture here of Ace. A $10 start. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Okay. Let's prop him up like that. Bluish matching frame. Okay. Over here we have Beatles. We have Tesla 10. Red Cave on Fred. And over here we have Ace Frehley at 10. Coldplay's a $65 start. Jefferson Starship Gold with the bonus 45. This is included. Wow, one that for some reason always has a lot of wear, but man, this is amazing. And this is $19.99. Jefferson Starship, Mike's Murder soundtrack, music by Joe Jackson. Gold stamp promo, $14.99, and then the Human League Dare. The Human League is $24.99. Original under sleeve and allied pressing. I don't see really any signs of wear on this one. $24.99 on that. Ace Frehley's now at $15, and then Eric Clapton, backless. Talking about promises, man. $24.99 for Clapton. Gayfo jacket and Ultravox Rage Eden. Ultravox is $19.99. And we have Eric Clapton, John Bergenstorm. Seth is welcome to join this chat and rebut anytime he wants. Never do see him make an appearance, though. Corey Ross on 10 for Tesla. That's so to Corey Ross. Coldplay did not get a bid. $65 buy now for Coldplay, X and Y. Also in here, we have Madness, Keep Moving. Madness is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Sandevilla on Joe for Joe Jackson here, the Mike's Murder soundtrack. Let's find another auction out of the LP stuff. And let's do this one right here. Costello, a vintage bootleg. So this is an unofficial, the Roundhouse in the London, UK, 1978. EX, a $25 start for Costello. Next is Stephen A. Young for the Starship with a bonus EP. John Bergenstorm on Eric Clapton out August from a few back. That's so to him. Right now, the bid on the framed Ace Frehley is $15. Pam Murray, you're out. It's all up to you, Pam. There's a vintage original Elvis Costello bootleg. We've got Leonard Skinner, one more from the road, $34.99. Free bird, yeah. Over here, we have Little Steven and the Disciples of Soul. Men Without Women. That's $9.99 for Little Steven. And we have Nick Lowe in his cowboy outfit, The Rose of New England. $14.99 for Nick Lowe. And we have Lana Lovitch, No Man's Land. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. Leonard Skinner sold to Joey Osbrooks. That's sold. And we have Lone Justice Shelter, a gold stamp promo, $14.99 on that. And Marshall Tucker Band, Just Us. Marshall Tucker Band, gold stamp promo, $14.99. I think John put some of the old sleeves on some of these, which is okay, but some of these have old sleeves on them. They're still pretty clean, but I can tell they're old. $14.99. Ace has a new bid for $17. Jamie second on Leonard Skinner. Costello, $26. Ace Frehley, $27. Costello, $27. And we have Steve Martin, Comedy's Not Pretty. There's another one, the aforementioned Steve Martin's. And this one has a Steve Martin poster with it. Very cool. That is complete with poster. $14.99. Yes, these photos are from the Kiss Army kit. Kiss Army kit. That's where these photos are from. We still got to do Peter and Paul next. Bob Riger on Steve Martin, then Jeff Hallsworth. Clay Moore getting the Coldplay buy now for $65. Thank you on that. And let's grab another cassette right quick. And let's do Doc and Back for the Attack. Docking back for the attack. No, let's do docking under lock and key. Let's do docking under lock and key. $10 start for docking under lock and key, okay? Next is Martha and the Muffins, Metro Music. $14.99 on that. Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick. This is a later press because it's not the newspaper cover, but it appears to be very nice, even though it needs to be put in a new inner sleeve. It is very nice. That's the original. I'm going to, if I have one over here, I'm going to pop one in it right now because I'll tell you why. It looks really, really nice. So let me do this right here. To Be Thick as a Brick. I'm going to go ahead and discard that old sleeve. Just tossed it in the trash. And now you got a new 50-cent MoFi sleeve for it. Ivan R. on Martha and the Muffins. Jeff Halsworth next on Steve Martin. Aces at 22. Dawkins, a $10 start. What about Costello? Brent just bid 32 on that. Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, once again, phenomenal jacket. Just super nice. I know we have this album almost every night, but that's a better copy for sure. Jethro Tull was $19.99. These are all from the newest collection. I think this is stuff that literally came off the trailer today. So I'll tell John, we need to work on older stuff. Well, it's really hard to focus when you're collect records and you price records for a job and 50,000 new LPs roll off a trailer and a U-Haul and a truck. And you're like, holy crap, we got to get through all this stuff. And John usually goes right for the throat price to new stuff. So does Laura with the auction. So awesome stuff for the next several weeks. We're already lining up a trip to go kind of up into the Midwest. We buy a lot of records up in Michigan. We buy a lot of records up in Minnesota, Ohio. I mean, we up through there, we just buy so many collections. We've already got like 2 or 3 lined up. There's an ad running right now. Inbox is stuff coming in. So Kevin LeBady on Warren Zevon, thank you on that. Mike Pierce on the Jethro Tull. That is sold to Mike Pierce. And we have JoJo Zepp and the Falcons. This is called Step Lively. I haven't seen that in a while, $9.99. No bid on Docking, $10 buy it now. Brent Robley got Costello at 32. And the Ace Frehley photo, Curran had it for 22. John Bergenstorm's out. Curran Evans on Ace for 32. And that is sold. That way we can go into another one. Thank you on that. 32 on 32 on Costello, 22 on Ace. Okay. Thank you on that one. All right, whoever's watching. These go in a baggie inside the box. I'm going to lay Ace on top of Gene. There we go on that. Sold all the Hank Williams Sr. singles. That was pretty cool to start the show off with. Here in a minute, I might start doing, I think we're done with most of the metal cassettes, except stuff like Tesla. Let's go ahead and do Tesla Mechanical Resonance, $10 start. When I think we're done with the metal, I'll do the rest at some point tonight, buy it nows. You know, we still got stuff like Genesis over here, REM, unless y'all want me to auction some of these Scorpions, Matchbox 20, Rats. Might try a few for auction, but a lot of buy it nows like Aerosmith, Bad Company, Bon Jovi. I'll probably do those for buy it nows. There's some Live in here. There's Tom Petty, REO Speedwagon, and we have a great cassette collection. Supertramp, wow, once again, a phenomenal call. These Supertramp albums have been amazing. What an interesting inner sleeve. Is this a foreign press? No, it's an A&M polyline bag made in England. Okay, it's a Canadian press. Wow, look at that. Amazing. That's amazing with an E, not an A. And this has a beautiful jacket. Supertramp. I knew that was something different. It's been in a polyline bag. No wonder it's so nice. And here is James Taylor's greatest hits. In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. $34.99. Next auction is Quaker City Hawks, El Astronauta. El Astronauta. Quaker City is a 2016 Southern Rock Texas Blues. A $25 start on that. Oh, yeah, earlier we had a new buyer, Mike Jones. Mike, thank you and welcome to CollectCo. Just make sure you message our page. For anybody new that's watching, if you're on Facebook, send us a direct message, okay? We need your email and mailing address. We invoice on Mondays. We've actually had a glitch today. We hadn't been able to do invoicing as normal. There's something up with Square, and they've caused a problem with emailing. But right now, don't worry, because anything you buy tonight, you won't be billed until 1 week. So one thing about our shows is we do $8 in limited shipping. And $8 in limited shipping means you can buy now all the way through Saturday night as much as you want for $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want. But we got to have your information. We set up the profile for you, and then we send you an email. The problem right now is we might be changing company soon. We have a big error today. Nobody got an invoice last week. Square is not letting us send emails anymore. They basically said, if you want to send an email through a ticket, you can't do it. I think you can still email, but like the tickets aren't the way they're supposed to be. You know, I don't want to get any technical difficulties, but technical explanations here. There's been a lot of problems this morning, but make sure you register and we'll take care of you from there. Tony McDaniel on Supertramp, Stephen Parton on James Taylor, Chris Frazier second, Tesla 10, Quaker City 25, Tesla 15, Tesla 18, Tesla 20. Next was George Thorogood. See, a lot of promo stickers on these. This is a second promo sticker I've never seen. Free rounder play copy, $19.99. This record was returned to us as defective. Rather than throw it away, we're giving away in hopes they can be used to radio in-store play. Wow. So before I sell this, it says it's defective. I wonder if John even read that sticker. It doesn't look defective. It looks like it's a brand new record. I wonder what's defective about it. There's nothing defective about this. Free rounder play copy. In most cases, there is anything with these defective records. Hold on a second, I didn't finish reading. In most cases, there is not anything defective with these records, and we hope you enjoy yours. Yeah, this looks like it's brand new. What an interesting sticker. This record is returned to us as defective. Rather than throw it away, is giving us, I don't see anything wrong with it. That's interesting. I wonder if they just use that as a generic promo sticker. James Chilcott, it's yours if you want it. I don't know, we might need to go give that like a play test to make sure there's not like something janky with the mastering or something. We have Squeeze singles with Tempted by the Fruit of Another, $24.99. Bruce Springsteen Born to Run is $19.99. Split Ends is $19.99. Time and Tide. And then there is the No Nukes concert, $29.99. Okay, Tesla is sold to Gregory for $20. Quaker City had one bid to Matt Lawson for $25. Whoever's tagging, give that record to John and have him look over that, or Laura or somebody, make sure there's not like something you can't see with the invisible, something you can't see with the naked eye. Kevin LeBady on the really nice Bruce Springsteen, that was right here. And then James, if it is, it simply won't be on your invoice, I guess. I've never seen a sticker like that before. And then Red Betty was next, and then Corey just bid 23 on Tesla. I just sold it. Okay? And then over here we have Tesla 5-man acoustical jam. That's our next Tesla, $10 start on that. Let's get back into our auctions. Widespread Panic, and this is called Space Wranglers. Widespread Panic is a 2014 EX edition, a $25 start on that, okay? Awesome crate here. We're about to go into the first crate that Laura's marked for tonight. Can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. I do have another Kiss item here. This is kind of oversized, but pretty cool. I can't promise they hadn't been worn, but they look like they're in pretty good shape. I don't think they have. They're Kiss Gene Simmons boot house slippers, okay? They're Kiss Gene Simmons big old boot monster looking house slippers. And I mean, they don't really look like they've been worn. I mean, there's no wear on the bottom, so, and they're in really good shape. I think they're more of just somebody used for a display. That's a $25 start for Gene Simmons, okay? 25 on that. We'll put GS in the comments. And then Tesla has at 10. Tesla at 10, and Dennis Widespread Panic's a $25 start. Will Smithson on Squeeze, thank you. Tempted by the Fruit of Another. Otis would like those, wouldn't he? I played with Otis all morning. He from 4 a.m. till when I finally left here at like 11 or whatever. He's very distracting. Pat Lucero said, those house slippers are hard to find. That's a big statement coming from a Kiss collector. $25 start. Okay. Yeah, somebody asked about Warren Zevon. Somebody asked, Sean Miller, is Warren Zevon still available? let me take a peek before I start reading off everything. Then we're going to go right into the lure crate. And then the next thing I'll do after we've gone through her stuff, we'll read through all this new stuff again. I don't see any Warren Zevon still left in here. What size? Let's see. There's no tag. Wait a minute. There might be down in here. I don't see a tag. Kiss. Let me see if this has a tag. Live throwing copper is $39.99. Let's see. There's a tag down in here, but I really can't. I don't think it has a size. I think it's more of like a, here we go. Yeah, but it's got some information. Size large, 1997. Designed and manufactured for Spencer's. Spencer Gifts. These were sold at Spencer's. Yep. Spencer's, 1997. Okay. Over here, we have Tesla 25. So the first bid was Chris Frazier at 10. Corey bid 25. Sean Miller put Warren Zevon. I think they're already gone. Widespread Panic 25. Gene Simmons 25. How much is Live Throwing Copper? $39.99. Widespread Panic 28. Gene Simmons House Slippers 30. I've never heard the expression house slippers before. Really. Never heard the expression house slippers before. And then Ace Frehley Notebook is sold. Widespread Panic 32. Live is, because it's new and sealed from distribution, it is sticker price. Okay, here we go. We have the Doobie Brothers Living on the Edge quickly here, $14.99. Swimming Pool Cues, $19.99. 38 Special was $24. Joe Jackson was $19. These are all sticker price new arrival. Steven Steele's $19.99. Mr. Mister was $34. Very nice copies here. Allison Moyer, $19. The Motels was $14.99. Van Morrison, $34. Gold Stamp promo. Moody Blues was $14.99. Dirt Band was $14.99. Mental as Anything, Gold Stamp promo, $14. Ice House was $19. That's called Sidewalk. We have the Allman Brothers Live at the Fillmore, $39. Human League Dare, $24. These are super nice copies in here. Ultravox was $19.99. Madness was $24. Keep Moving, Gold Stamp promo. Little Steven was $9.99. Men Without Women. Nick Lowe, $14.99, The Rose of England. Lena Lovitch, Gold Stamp promo, $19. Michael Wood over here. Michael Wood on the Motels. Michael Wood on the Motels. Okay, quick update. Don Nicole also wants 38 Special. That's sold. I got to keep Live at sticker price since it's new and sealed. Tesla is sold for $15. Tesla is sold for $15 to Corey Ross. And then over here we have Javi Soto on Ice House and the Motels. Okay, and that was back here. Van Morrison does not have Brown Eyed Girl. No, that's on his very first album, actually. That's a tough one to get, the original album. So, Motels is already sold to Michael Wood, but Javi, I do have you down for Ice House, okay? Gene Simmons is at 45. What in the Gene Simmons boots are those? And then Widespread Panic. The last bid on this was DJ Dodge at $35. That's called Space Wranglers. That's the high bid right now. These are official, a real 1997 size large, what appears to be unworn Gene Simmons house slippers, or slippers, or house slippers. Someone said they've never heard house slippers before. I find that interesting. Lone Justice, $14.99. I guess, is this like y'all call them different in different parts of the country? House shoes. I call them house. I've heard house shoes, house slippers, slippers. Marshall Tucker Band, $14.99. You know, it's something when you get out of bed, you put it on your feet. Personally, I cannot wait to take off shoes and socks. I don't want anything going back on my feet when I'm at my house. So, I've never been I've never been one for house shoes or wearing socks at the house. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'll pass on that. $14.99 for Jefferson Starship. $9.99 for JoJo Zepp. Split Ends is $19.99. And over here we have No Nukes. No Nukes, and this is $29.99. Okay. No Nukes, $29.99. So let's go back up the top. We have Gene Simmons at $31, and then it had a bid for $45 and then $50. And then over here on the West Coast, it's just slippers. Yeah, I think it's a regional thing over here. Okay, it definitely sounds like a regional thing. Okay, and then Jamie Butler, this is a second label. It's still a 70s vintage press. It's on the second label, $39.99. So it's on the Capricorn, and everything in here is really nice and really clean, by the way. Now, the reason these auctions keep getting updates is because there was 3 people bidding on Widespread Panic, and then I haven't heard back from anybody. So I need to, one of the bidders just asked the price. DJ Dodge has had it for 4 minutes at $35. There was 4 other people bidding. No one has bid again or said out. That's why it's still up. So that's a final call on that one. And then the Gene Simmons house slippers, that's a final call to 78 Trans Am, $50. I got to make sure Joey Osbrooks doesn't want to bid again, okay? And then Jamie Butler does get the Allman Brothers. Thank you on that. And then over here, the Doobie Brothers is still available. That was the very first record, $14.99. Doobie Brothers, No Nuke, Split Ends, JoJo Zip, Starship, Marshall Tucker, Lone Justice, Lena Lovitch, Nick Lowe, Little Steven, Madness, Ultravox, Human League, Mentals Anything, Dirt Band, Moody Blues, Van Morrison, Alsamoye, Mr. Stephen Stills, Joe Jackson, and Swimming Pool Q's. Okay? Widespread Panic has a new bid for $40. There we have it. Da-da-dun-dun-da-da. Dun-dun-da-da. I've got one more silver dollar. Not gonna let them change me, no. Not gonna let them change the Midnight Rider. Dun-da-da-da. Dun-da-da. There's Rush, and there's The Godfather. Bad glare. Fix that. Better. Okay. I bid 55. Joey Osbrooks is at 55 on the Gene Simmons. That didn't come through on my end. Sorry. 55 on that. Okay. Now 60. I don't think 78 Trans Am sent it either. I don't think that came through, but we see it now. He's already bid. And then John Smetzer got the Doobie Brothers. All right. All right, let's go through this other crate over here that's been marked. Very excited. Should be some more great new stuff. Fantastical, okay? So logical, wonderful, magical. We've sold a lot of Supertramp tonight. All right, here we go. Gene Simmons shoes. How about we call them shoes? 65. Widespread Panic sold to DJ for 42. This is stuff that Laura has marked, and I think she's working on another one right now. And here we go. Gene Simmons boots. All right. This is the Shins, a Third Man record pressing, limited edition, blue and black split. 300 or fewer in existence. This pressing was only available to fans who attended the show. Wow. Only available to people who attended the show. $95 start on that. And Joey has those for $65, and we're about to sell them. Who knows what other Kiss item I might pull out next. These are, of course, all sticker price. The Strokes, Room on Fire. This is $24.99. The Strokes, Room on Fire. We have My Morning Jacket. It Still Moves. My Morning Jacket is $22.99. Daft Punk. Daft Punk is a 2022. $34.99. And this is Cardins and Villa Dunes, an indie rock album, $14.99. John Smetzer, yes, the Doobie Brothers was pulled for you. Okay, these Gene Simmons house boots are sold. Thank you, Joey. And those are sold to Joey for $65. Let's put these right in here. Thank you, everybody. What a wonderful day in the neighborhood. All right. That's going to have to go in a big box just to be able to get those shipped out. Those were in a tub up against the, I don't know if Tanner pulled all those out, but Laura, there's 2 tubs back there next to the safe that was like completely full of just like great records, like new pressings and stuff. And in the very back of that tub was those Gene Simmons boots. As this guy's collection had all this Kiss stuff. Here's the next framed Kiss photo. Who have I pulled? It should be Peter and Paul left. Here's Peter, okay? Here's another vintage, a coin photo. Nice, in a nice matching green frame. These are photos from the Kiss fan club. Boy, they did a good job with that one. That's a $10 start. Framed, I'll put it back in this bubble wrap baggie, and we'll probably ship it in that box inside of your order. $10 start on that. We have Clapton, Every Little Thing. I've never seen this. Damien and Steve and Marley mixes. That's sealed for $14.99. Danzig got Daft Punk. I hadn't pulled that yet. Let's put up another cassette, by the way. I still got more Teslas. I thought I had one more Tesla. Let's do Queens Rock Empire then. Let's do Queens Rock Empire. Queens Rock Empire is a $10 start. That's now up for bid. And Todd Saw and Clapton. I don't recall seeing that one before. And then over here we have Jay-Z, the Black Album. Jay-Z's a 2006. That's $29.99. Also, we have the band is Alt J. Thank you, Laura. And this is called This Is All Yours. Alt J on green vinyl, $29.99. Spoon, Gaga Gaga. Spoon is a Vinyl Me Please Club. That's on colored vinyl, as you can see, $39.99. Final chance to get a bid on the Shins. Once again, this is a live show. Third Man Records only sold to the people who attended the show. $95 start, no bid yet. Peter Criss photo has a bid for $10. Queens Rock Empire, $10 start. And we have What's Going On, Marvin Gaye. This is a 2021 What's Going On, $24.99 on that. And we also have Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Dave Matthews Band, limited edition, numbered, $64.99. This is a numbered edition. Dave Matthews Band, $64.99. This is Run the Jewels 3 on gold vinyl. Run the Jewels 3, $24.99. Scott Dwallow on Spoon. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. There's that. Greg Brummett on Marvin Gaye, What's Going On. That's sold to Greg Brummett. Thank you. And we have P. Pullhole. We had some of their singles the other night. Garage Punk. Pullhole is $14.99. Okay. First thing is the Shins. This is a no bid. And this is a $95 buy now on the Shins. Queens Rock is a buy now for $10. And I'm going to go ahead and sell Peter Criss to Clay Moore for $10. I like that one with the green and stuff. Imagine if you get Peter to sign that in a green paint pen right there. That would be an amazing piece. Let's go ahead and I'm going to put that on top of the other sold frame photos. Now we just have Paul left. These are from the fan club. There's that. Ace. Rip it up. Okay, so Queens Rock got claimed as well. Queens Rock got claimed by Oso Adventure for $10. Kelly Vladicek wants the Jay-Z in the crate, and they've requested the Jay-Z auction. That won't be a problem at all because we need more stuff to auction. I'm about to do our first handful of buy now cassettes because I've almost exhausted most of the stuff I want to auction. I'm making sure, of course, there's so many in here, I'm probably skipping something, but we'll see what happens. Here's Jay-Z. On to the next one. And Young Forever. That's a 2010 sealed. It's got 4 tracks on it. And that's a $25 start. Jay-Z sealed. Also, we have Collage, the Chainsmokers, $19.99. Closer's on here. That's one of their big songs. That's the one I'm thinking about, right? Yeah, $19.99 for the Chainsmokers. And we have Gnarls Barkley, Saint Elsewhere, 2006 USOG, $34.99. Javi, we already sold Queens Rock. The only cassette that hadn't got a claim is Dokken for $10. Okay, Vladarchuk on Chain Smokers, and then Jay-Z has a bid for 25. Next auction. Actually, let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to pull an A, a Y, an S, a B, and an R. Okay, I feel like I'm on Wheel of Fortune. $6.99. REM, Life's Rich Pageant, Bad Company, Dangerous Age, Styx, Edge of the Century, Yes 90125, and Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. These are all $6.99, okay? Is run on Gnarls. Whoops, let's see here. Is run on Gnarls, and then Kelly claimed it. I don't see a track that says run on here, unless it's under a different title. And if you pass, it's sold to Kelly, Chris Frazier on Aerosmith for $6.99, Javi Soto on B for Bad Company, $6.99. That leaves REM, Styx, and Yes. Back to this crate. New stuff at the lower mark today. $24.99 for Spoon, They Want My Soul, $24.99. Final call on Jay-Z. The Dokken was under lock and key. Dokken was under lock and key. Okay, next auction is Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats, Bloodlust. Uncle Acid's a 2012 UK limited edition red vinyl. $35 start on that one. Gnarls Barkley is sold to Kelly Vladarchuk then. NB Condition. NB was for, NB, was that something already sold? NB, let me know if that's something already gone. It may be. Preston Rose on Spoon. That's sold. And over here I have Aziz Ansari, Buried Alive. Aziz Ansari, Buried Alive, 1999. You know where else I've seen that cover? That cover was used for a Pearl Jam bootleg I used to could order. I think it's supposed to be, they've redone it, but I think it was supposed to be a photo of Harry Houdini or something. $19.99 on that. And then, was that a different Spoon record? That was a different Spoon record. Yeah, it's already sold to Preston. What was the Shins? 1 second. Uncle Acid, $35. Oso Adventure gets Dokken for $10. And then Kelly on Aziz here. Uncle Acid, $37. Then Scott Dwallow. And then Jay-Z is sold to Robert Vladarchuk for $25. Okay? So let me move this stuff over. Let's put up another auction. But first, the Shins is a 2013 USOG Third Man Records, live at Third Man Records. Split colored vinyl, less than 300 made, only sold to people at the shows, $95 on that, okay? Next auction right here is going to be David Bowie, Let's Dance, Put On Your Reg, with Stevie Ray Vaughan on lead guitar. David Bowie, Let's Dance is a 83 USOG, original under sleeve, VG Plus, $20 start on David Bowie, okay? Next is Nas, I Am the Autobiography, a 2023 Record Store Day. Nas is $24.99. Let me pick out 5 more cassettes. I'm going to do another B, and then we're going to do another R, and then let's do an A, and then let's do a L, and then let's do a D. Okay, these are all $6.99. And Laura just dropped off another crate. So right after this crate, we're going to go right into another Laura crate. Dokken, that's Beast from the East. These are all $6.99. Live, Mental Jewelry, Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, REM Reckoning, and Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. These are all $6.99, okay? $24.99. Hello? I think we had a connection problem. I think we're back up and running. I think we're good to go. Give me 1 second while I'm up front, though. I'm going to go ahead and have my first monster of the night. I can't believe I've made it this long after the day we've had. I haven't had a monster yet, and obviously there's something terribly wrong with the connection. Let me throw this away. Great time to knock this out right quick. Time to take out the trash. Time to fix some ice. Need to put water in that. Okay. Chapstick. Well, if you just joined us, I don't know what happened, but we just completely lost connection. So, I don't know what happened, but we just completely lost connection. So, is everything back and working, right? Let me make sure I can see comments, because I think we're good to go. And as soon as it went off air, I was like, okay, I'm gonna jump up front and grab something to drink, because I have not done that yet tonight. He still froze. Is everything good to go? Test 1, 2. It only lasted a couple seconds. Twitch is back. Okay. Well, we did have 277 people watching. It's back up to 202. That's not too bad. I better start rolling. And sorry for my timeout. That was on our streaming service. This, the other break was due to me. So here we go. I left off by saying, Oso Adventure got this docking for $6.99. Okay, then Twitch died, stream ended, Twitch is dead, oh no, came back, error, Twitch stream died, YouTube is a little flaky, that was fun, up, Uncle Acid 40, YouTube dying, Chad don't go outside if there's lightning in the area, Twitch died, yeah, struck by lightning, that'd be the last thing I need, feed going in and out, YouTube's buffering, rest in peace Bob Weir, Square's taking over, oops, hello, check, Facebook is good, yeah, Twitch does hiccup, ... in and out of love, what did the Twitch happen, Twitch is back, we back, yes, a bump, did I get to the docking, yes, you did, back is this Monday, yes, what in the Sam heck, he still froze, and only lasted a couple seconds, Twitch is back, Twitch looked good and sounds good, Chad, ... all good, test, ... sounds good, what is the Aerosmith, Bon Jovi, hi Laura, good here, Swith is back, icons, bad day for electronics, Phil Freeman, had to reload my page, Lilo and Twitch. All right, so last bid that came in on Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats. Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats is a 2012 UK limited edition red vinyl. UK limited edition red vinyl. That was Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats. Ivan R has it for $40. Everybody else is out. This is David Bowie, Let's Dance. And David Bowie, Let's Dance is an 83 Jacksonville OG. Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar, putting out fire with gasoline. Great stuff there. Does have a little bit of wear on the jacket. That's a $25 start. Then I showed some cassettes, okay? And this is $6.99. The cassettes I showed was Dockin, which sold to Oso, and then I had Bad Company, Rough Diamonds, REM Reckoning, Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, and Live Mental Jewelry. Those are all $6.99. Okay, next thing over here is this. Hawkwind Dark Matter. Hawkwind is a 2018 record store day, sealed $34.99. Chris Knapp back in on Uncle Acid at $43. Invoices did not go out tonight. We have a technical difficulty with Square. They're not allowing us to send emails right now. So it's going to be a day, hopefully no longer than a day. But we're either going to have to go with a new company, or we're going to have to figure out a way to do it through Square another way. But right now, everybody worked on it for hours. They couldn't solve it. We're going to start sending. So I've seen a couple YouTube people ask that can't see our Facebook post, and that's what's going on. So we are officially offline with Square until tomorrow morning, until we can get the matter resolved, okay? Next thing over here is Scott Dwallow on Hawkwind. The Aerosmith was a greatest hits. Aerosmith Greatest Hits, sealed $24.99. So y'all have got another 24 hours to hesitate to see how much your bill was for last week. Trust me, I didn't want this to happen, because most of y'all would have already paid, and Tony would be here right in the morning at 6 a.m. along with Ed and along with everybody. They would start packing your orders. Now we're going to be a little bit behind, and it could even be longer if we have to re-key in everything. So that's the deal. Right thoughts, right words, right action. This is sealed for $19.99. Joey Osbrooks on Aerosmith. And over here, Amenities is next, okay? We also have Public Enemy, Yo Bum Rust a Show. Public Enemy is sealed, $29.99, and the Yes album, a 2013, $22.99. No one bid on Bowie. This is a $25 bot now for Bowie, $25.25. Uncle Acid did get a new bid, Chris Knapp at $43. So let me make sure who had it before the break. Before we ended, it was at 40 with Ivan R. So let me make sure Ivan R doesn't want to bid again. Aerosmith was Soda Joey. Amenities was next. Darren Johnson on Public Enemy. Mitch T on Yes. And let's put up another auction. There's not many more advertised auctions yet, but I still got Bonus Crate that I hadn't touched. And I got Kiss stuff. I got to put up the last Kiss sign framed. Here is Bonnie Raitt. And Bonnie Raitt is called Nick of Time. And Bonnie Raitt's a 1989 specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve. And that's a $25 start. I still got more cassettes too. Here's Wilco Schlemko. I've never seen that Wilco album before. Look at that. Wilco, this guy sticking his fingers in an outlet. $19.99 for Wilco. Okay, and then we have, let's do some more cassettes. I'm going to do a D, a B, an A, an R, and we're going to do a W. And these are all $6.99, okay? I have Whitesnake, Slip of the Tongue, REM, Eponymous, Aerosmith self-titled debut, Bad Company, Holy Water, and Dokken, Tooth and Nail with an alternate cover there. Those are all $6.99, okay? Back to the bin. Wilco still available. Also, we had, that's Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake is $19.99. Shakedown on Wilco. All those cassettes I just showed were $6.99. Crooked Rain, that's Pavement. Pavement's $24.99. And Eric Church, Sinners Like Me. Eric Church was sealed, $24.99. Uncle Acid, Chris Knapp has this for $43 and sold to him. John Bergenstorm on the Whitesnake cassette for $6.99. And then Darren Johnson on Pavement. Spiky a close second, asking year. It was a 2010. Amenities next on Whitesnake. And the Smiths, Louder Than Bombs, $34.99. Eric Church on Lewis Kulik. That's sold to Eric Church. And then our next auction. So let's see. Should have Paul left over here. Paul Stanley, 78 a coin. Yeah, so let's see what we got here. So we've done the other three. Boy, this monster I just pulled out is looking awfully good over here, but I want to at least finish this crate. And don't forget, we're about to go right into another Laura crate. So nice. What do we have here? There's the Paul Stanley photo. $10 start on Paul Stanley. So we had Gene in the red frame, Peter in the green, and Ace in the nice blue. This guy did a really cool job with these, framing all these, and this is a $10 start. Ace sold earlier for $100, which I thought was a bargain. We sold the Ace notebook earlier for $100, and the Kiss comic, etc., etc. The Smiths is sold to Stephen Barton. Paul Stanley has a bid for $10. I'm about to go through all the no bids, and here is Steve Earle, the Duke's Terraplane. Steve Earle is $14.99, okay? That was my first drink. I'll do a big drinking session here in a second, like where I have to mute my mic and make all kinds of exaggerated noises. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make Bonnie Raitt a bot now too. Surprising, but a $25 bot now. So here's all tonight's no bids. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time, Shrink and Hop, an 89 specialty OG, original price tags from Tower Records, $25. Same price for David Bowie, an 83 OG, VG Plus vinyl, VG Plus cover, $25 on David Bowie. Twitch comments aren't working. They are for Stephen Parton. And then we have the Shins, 2013 Third Man Records, the Shins, half black, half blue split, $95 on that. Wu-Tang's a 2015 U.S. sealed, $65 on A Better Tomorrow. Buck Cherry, first time this was on vinyl, 2016, $125. And then Panic at the Disco, that's a 2017, first time and only format ever released, $55 on that, okay? Last thing was Javi Soto on BC. And BC was for, is that for a cassette, Javi? And then Amenities gets Bowie. And that was for $25. Let's tag him for Let's Dance, okay? And there's only, there might be two more unadvertised or advertised auctions over here. And let me grab those right quick. Yeah, we got a couple actually. Yeah, we got Natural Child, Hard in Heaven. This is a 2012 OG limited edition olive green marbled, $55 start. This particular pressing has never sold on Discogs. However, there is a similar pressing on Green Swirl that does have a sales history. So she looked at those for comps. So this particular pressing must be pretty scarce, has never sold on Discogs. $55 star. Javi wants the Bad Company cassette. That's this one right here. And I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold ones in here into the operations center, which happens to be right next door to me. And then let's go right into this Laura crate, okay? And that's spelled L-A-U-R-A, Laura crate. Very, very cool. Let's put that right there. That's a big stack of cassettes. Please don't fall. And we've almost filled up another crate here, and we're going to go right into this other one. Have I read through these a second time? John Smetzer said I claim Bonnie Raitt. I now see that. Sorry. I now see that. This is sold to John Smetzer for $25. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, there's Natural Child. Paul Stanley has one bid for $10, and this is sold. That was the last of the fan club photos. That's sold to James Hicks for $10, okay? All right, there's that. And yeah, let's run through these again because the feed did die right in the middle of this crate. So all four of those frame photos are sold. Those will be easy to find, whoever's tagging. Make sure those get boxed up and they'll be easy to lay on a shelf. That guy already took the time to label everything. Here's another Tesla auction before I do any more buy it nows. We auction all the Teslas. The Great Radio Controversy, $10 start on that. And here we go. Quick recap here. So we had the Strokes, Room on Fire. The Strokes is $24.99. We have My Morning Jacket. This is It Still Moves, $22.99. Gardens and Villa, Dunes. That is $14.99. Also, this is Alt J. This is all yours. Alt J on green vinyl, $29.99. Next thing is Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things, limited edition and numbered. Numbered on the back, 2 LP, $64.99. Stephen A. Young on the Strokes. Natural Child is buy it now for $55 if anybody wants it. Tesla's at 10 with Corey Ross, and Sig already bid 15. So Oso and Corey, y'all are both out. Run the Jewels on Go Vinyl, $24.99 on that. And Poohole. Poohole is a Garage Punk, $14.99. J. Roddy Watson and the Business. New album Essential Tremors. 2013 with insert and bonus 7-inch. $35 start on that. We also have Nas, I Am the Autobiography, 2023 Record Store Day, $24.99 on that. Visitations, Clinic Visitations, New Wave Art Rock Indie, $14.99. Also, we have Kanye West, Jesus is King, $24. Ryan Adams on Clear Vinyls, $24. Run the Jewels here is sold to Mitch T. And then we had Right Thoughts, Right Words, Right Action, Franz Ferdinand. I don't know if I even read that earlier. Franz Ferdinand, sealed, $19.99. And then the last two was Justin Timberlake, the 2020 Experience. JT is $19.99. And then Steve Earle. And this is Steve Earle on the Dukes, Terraplane. And Steve Earle was $14.99, okay? Was there an unsold spoon? All the spoons are gone. Tesla sold to Sieg for $15. That was a bizarre auction, but it sold to him for $15. And then here's another auction for Dawkin, One Night Live, which I don't see that one as often on any format. Dawkin is a $10 start. Corey just bid 17 on Tesla. Corey, you must have a very bad connection because Sieg had that for almost 3 minutes at $15. That was very bizarre. Dawkin's now up for auction, $10 start. I thought y'all were done. Sometimes I see one bid, and if it's for less, some people's like, oh, and then I just go ahead and sell it. Okay. Nick Barger on Steve Earle. Corey's like, dang it. Shoot. Corey, you need to be saving up for those Tesla autographs anyway. Everybody else does too. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see what else Laura's got here for us. Ooh, that's cool. I like that myself. Yes. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. All right. Wow. All right. Sure. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. Sure. Okay. All right. Here we go. let's do some. And then J. Roddy Watson and the business. This is a buy now for $35. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, these are all new arrivals that just got marked today. These are sticker price. Docking is a no bid, $10 buy it now on One Night Live. Here we go. I got other stuff to put up right over here, but before I do that, let me find it. That's an Aussie ticket stub. I don't know what that's for. This says Kiss on stage, 78 a coin. Kiss on stage, 78 a coin. Okay, we probably need to look at those. And this and this. We probably sew all that together. All right, let's go ahead and get started. First thing we have is Aerosmith Get a Grip, a 2 LP. Aerosmith, a 2017, $29.99. Doc and Soda Gregory for $10. I'm about to do some more $6.99ers. Daft Punk is a 2022, $29.99 for Daft Punk. This one's called Discovery, $29.99 on that one. The Strokes, Angels. The Strokes is $19.99. And we have Muse, Black Holes and Revelations. Muse is a 2020 reissue, $19.99. And Widespread Panic, Austin City Limits, live in Austin, Texas, $19.99. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Muse sold. Sean Sam on Aerosmith sold. And we have, let's see, I'm going to pull a D, a B, an R, a W, and a M. Okay. These are all $6.99. Matchbox 20, Whitesnake, REM, Bad Company, Dokken Breaking the Chains. Dokken Breaking the Chains, Bad Company 10 from 6, REM Monster, Whitesnake Self-Titled, Matchbox 20. Those are all $6.99. Widespread Panic sold to Stephen Parton. So far, the only thing left in here is The Strokes and Daft Punk. We also have The Go. This is a 2022 Record Store Day Electronic Indie, $19.99. Matchbox 20 sold to Chris Frazier for $6.99. Oso was second. Management, or MGMT, a 2008 USOG, an Indie Essential, MGMT, $34.99, sold to Stephen Parton. That's sold to Stephen Parton. And Kelly Wlodarczyk was second. And Deer Hunter, Have You Digest? What's that say? $24.99. I think that says, Have You Digest? All, have, or all, something digest. $24.99. It looks like it. Halcyon? What does that say? It says Halcyon. Halcyon Digest? Is that what that says? Wow. Deer Hunter, and then what just happened? Management, and then Deep Sea Club on Daft Punk, okay? Almost everything in here so far has sold. Nobody else on these other cassettes, including Whitesnake, REM, Bad Company, Dokken. I'll move those right up there. And then we have Jay-Z, Volume 3, The Life and Times of S. Carter. Jay-Z is $24.99. Amenities wants Whitesnake for $6.99. So let's see here. Yeah, I was about to put up some more Kiss, some of the stuff that's in frames here. So this is probably going to be a big lot. So let me show you what I got so far. This is all going to be sold together. And a lot of it just because it's already in frames, but shippable. Nothing oversized, nothing too crazy. I'll tell you what, they put all this stuff in baggies. So there's this Kiss. I think most of this is vintage stuff too. You got that, okay? Looks like a live shot. And then there was a, actually this isn't Kiss, is it? No, this is just an ad. I got more stuff like that I'll put together. Here, these look pretty cool, though. This says Kiss on Stage, 78 a coin. Okay. Kiss on Stage, 78 a coin. I think that's more fan club stuff. So that's more fan club stuff. There's the bubble wrapping box that was in. And then here's another one. Unless this is the same photo, which it may be. No, it's different. I think that's another fan club photo. 78 Kiss on Stage a coin. Okay. All right, so those 3 Kiss photos, $15 start, okay? So one of them, not really for sure. 2's definitely from the 78 fan club. Those are all being sold in an auction lot, $15 starting bid. Next thing is Alt J Relaxer. That is sealed, $19.99. You bid in the comments, and I'll sell it to the highest bidder as soon as I think everybody's done. Run the Jewels 4, sealed, just $29.99. That sounds like a great price. That is a 4 LP set. 2 is on magenta and 2's on gold, $29.99. I'm going to show 2 more records and then another handful of cassettes. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreaming. Another limited edition numbered, $49.99 on Dave Matthews. And The Age, Sufjan Stevens, $24.99. Sufjan Stevens, The Age of ADZ, $24.99. So Kiss has bids for 15, 15, 15, 20, 40, and 17. So right now the high bid is at 40 with Chad Sauls. Run the Jewels is sold to Shakedown, and that officially fills up this crate. Let me get a new one started. Okay, and we have 4 full crates here of vinyl that has sold tonight. That's amazing, especially with virtually no new vinyl arrivals. That means we've sold almost everything John's marked and Laura's marked. Let's do another handful of cassettes here. First, though, Preston Rose on Sufjan. That's sold to Preston Rose. Okay, right now, these 3 frame Kiss items are at 40 with Chad Sauls. Let's pull out an L. Let's pull out a A. Give me a B. And then let's do an R. And then another W. Okay? And these are all $6.99. Whitesnake Trouble, REM Green, Bad Company Straight Shooter, Aerosmith Classics Live 2, and Live, the band Live, Secret Samadhi. Everybody, heavy request there for Live on auction for sure. Huge request. Okay, moving on, we have Philip Selway, Familia, what's that say? Familiala. Philip Selway, sealed, a solo album by the drummer for Radiohead. I'm having trouble with his last name, or having trouble with the name of the album. $19.99 on that. And then we have Clinic, Do It. Clinic is $14.99, and Outcast 2, Aqua Mini. Outcast is a 2009 reissue, $32.99. Javi got the live cassette for $6.99. That's the band Live. Whitesnake, REM, Bad Company, and Aerosmith. And then we have Kanye. Here we go, Jim B. I hate being bipolar. It's awesome. Kanye West is $19.99. Also, this is Arcade Fire Neon Blue. That is sealed for $24.99. All right. A couple people didn't go out on this Kiss stuff, but I think his bid pretty much wrapped it up. So $40 sold to him. And as soon as I said that, Oso bid $41. My goodness. I thought everybody was done. Chad gets it for $40. That's the second, late, maybe third time a bid's come in like right after I've said the S word. Already sold. Chad Sauls, $40. I lost a couple of y'all. I figured after 3 or 4 minutes, y'all were done, unless you just have a really bad connection. If your bids only come in after 4 minutes, you probably need to do a reset, or maybe, I don't know, but that was bad. That was bad. Okay, Kelly Vladerson Arcade. Sorry, after I say the sold word, if it's on my screen, I'll take it. If I say SOLD, I have to move it on. Tupacalypse Now, Tupac, 2016, $34.99 on that. And then Yes Drama, cut from the original Analog Master Tapes by Kevin Gray, $22.99 on that. And then Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is a 2017, $19.99 on Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Doused in Mud, Soaked in Bleach. This is various artists. I think they're covering Nirvana. Record store day, $24.99. Outkast, the Outkast here, Aquemini is, this is a 3 LP, yes. 3 LP on Outkast, 2009, $32.99. Shane Lane-Dote on Yes, and Lewis Kulick on Nickelback, okay? All right, so Kiss stuff. There's that. Okay, this box is empty. Yep, just baggies. I'm going to leave those for people who want to maybe tag them, use them to put stuff in. Okay, so we don't need that stuff right now. That has nothing to do with Kiss. This has nothing to do with Kiss. We can put up an Ozzy ticket stub for a $1 start. This is an Ozzy Osbourne ticket stub from 1986, the Coliseum. The Coliseum, 1986. What about a $5 start? That might speed it up a little bit. Ozzy, it's an original ticket stub here, it looks like. $5 start on that. Spiky McVeigh on Outkast. That's so to Spiky. And then next is the Dirt Drifters. This Is My Blood. The Dirt Drifters is $34.99. It's a country album. It has the CD and the DVD with it. And then Eric Church, Desperate Man. Eric Church is $14.99. John Prine, The Tree of Forgiveness. John Prine is $24.99. Cold War Kids, Robbers and Cowards. Cold War Kids, a 2014, $24.99. Boontar on Clinic, and Clinic was right here, sold to Boontar. And then this is the Gorillaz, $29.99. This Gorillaz is called Humans, with a note from Laura. Laura loves the Gorillaz. 1, 2, 3, 4 heart rating on that one. Lewis Kulick on EC, Eric Church. Stephen Parton on Gorillaz. And we have the Notorious B.I.G., Life After Death. Biggie is $49.99, a 2014 record store day on that one. If anybody wants Ozzy, it's a $5 buy now. Let me lay that right over there. Let's pull some more cassettes. Let's do an L, a Y, an A, an R, and a U. Okay, these are all $6.99. UFO, Strangers in the Night. REM, Automatic for the People. Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation. Yes, Big Generator. And Live, Throwing Copper. You can buy the little cassette or you can buy the big album. Okay, first thing we have is Mark Stanley on the Nirvana covers record, sold. Gregory on Biggie. Levi Hilton picking up the Ozzy ticket stub for $5, and Patty was second. Okay, let me lay that, see if I can fold it over like that. Yeah, that'd be good for right now. Stay. Put them underneath his cassettes. There we go. Okay, I think that crate's worthy of another recap. All this time, I've been trying to get over here to hopefully another crate of auctions where we can have something up back here. It's getting that time of the night, though, where we're already pretty much sold out of those. But I do have other stuff. And I'm probably going to go ahead and pull something right now, like a Dwight Yoakam. Let's see what happens when I put Dwight up for auction. This is an 86 USOG Specialty, near mint minus, a $30 start on Dwight Yoakam. Okay? All those cassettes I just showed were $6.99. UFO, REM, Aerosmith, Yes, and Live. This crate's definitely worthy of another recap. And like I said, I think in case you missed the new stuff tonight, I think it's all just in about a half of a crate, maybe 2/3, and I'm going to probably read through that one more time, all the new vintage stuff, okay? All the new vintage stuff. And best offer. I am going to find us some vintage crates to go through in just a second, yes. Usually after 11, if we're not completely done with vinyl, we'll be at least starting the discount stuff, okay? Give me 1 second. I got to mute my mic. I promise y'all didn't want to hear me chewing and I promise y'all didn't want to hear me chewing and drinking right then. So I held up my finger for one more second. Okay, I'm good to go now. So here's what's left in here. The Strokes Angels, $19.99 on that one. And then the Go Team, Proof of Youth, Record Store Day exclusive pink vinyl electronic indie, $19.99. Cold War, I'm about to get to it. Deer Hunter was $24.99. White vinyl, $24.99 on that. Jay-Z Volume 3, The Life and Times of S. Carter. A little bit of a crease running through the jacket right here. A 2014 reissue, $24.99. Alt J Relaxer. Alt J is sealed, $19.99 for Alt J. And Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin'. Limited edition and numbered, $49.99. Philip Selway, Familial, and that is sealed. Solo album by the drummer for Radiohead, $19.99 on that. Kanye West, I Hate Being Bipolar, it's awesome. Kanye, $19.99. Tupac, Tupacalypse Now, $34.99 on that. And then the Dirt Drifters, This Is My Blood, $34.99 with CD and DVD. John Prine, The Tree of Forgiveness, $24.99. And Cold War Kids, Robbers and Cowards, to answer Chris Knapp's question, a 2014, $24.99. If anybody wants to white yoke him, he's a $30 buy it now, okay? $30 buy it now. Let's get into some different stuff, all right? First, we need more cassettes. I'm going to pull a B. I'm going to pull an S, a T, an L, and an M. And these are all $6.99, okay? We have Molly Hatchet, self-titled, Live, the band, V or 5. Yeah, I was about to say, that don't have a cassette in it. No cassette in that one. Tom Petty, Long After Dark. Soul Asylum, The Horse They Rode In On, and Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Okay, unfortunately, no cassette in Live, but Cold War does go to Chris Knapp. Okay. All right, let me condense these two lower crates right here. Mark Stanley on Black Sabbath. Let me move these into this. If anybody else decides you're like, you know what, Chad, you are right. I am feeling a little frisky tonight after all the festivities. Go ahead and just give me everything that's left in that crate. I'm going to be like, holy crap. Okay, well, whatever floats your boat, man. You know? Okay, awesome. Making some progress for sure. All right. Soul Asylum, Soda Javi. Manatee second on Black Sabbath. Let's see. Live is 39. Rush 38. Godfather 54. Iron Maiden Puzzle. Let me move these out of my way before I bend them or break them or drop them. Chevy 125. Val Kilmer 195. Those are signed, authenticated photographs. Chevy Chase, legendary actor. Val Kilmer, legendary actor. Gone too soon. We're about to do some vintage buy it now best offer. And I've got jackets laying all over the place. That's what I'm wrestling with right now. It is cold outside, I think. I don't even remember. Don't even remember. I got some other Val Kilmer as as Doc Holliday tombstone photos around here somewhere. I just hadn't located them since the other night. But here, we're going to go through the crate. I can't remember if I showed these best offer or not. But either way, it's some good stuff. I still got half of this tray of cassettes over here. And Let's go through some vintage stuff, best offer. This will be the first time tonight stuff we've had any records for best offer or any kind of discount. I got this crate that John, some new stuff John marked. See, Tuesday. Let's see, is he normally here? He's normally here on Tuesdays, right? Yeah. It's Wednesdays he's off. So he'll be get here tomorrow, and then we'll probably have Paul back hopefully Wednesday. He's been on this trip, but he's been working. Technically, Paul's been working for 7 days straight. Find the tombstones. I think I got one more. I had an idea of building a tombstone display, get Kurt Russell, even maybe some of the other ones like Billy Bob Thornton, to get the whole cast, but it would be, even if you put it all together, then you would really limit yourself to how many people you could sell it to. I think if you had a collage of all the main stars in that movie, it would be several thousands of dollars, but it would be awesome to have. Of course, I'm not talking about just like I'm talking about a photo of them in the movie. All right, here's some more cassettes. Here's a B, an A, an S, a G, and an R. These are all $6.99. REM, Fables of the Reconstruction, Jafria, Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union, Aerosmith 9 Lives, and then Bon Jovi. There you have it. There you go. When they're all, when their value go down, when they all shoot at each other. I guess so. You'd have a fight. Who's that other actor that plays Johnny Ringo? He was just in another movie I was watching. Okay, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Genesis Nursery Crime. It's in VG condition, $9.99. There is some tape along the top. Genesis is in VG, $9.99, Nursery Crime. The Go-Go's, Beauty and the Beat with We Got the Beat, VG Plus, $14.99. And Donald Fagen, The Nightfly. We sold a near mint copy tonight. This one's VG Plus with the original inner sleeve, $24.99. These are all vintage buy it now best offer. The Pretenders is in VG condition, $9.99 for the Pretenders. And we had George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Maverick. It does have some cover damage right up here. The vinyl's in VG Plus, $14.99. Rafe on Donald Fagen. Shane Landote on the Go-Go's. And Stephen A. Young next on Donald Fagen. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Child is Father to the Man. Columbia 2i, first label, their first album, VG $9.99. The Who's Quadrophenia, a double LP, VG Plus, $24.99. And over here we have the Pretenders at $5. I'll do the Pretenders for $6.99. As soon as I said that, somebody said they would pay full price. So I've already shot myself in the foot over $3. I don't want to do any more than that. Terry Lee Watts, you've bought from us before, right? You get Bon Jovi and you get Soul Asylum. Thank you. Those are sold to you. Amenities, you were third on Donald Fagen. And then Roberta Flack, First Take, VG Plus $14.99, and Blondie, Eat to the Beat with Dreamin', VG Plus $17.99. All right, all right, all right. Our next auction over here. Let me figure out what's the front and what's the, I guess this is the front. Yeah. This is, okay. So here's a chance at a Whitesnake album. I think we had a VG minus copy to begin the night. Here's another one, Whitesnake 87, OG of course, VG minus, $10 start on Whitesnake, okay? The Beatles, Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. OG Press, VG condition, $16.99. Also, Happy Trails, Quicksilver Messenger Service. This is VG condition, $9.99. And George Thorogood, Move It On Over. George Thorogood is VG Plus, $14.99. Christopher said he will do the $6.99 on the Pretenders. So, Duke, you were second on that. That was an official $3 foot shooting. Thompson Twins, Into the Gap. VG Plus $14.99. So this is like the third album we've already had, but earlier we had them in a near mint minus crate, and they were just beautiful. So, I mean, here's chances to get the same record. They just may have like wear on the edges. They may have wear on the cover. It goes to show you, like those other ones that people were claiming for 25 and 30, there's a reason, and that's because they were like pristine and mint. Here's one for basically half the price, but there was some wear and tear on it. So it's kind of however you prefer your record. Some people's like, I'm okay with that if it's going to save me, you know, $10 or whatever. And then some people's like, I got to have it pristine, okay? Chad, I got to have it looking like those other ones. Your preference. Led Zeppelin 4, VG condition, $19.99, a Presswell pressing. This is a mid-70s press, it looks like, of Led Zeppelin's fourth untitled album, $19.99 on that. So Whitesnake has one bid for $10. Art has a bid for $10. What was Art? And then I got you down for TT, though, which is Thompson Twins. I'll go ahead and sell that to Amenities for $10. If Art was something else, let me know. You did get that, though. All right, here we go. I got more cassettes. I've got D. I've got an A, an S. Let's do a B. And then let's do a R, okay? And the first R is Rat, Dancing Undercover, $6.99 for Rat. Bad Company Anthology, that looks cool, a greatest hits essentially. Styx 2, Aerosmith Pump, and Dokken Back for the Attack. These are all $6.99. Back to the best offer, Pink Floyd Animals. There is some writing on the cover. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve, not bad. Pink Floyd Animals, $24.99. Buy these now. You might see these in the morning flip crate for more or less. No, they'll definitely be for less, but you can buy them for less right now if you make an offer. We have Best of the Doobies, $14.99. This has the original inner sleeve. Now we're into no condition notes. That's a clean copy. That one looks nice. Nothing wrong with that one, and that's their best songs. Taking It to the Streets, Listen to the Music, Oh Black Water, Keep On Rolling, $14.99 on that. Rat is sold to Oh So Adventure for $6.99. The VG minus Whitesnake is sold to Joe Delgado for $10. And Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone. Elvis is $9.99. The Doobies is sold to Mike Pierce for $10. Thank you on that. And then we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $9. This is the one where there's writing all over the back of the cover. Olivia is $9.99. And then Linda Ronstadt, $9.99 for Linda. And Linda Ronstadt is self-titled, $9.99. Orange Capitol label. Right in front of that is the Eagles' Greatest Hits. Now, this one looks pretty dang nice. Original textured cover and inner sleeve. $34.99. Some great music on that one. So Dokken, Aerosmith, Styx, and Bad Company all still left. I also have Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers of America. A little bit of wear on the cover. Nice orange RCA. That should be the first label for that one. $26.99. Down. Oh, Volunteers of America. All right, how about a Zappa auction? I don't put Zappa up for auction too much. This is a 79 OG PRC EXEX Plus, a double LP Chic Your Booty. Zappa's a $20 start. I also have Billy Joel and Innocent Man, $14.99 on that. Pink Floyd Animals for $15, and let's sell that to Scott Dyer. You know what? I'll go ahead and do that. And then Linda Ronstadt, $5. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then Zappa's at $21. We also have Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99. This is in really clean condition. Just Beat It, $34.99. And then Zappa's at $21. Olivia, $5. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that. Sell that to Sheldon Bergenhire. Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, all night long. $9.99. And then Jefferson, this is not Jefferson, this is John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, in shrink, nice for $29.99. Let's pull out some more cassettes. Let's do R, S, A, hope I'm not spelling out anything naughty, and then we have G, and we have an A. Okay, these are all $6.99. I have April Wine, First Glance, Genesis Invisible Touch, another Aerosmith Pump, Scorpions Blackout, and Rat Out of the Cellar. These are all $6.99. LR6, sell that to Stephen Parton. That is Lionel. Mike Ponder on LZ4 for $12. You know what? You just bought yourself a Led Zeppelin record. If it keeps on raining, that's so do you for $12. And then we have Eurythmics, $19.99. No condition notes on this. $19.99 for the Eurythmics. Be Yourself Tonight. Super, super nice vinyl. Some of these in here are really nice too. We have Tubes, the Completion Backwards Principle. The Tubes is $19.99. And then Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, with his big hit song, You Got It. Roy Orbison, $29.99. Emerson, Lake & Palmer has some pretty bad cover damage. $12.99 on that one. Don't ever hesitate to make offers. I'm here to sell records. Rafe gets Zappa for $21. Laura just sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow's night's auctions. Uh-oh, that's good. David Essex, Rock On. David Essex, $14.99. Supertramp, Famous Last Words. Supertramp is $19.99. Folks, that's Supertramp. And Taco, After 8. Taco is $19.99. T-Rex, The Slider. No condition notes on that, $39.99. And Lionel Richie, another one, Dancing on the Ceiling, $9.99. Stephen Parton gets the Eurythmics for $14. Very clean record there. That's so does Stephen Parton. And we have Otis Redding live in Europe. I remember this one. The cover does show signs of wear, but the vinyl was pretty dang clean. Otis Redding was $39.99. And Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. There is an old sticker on the cover. The vinyl's clean. It has a promo sticker on the back. $26.99 for Billy Idol. Super for $13. Let's sell that to Amenities, okay? Wow, nobody on Rat Out of the Cellar or Scorpions or Genesis. Great cassette titles there, $6.99. I feel like we're missing 2 or 3 of the people that almost ask for cassettes every night. This always happens. Guess what? They're not watching tonight. It's like their worst luck. I mean, there's some people that ask for cassettes almost every night and sometimes throughout the sale. And they're like, Monday, I bet Chad's not going to have any cassettes. I'm going to sit this one out. And look what's happened to them. Look what's happened to them. Unbelievable. All right, these are all $6.99. I have Sammy Hagar. I don't see this one as much. Red Voodoo, maybe? $6.99. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. Aerosmith Live Classics. And Live, The Distance Is Here. I've never seen that album by Live. That's that same live band there. $6.99 on that. And Chris Frazier on SH. Chris Frazier on SH for Sammy Hagar. There was another offer, though, before that. David Essex for $6. That's sold to Stephen Parton, okay? All right, that's done. And first thing we have is Chris Frazier on Sammy Hagar for $6.99. Okay, there's that. And then Patty says, I'm here, but I've already bought all these. Gregory says, I already have all these. Scott Dyer on Billy Idol. So y'all are looking for like those $30, $40, $50 cassettes. Y'all have got to the point where the ones I'm probably going to auction, like Metallica or like Pantera, or y'all are looking for the ones that's going to sell for $170. Billy Idol, the no condition notes on the vinyl. I'd have to give the cover VG Plus because of some wear. And then Amenities put Tart, but he meant Rat. That sold to him for $6.99. Sig next on Sammy Hagar. And then you did get Rat. Hobby Soto on Live. What is the Otis Redding and how much was T-Rex, okay? So first thing I have is this. The Otis Redding is Live in Europe. Volt S-416. Stereo original. Vinyl's probably EX or better. The cover's like VG minus. Okay, and then Duke Norman T-Rex is $39.99. T-Rex is $39.99. Very clean. And I feel bad for the people that do ask for cassettes every night, because if I do have them, I'm like, yeah, I've got like 5 boxes over here, but it's like, and nothing against these artists I'm about to name off, but it's like I've got Jackson Browne and I've got John Denver. You know, I'll have like a new box we just found, but I'm like, man, I can spend 2 hours reading through these. I know y'all are not going to want them. I know what y'all are looking for. You're looking for metal, hard rock, or, you know, maybe stuff like Pink Floyd and Zeppelin and, you know, but usually I'll have some, I'm like, you know, or other stuff like the Smiths or the Cure. I know exactly what you're looking for, but sometimes I'll have them I'm like, yeah. And they're like, can you please read through them? I bet there might be one. I'm like, oh no, I'm going to have to read through 300 cassettes. And I know there's not going to be many people want these. So, but I'll do it anyway because I know that's the only way I can sell them. I got to get them to y'all somehow. Duke Norman gets T-Rex for $27. Otis was $39. Otis was $39.99. So, yeah, Teslas. I know with the auction, and that way everybody gets a fair chance at it, but I have sometimes a lot of cassettes. I'm like, man, no one's going to want these, you know. We rarely sell like the Monkees on cassette or even a lot of the regular classic rock. I feel like most people either already have it or, you know, by this point they'd rather have it on vinyl, you know. Cassette, for me, I think cassettes and CDs are alternatives to expensive LPs. You know, you can get like this live album. I don't know if that's even available on vinyl, you know. So like if you want a physical format of it, I'm sure you can get it on CD, but I've never seen that on vinyl before, the distance to here. So, you know, it's a good alternate way to have something on a format. Okay, anybody else want to make an offer on here? You'll have to get you a good cassette deck or a good CD player, but that's why we sell so many. I mean, there's a lot of stuff over here like 9 Lives. I mean, that's a $45 album new. And then Dawkins, I think y'all know what those sell for. Aerosmith Pump, same thing. Pricey OG or $30 new. So you can pick up a lot of physical media for cheap. All right, I still got plenty more over here. Let's read through these again. No invoices today. There's an error with Square. Square's pretty much offline for us. We can't send invoices, okay? So give us 24 more hours. We're actually in a big pickle right now. We're in a big pickle, a huge pickle. We're in a huge pickle, okay? First thing I have is Genesis Nursery Crime, and it's a bad pickle too. This is Genesis Nursery Crime, VG $9.99. We have George Thorogood Maverick, VG plus $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG $9.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. The Who Quadrophenia, VG plus $24.99. Roberta Flack, VG plus $14.99. Blondie, Eat to the Beat, that's VG plus $17.99. The Beatles was VG $16.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG $9.99. George Thorogood, VG plus $14.99. Elvis is $9.99. Eagles is $34. Now we're in no condition notes. Jefferson Airplane, $26.99. Billy Joe, $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller is $34.99. John Lennon's $29.99. The Tubes is $19.99. Roy Orbison's $29.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $24.99. Taco is $19.99. Lionel Richie $9.99. Otis Redding $39.99. And Billy Idol $26. Okay, MJ sold for $20, and that was to Joseph Ellis. Then there was a question. I've already sold it to him for $20. Okay, and live disc does exist. Wow, 2017 music on vinyl. Cool. What does that sell for out of curiosity? John Lennon for $20, and that is sold to Duke Norman. Okay, Duke Norman over here. That's sold for $20. Okay. All right, let me grab a handful of cassettes before I swap out. I was probably going to put MJ in the $19.99 discount crate in the morning. Joseph offered $20. I've said sold. And guess what? Somebody was going to offer $27. I wish he would have done that the first time around. Dang it, I shot myself in the foot over $7. It's already adding up to a lot of money this year. I'm doing a lot of bad foot shooting. All right, let's do an A, a B. Let's do a U again, and let's do a S. And here we go. These are $6.99. $6.99 for Sweet, $6.99 for UFO, $6.99 for Bob Seger, and same price for Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Okay. Billy Idol $15, and then another $15. Sold to MG Sanchez for $15. And then Scott Dyer, you came in right behind him. Okay, right behind him. All right, there's that. And the other rat that's still available is Out of the Cellar. Out of the Cellar is the only one that hadn't sold. Dwight Yoakam is sold to Christina Curtis for $30. Thank you. All right, let's find another crate maybe like that. It's been really hard lately to find like good vintage stuff like that to take offers on, because usually it sells the first night, or I have to have it to make the flip crates in the morning, and that really exponentially gets rid of it. That's like a whole crate gone. But here's another one. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here. Elton, Dylan, more Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I see Genesis again, Little Feat, Roxy Music. Let's take, and these might have been some that I never did take offers on originally. So here we go. Rat is sold for $6.99 to, no, wait a minute. No, Amenities bought that one. I stand corrected. Yeah, you bought the first one, I think. It's gone. I retract that statement. Never mind. No rats left. The rat infestation has been exterminated. All righty. Anybody ever heard of Sean Boolittle? It's a Oakland Athletics, an Oakland A's pitcher, and he's wearing a Metallica jersey. I've got a bobblehead. Is that any interest of anybody? It's an Oakland A's bobblehead, and the guy's wearing a Metallica shirt. I don't know if that's any good, but I have it over here in the Kiss stuff. I don't know how that got mixed up in the Kiss stuff, but we've sold most of the Kiss stuff I want to. We have a ton of Kiss comics. Of course, we sold the original, but we got a lot from the 90s and 2000s. And you know what I'm going to do with this crate? We got to do at least one nonsense crate of the night, so let's just make these half off. That will save a lot of time and hopefully sell a lot more records. Let's do these half off, okay? We have JA for $10. Was that Jefferson Airplane? I was thinking about putting that one into the... Let me see what that one's marked. If you're talking about volunteers, my eye was already on that for the $14.99 crate. I'll do 15 on it if you want to. It is the first label. It's a nice copy. There's very few wear marks on this one at all. I guess there is some writing back here on the back cover, but I'll do it for 15. You do see a rat? Oh, you are right. Psh. Guess what? I'm wrong again. This is sold to you for $6.99. Okay? Thank you. I'll do 15, and would I do 15 on Otis Redding? You know, that's pretty tempting, even though pretty far away from the original price. The jacket's pretty beat up. Oh, man. Yeah, the jacket's not in the best of condition. You know, I am in the Christmas spirit. And plus, this could prove a point. Don't ever hesitate to make an offer here, because you might buy something. All right, sell this to Duke Norman for $15. And then Mike Ponder here, sell it. Victor's ready for the half-off crate. I'm also going to sell this to Mike Ponder since he declined my counter offer. That's sold to Mike Ponder for $10, okay? Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take all these individual cassettes that sold, and then Solarplex said he would do $3.24 on every cassette that's left on the table. Solar, you just bought yourself a heck of a cassette collection. Count these up and tag him every cassette hero left on the table for $3.25 each. We have a done deal. And we are officially moving merchandise. I need to go ahead and show the rest of them so we can do a deal on the rest of those. Okay. So let me get a count for you on the first stack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was that 10? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Perfect 10. And then 12, 14, 16, 18, and then 20. Okay, so there's 20. All right. 20 on that, the $2 Paul bump. Yeah, Paul, I've heard Paul's a little bit tougher negotiator than I am, but, you know, he has a boss to impress, which is me. And so his job is to get the most out of these records. And I remember when I first started discounting stuff crazy, Tanner used to be here. He's like, why did you? He said, that was Mark, whatever, and you took, and I was like, listen, I know what records are worth. I know what I feel like I can get for something, and if I got a decent offer on the table, I got to let something go, okay? You can't leave money behind. We are not record poor here. We have to get these stuff sold, okay? Now, some stuff I'm not going to say yes to, okay? But a pre-owned record, if it's fair, and I understand probably where you're coming up with that number, I'm probably going to sell it to you. But it also, it's inventory, so I got to be careful because we probably could sell them again later for full price. But sometimes I'm like, let's get it done. So that was 20, right? Here's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think that's 21. I think that's 41. Of course, they'll give you an official count. 41. Okay, that should be 20 and 21 there. That helps me out a ton. That makes the shipping department want me, you know, that's doing stuff like this makes the shipping department want me to like disappear. Like all of a sudden there's a bulletproof vest show up with a fish wrapped up in it. And they'll say, well, Chad sleeps with the fishes now because he did too many bundle lots. Okay, these are half off, no more, no less. Right off the bat, we had this the other night. It looks like the monkeys, but it's not. It's Leo, Gemini, Capricornus, and Jones. Capricorns and Jones. Leo, Gemini, Capricorns, and Jones. It's an indie rock album from 2000. It's sealed in a perforated bag, $12.50. Also, the circle neon. There's a chunk of the cover missing. No condition notes on the vinyl, $6.50. And we have No Sweat, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $7.50. Bowie for $20. I think somebody already bought Bowie. That's an empty cassette case, by the way. I think the only auctions are J. Roddy Walton, Natural Child, Panic at the Disco, Buckcherry, Wu-Tang, and the Shins. Everything else has sold tonight. And we still got more cassettes to get to. Adam Bernardi on No Sweat. That sold to him for $7.50. Bob Newhart, more comedy there. The Button Down Mind, $6.50. We have Zenith Circle of Sound. This is a Zenith stereo test record. Sealed, unopened, $10 on that. And we have Blues Project. That's a Pickwick press. I always mention that because they're kind of a budget label, so they're known for not having the best quality records. But I've never had anybody buy a Pickwick and say, Chad, this record sounds horrible. But we always mention that they are kind of known for being a low-quality vinyl type manufacturer, etc. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Okay, let's do some more cassettes. But first, price on Bob. Bob Newhart was $6.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Chet Atkins, the Guitar Genius, $5 on Chet. In Shrink, nice, no condition notes. Messenger, that's Hard Rock 1982. Half off makes it $20. Half off makes it $20. And then over here, we have price on Bob. Newhart have sold Raleigh Walter. Steve Parton was first on it. It's already sold to Stephen Parton. That is sold to him. It has Abe Lincoln versus Madison Avenue. I don't see Sir Walter Wally on that, but that's sold. And then what Buckcherry, what was the first record you showed? The first record in here was Leo, Gemini, Capricorns, and Jones. It looks like the Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones, but it's an indie rock album, sealed, $12.50. The Buckcherry over here is Buckcherry 15, the first time it was ever on vinyl, a Rocktober exclusive from 2016, $125. It's sealed, unopened. Sealed, unopened. Hot, this is Cracker, $7.50 on Cracker. Utopia Live is $5. And Nice and Slow, Jesse Green. What a cover. 77 UK, Jesse Green, $10. and Brotherhood. Brotherhood is sealed from 1978, 1750 is that 1750 on that. And we have Bob Dylan self-portrait, a 1970 Pittman, $22.50 for Bob Dylan self-portrait. Just $22.50, I should say. Let me do another handful of cassettes. We have another A. Let's do M. Let's do U. Let's do R and S. And these are all $6.99. Sweet, live at the Marquee. We have REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. I can't fight this feeling anymore. UFO, Ain't Misbehaving. That one has a saw mark on the jewel case. Michael Schenker, Perfect Timing, and Aerosmith, Gems. Nice. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Rafe first on which band is the Leo Gemini? That is the name of the band, I reckon. Let me go back to that one more time. I think that's the name of their band. I think it's Leo, Gemini, Capricorn, and Jones. No, they're called the Mystery Band. Okay. It's called the Mystery Band. That's called the Mystery Band. Yeah. They even kind of mimicked the monkey. They must love the monkeys or didn't like the monkeys. One of the two. Rafe on Utopia. That's so to Rafe. Thank you on that. And then we have Adam Minardi on BD. And that's for the Bob Dylan. And then Retro Class on Brotherhood. And then Jackie wants to see Messenger again. You can. Messenger is self-titled, it looks like. 1982 Hard Rock. That is now $20. Cracker Info. Not the band from the 90s or 2000s. This is spelt with a K. It's on Dash Records. Looks like another Private Press rock album of some sort. Some fine-looking fellows here from 1976. $7.50. That's Cracker with a K. Jim B's made an offer on Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang is a 2015 USOG sealed, $65, and Jim B has made a very low offer of $50. I mean, that's a low offer. So let me go right over here and see what's going on with this. This is the 2015 US sealed. They start right now at $65 on Discogs. Ships from the United States, 9. And the cheapest one for sale is VG Plus VG for $88 including shipping. $87 including shipping. So for this, it's $65, being that the last January 50 unofficial release. Boy, Jim, seems like this is like a $4,000 or $5,000 record. I don't know. Let me think about that. First thing we have is 1999 Kanye Bipolar. He must be watching. So Jim B just got home. Now he's trying to rewatch the whole sale and see how much opportunities he's missed out on. Jackie Reynolds got Messenger for $20. We have Fat Larry's Band, Breaking Out. This is a 82 UK, $17.50 for Fat Larry's Band, Breaking Out. $17.50 on that one. Nobody on this batch of cassettes. Those are all $6.99. Starting the first patch of a bundle for Solarplex. Wide Heart. This is Wide Heart. This is $12.50. Emergency broadcast, $12.50 on that. Interesting stuff here in this half-off crates. Sounds of Modification. Sounds of Modification on the Jubilee label. $10 on Sounds of Modification. Elton John, Honky Chateau, a VG copy for $7.50. Elton John. We have Led Zeppelin 3, What in the World? And OG Pressing 2, VG Plus, $22.50. Now the ghost of John Bonham's going to haunt me tonight. He'll probably hurt me too. $22.50 on that. Eric Van Leuven on Sounds of Modification. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Victor Guerra on Led Zeppelin. And then we have Santa Esmeralda, Beauty. That's a sealed copy for $7.50. And Donnie Iris, No Muss, No Fuss. $10 on Donnie Iris. Duke next on Zeppelin, and then Chris Gardner. Okay, 5 more cassettes. A U, a T, an N, an M, and an A. These are all $6.99. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. Michael Schenker Group, MSG. Night Ranger, 7 Wishes. Ted Nugent, UFO Phenomenon. Those are all $6.99. Solarplex, 4th on Led Zeppelin. Ron Duffield, 5. Of course, a half off OG Zeppelin 3. Crown Heights Affair, Do It Your Way, a 76 white label promo, $17.50. And she has a wet t-shirt on. You can kind of see through it a little bit. That is $17.50 on that. Also, we have Discotheque, the Discotheque Dance Album, $7.50. And Crosby & Nash, Whistling Down the Wire, Wind on the Water. Which one's this one called? Wind on the Water. There we go. $10 for Nash and Crosby. There you have it. Also, we have Ian Cussick, Danger in the Air. Ian Cussick, Danger in the Air, and 83 New Wave, $5. All right. Sell Jim B, the Wu-Tang, for $50. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Jim B. That honestly does seem pretty fair. And then the Shins is a 2013 USOG limited edition blue and black split. Blue and black split. This was only given to the people who were attended the show. So we think there's possibly 300 or fewer that were made. Small audience, live at Third Man in Nashville. $95 on that one. $95 on that one. Crosby & Nash is sold to Mike Ponder. $10 on that. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Been some pretty good titles. Hey, there's Whistling Down the Wire. Other one's Wind on the Water. This one's Whistling Down the Wire. $10. That one's very clean as well. In shrink. And we have Yachts, SOS. Yachts is $5 on that. And then the Panic at the Disco. This was Panic at the Disco. All My Friends Were Glorious. And this is a 2017. Only time it's ever been pressed on vinyl and never released any other way. It is a limited edition 2LP sealed. $55 on that one. $55 on that one. Also, we have Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, with Dirty Laundry. $10 on that. Mike Ponder picking up another Crosby & Nash. So he basically just did the buy one, get one there. And then Pointer Sisters Breakout. Pointer Sisters is $5. Condition on Yachts. No condition notes on the vinyl. Let me check it myself. It's nice. And it's a white label promo. John didn't even make a note of that. The cover does have a few signs of wear. Gold stamp promo and white label promo. Hessen Session, if you don't want Panic, then it's going to be sold to the Vlodderchecks, it looks like. Totally up to you. And then John Waite, Rover Returns. John Waite is $10. And Genesis, and then there were three, $10 on that. Joe Delgado on Don Henley. And then Jim B also wanted Panic. I feel like some of these no bids tonight are a little bit more deeper cut. I mean, they're bands that we know, but man, they've been left behind, and I think they were left behind at great prices because everything I've scanned and looked up, Laura's had it like well below market for the starting bid as usual. So, boy. Okay, here's some more 6.99ers. We're almost done with this whole tray. We have the Grassroots 14 Greats, Michael Schenker Group One Night at Budokan, Golden Earring Live, Aerosmith Done with Mirrors, and Ted Nugent Call of the Wild. All right, so let's go back to the top. So Adam Minardi asked about Yachts, and then he said he'll take Yachts. Joe Delgado got Don Henley. And then next thing in here was Don Henley, an offer. This is a half off crate, so Don Henley was 10. That is the final price on that, which was already sold to Joe Delgado. Panic at the Disco is sold to, technically, Robert Vloddercheck was ahead of Kelly. So Robert Vloddercheck get it instead of Kelly Vloddercheck. Kelly, Robert beat you on that one. The Drifters Golden Hits Under the Boardwalk. We'll be having some fun. $7.50. Genesis. Should be clean vinyl. The cover does have a few spots of wear. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. It's got some corner wear. Looks like a sticker got peeled off. $10 on that. And Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is $10. And The Who Live at Leeds. $10 on The Who Live at Leeds. $10 on that one. Okay, almost done with this tray of cassettes. And then there's two without artwork. I'm going to go ahead and show those. There's two without artwork. And then a couple singles. And we've gone through this whole cassette thing. Okay. And we have Michael Schenker Group Assault Attack. REM Shiny Happy People. That's a cassette single. Michael Schenker Live Rock Will Never Die. UFO No Heavy Petting. Ted Nugent and Boy Dukes. Moody Blues. This is the Moody Blues. No artwork. Pearl Jam 10. No artwork. And Ted Nugent Free for All. They even used the original artwork They did that. That was the first print run on multicolor, and they changed it because I think that's kind of costly to do. If you're in the printing business, probably especially in the 70s, I think more color, more pricey, and I ended up redoing that one. Meatloaf on vocals there. And then we have a Duke, hold on a second, Adam Bernardi on the Pointer Sisters. That's a few back, but sold to Adam Bernardi, Duke Norman on The Who, and then Scott Dyer on Genesis. Thank you. That has that great song, Follow You, Follow Me on it. I like that one a lot. That's sold to Scott Dyer. And then Todd, you were second on The Who. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed, $10 on Glenn Fry. Super nice looking copy. ZZ Top Eliminator, folks, now just $17.50. Original inner sleeve. Oh, fantastic vinyl. And then Dire Straits, oh, just $15. Love Over Gold, fantastic copy. That's a new inner sleeve, but the original inner sleeve is still in here too. So it is nice and complete. And then, oh, The Doors, Strange Days, $17.50. How many times am I going to have to go, oh, here's The Doors, strange days have found us. Stephen Parton on Dire Straits sold. Then Adam Bernardi, Solarplex on ZZ Top sold, and Stephen Parton on Doors sold. Golly, y'all picked up some good ones there. We have Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood, $12.50 on that, 1980. Nothing wrong with this, huh? $12.50 on that, super nice copy. Also, we have, the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, a gold stamp promo, 1986. So what's weird about this, anything promo from a band like the Stones is to me unusual. No reason to be promoting, but it's from 86 with a different hop sticker, so how unusual, right? Beautiful copy though, $17.50 on that one. Eric Van Leuven on Roxy Music, Alan Hagen next on DS, Adam Bernardi first on the Stones. Alan Hagen was second on technically third on Dire Straits. Little Feat, Let It Roll. Great stuff here, $12.50. Didn't think a lot about them several years ago till I sat down and listened to their catalog. They just got good music. $12.50, the Little Feat, or Little Feat, Let It Roll, gold stamp promo, Anthology of Dinah Ross and Supremes, classic Motown stuff, 3 LPs of music, $17.50. That's for 3 LPs like Come See About Me, Stop, In the Name of Love, Reflections, You Can't Hurry Love, I Hear a Symphony, Where Did Our Love Go, Baby Love. That's 3 LPs of music, $17.50 on that one. Duke Norman next on the Stones. And Huey Lewis, that's the one the other night. And I'm pretty sure somebody offered 12 and I turned it down, and now it's 10. Fuller has his name written on the cover. I knew I should have went ahead and just took their $12 offer. I don't forget stuff like that. Now it's 10. It's nice, but it does have a name written on the cover. Roxy Music, $12.50, and look at this. Back-to-back Roxy Music, and I think I turned down offers on these for more than $12.50. Now they're $12.50 and $12.50. Siren, and I think this one's simply called For Your Pleasure, or the second Roxy Music album. They got great music too. Yeah, For Your Pleasure, the second Roxy Music. So I shot myself in the foot on those. I turned down 12 the other night for that. And I think somebody offered 15 and 15 for these. And I think I counted 17, maybe. So that's what happens. Okay. All right, that's done. Can I get a bundle deal done on the rest of the cassettes to Solarplex? Maybe he'll take the rest, and that will sell out this entire tray of cassettes. That will be pretty dang sweet if we can make that happen. All right, and then we got John Bergenstorm on Huey and Chris Knapp taking both Roxy Music. All right, in the front of that crate was busy because that was the leftovers. I think that was a non-check condition John crate that we went through the other night. May or may not have took offers on them, and that was what was left, and now they ended up being nonsensical half off. So that's why those just got obliterated. Holy moly. Okay. So, yeah, that was basically buy one, get one. Yeah, half off, same price. Do you have any more cassettes? If you have any more cassettes, I'll take them all the same price as before. That was, well, that's all I have for tonight. I'm sure in some of these new collections, more will turn up in tubs and boxes, but evidently they brought those straight to me. I've got these too. These have already been read off. If you want them part of the bundle, I'll put them in part of the bundle. I won't charge you. By the way, I'm not going to charge you since you're doing this. The ones missing the artwork, I won't charge you for those. I've got Mariah Carey, George Thorogood, Cameo, the Jets, Pete Townsend, the Jacksons, and a sealed Pam Tillis. Those were showed the other night, and that's literally everything. Except for stuff I have up front, of course. I've got more up front, but those have been shown, and now they've been at the store, and they've been dug through in our disc. There's probably not much up there, but as far as new ones, that's it right there. Okay. All right, let's browse through these one more time quickly. What time is 11:38? So my goal was to get done by 12 or 1 for sure. I got to go home and rest. But before I do that, I got to film these videos, and then I'm going to come back early in the morning. We got a crisis on our situation. It may not mean a lot to y'all, but this invoicing problem, oh no. I just don't know how it's going to get fixed. I'm panicking. I'm out of breath. We're going to be probably, there's no telling what we're going to have to do. I hope we can get it done tomorrow, but I think Tanner's out of it. He stayed up almost as long as I have, so we both got to like rest so our brains are working tomorrow to fix this crisis. Okay? Fix this crisis. Let's do this. One more read through here. The Circle Neon, $6.50 on that one. Zenith Sound Record was $10 sealed. Blues Project is $5. We have Jesse Green, Nice and Slow. That is $10, a 77 UK. And then $5 on that. We have the Mystery Band, Leo, Gemini, Capricorn, and Jones sealed, $12.50 on that. And we have Hot, $7.50. It will work out, big confidence. I have full confidence always. The opposite of Seth. We have Cracker, Fat Larry's Band, $17.50, breaking out. White Heart is $12.50. And then Elton John, Honky Chateau, VG, $7.50. Santa Esmeralda, Beauty, sealed for $7.50. Donnie Iris was $10. Retro Class on the Jesse Green, that was right here, Slow and Easy. That looked very interesting. And then we have Crown Heights Affair for $17.50, Do It Your Way. White Label Promo. Discotheque is $7.50. Ian Cusick, Danger in the Air, 83 New Wave, $5 on that. John Wade is $10. Rover Returns. The Drifters Golden Hits is $7.50. Hollow Notes is $10. Big Bam Boom. Glenn Fry is $10. Little Feat, Let It Roll, $12.50. And the Anthology of Diana Ross and the Supremes. You can buy them right now. This and the leftovers of the crate. There's a chance they might get further reduced in the morning flip video if you have Facebook. If not, you might want to make an offer right now. Okay. So first is, I got to count all these for Solarplex. But first, JG, we did that one, the Zenith. So this is a sound test record. I don't think it's the actual artist. I think it's like sound covers. Hold on one second. I can do a bundle on these, but let me find John Cusack. John Cusick, Ian Cusick on that one. What am I looking for? Sorry, my brain is starting to shut down. Zenith. This is Zenith Presents a Stereo Collection. Zenith Circle Sound Stereo Instruments, yeah. So it's songs like A Taste of Honey and Greensleeves and Mac the Knife and Down by the Riverside, but it's string covers by Ray Charles Singers and Enoch Light. It's sealed. It's never been opened. Whoa, look at those cool speakers. Those speakers look awesome. Look at those. I'd like to have those right there. That looks very cool. $10 on that. And then the White Heart. The White Heart is still available, I think. White Heart. Don't have a genre for you. White Heart is $12.50. White Heart is $12.50. I'm trying to find a year. I mean, this looks like it looks like 1983 to me, maybe 87. Let's see if I can get a year. 87. I had a feeling it's 83 or 87. Something was speaking to me. 1987, $12.50 on that one. And then Tracy Songer on the Zenith, okay? And we'll make sure Jackie doesn't want White Heart, and then we'll offer this as a bundle. Let's count these for Solarplex. So we got these cassettes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29. Don't charge them for these three. They don't have artwork or cases. And there's that, okay? And I'm going to take these in here, and these are sold to Solarplex. All right, and then let's count these. Let's see if Neil may want these as a bundle. Okay. Freak Out. La Chic. La Freak. Freak Out. Ah. Okay. I didn't watch 7. No, I didn't watch 7. I watched 13 Angry or 12 Angry Men. I liked that a lot. That was great. I can see why that's so highly rated as one of the greatest of all time. That was such a good film. I had no idea it was going to be like that. I had no idea I'd be so interested. The budget on that had to be extremely low. I mean, for such a simple movie, for it to be so great. That was amazing. Okay, let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, 19 records left in here. I think there's some pretty good stuff in here, and since it's only the first read-through, I'm going to say on this bundle, $4.75 each makes them $90. Let's do them for $90, okay? $90 on these. First person who has dibs on everything is Neil Rigler. It was Jackie on White Heart, then he asked for the bundle. That would be everything that's left. He's got dibs on everything. Solarplex on Motley Crue. I'm going to write that down right now. Motley Crue Shout box set. I'm going to write that down. And that's for Solarplex. Okay. Next comment. After the conversation that I watched 12 A again too. So good. Very good. Hard to make a film in one room. Evidently. And then White Heart is still available. 15 for Diana. Shout and sold. Neil Rigler gets everything. He gets everything that's left there for $90, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put here this. And, yeah, that movie makes you just, I don't know. If you ever have to sit on, I don't know if anybody's ever sit on a jury, but, man, that'll makes you think about, I don't know. You could just see the breakdown of the characters were just amazing as it progressed. I had no idea, like I said, it seems so simple, but to be so wrapped up in what's going on, you know, you're like, yeah, it's like after it was over, I sat on my couch just like thinking. I was just sitting there just thinking about everything, you know, the justice system, life. I mean, it's like, wow. So, yeah, no one's ever seen that, 12 Angry Men. It's ranked in the top 10 of the IMDb's greatest movies of all time, and I can see why now. After that, I started binge watching Designated Survivor. So my Netflix went off, or I cut back on Netflix to put on Seinfeld to go to bed. And it was like, suggested for you, Designated Survivor. And I've heard about the show. I knew it was about. I was like, man, I shouldn't do this. And I clicked on play, and then it was noon the next day. So I had been up almost 19 hours, and I had watched 7 or 8 episodes of Designated Survivor. And I went, oh, no. And I was supposed to, you know, get up Sunday like at 1 or 2 o'clock, and I was just going to bed. So I went, oh, no, what have I done? And I finally fell asleep watching it. I was like, I've got to stop watching this. I've got to stop watching this. That was something else. Okay, $6.99 crate. $6.99 crate. So let's go back up here and see what's going on. So Neil Reigler got those. The room 12 the Angry Men physically gets smaller as the film goes on, subconsciously creating the tension. Wow. I never even noticed that. Jack Lemmon. That is Henry Fonda. Henry Fonda is that one. Homeland. Yeah, it's Henry Fonda. Homeland, never seen Homeland. Designated Survivor, I'm engrossed in it. I kind of tried to forget about it. I was like, I can't think about this show because it's just like, I can't do this. I have my job. I can watch a movie every now and then, but getting wrapped up in a series, so I've kind of tried to forget about it. I may watch it at the gym at nights at the treadmill or something, but oh God, yeah, I'm kind of just like, all right, let's do a crazy $6.99 crate. And I see some stuff in here that's marked 10 and marked 25. And I see records that are marked 15 and 15 and 10 and 29 and 39, maybe. Okay, let's go right here. These are all going to be $6.99. Let's go through a $6.99. In most cases, this is better than half off. Now, for midnight on a Monday night, we have 190 people watching on all platforms combined. I think that has a lot to do with the surge in new followers on our page. A lot of new people follow our page. When you follow a new page, you start getting suggested stuff, and probably a lot of people have seen a live feed, and they're like, what is this? And they've clicked on it, and they're probably watching right now wanting to know how to buy a record. Well, you just purchase in the comments, and we'll register $8 in limit shipping. We'll go from there. Good thing is we buy this every night. Plus, word's probably got out about all the crazy collections we've picked up. And we've picked up some insane collections over the last week. My main buyer, Mr. Paul, they went out on a buying trip, and they've been gone for 7 days. And they literally left a week ago today. They're back, and they have, and this is not an exaggeration, there's about 50,000 LPs. We had to basically remodel our store, move stuff around to store them all in here. That also kick-started a big $2 event here at our building. Open up, when we reopen on Wednesday, we're closed on Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays. When we reopen Wednesday, it will be a heck of a fiasco. I can sell you silver bullion, which is now at a great price. I mean, I'm not going to adjust. There's one thing I'm not going to adjust unless you want to buy. Well, let me check spot before I speak on this. Yeah. So I can sell you silver rounds at just $250 over spot, which would be $88. Okay. I got silver rounds, $250 over spot, $88, because silver right now is $85.45. And it hit an all-time high today of $86. So I've got all the silver you could want up until 120 ounces, $88 a piece. Now, I was doing a price break on those, but probably not anymore, because if I did a price break on them for the last time, it would now be below melt. Maybe a little off if you buy 20. That'd be a little bit of an investment there for you. And then I've got halves. And these have went up. Let me verify it. I can sell you as many halves as you want. These have went up $1. So I can sell you, yeah, halves. That's $15, 15 cents over melt. Walking Liberty halves. These are now $31. $31. That's due to the recent jump. I mean, the other night, they were slightly over melt when silver was $79.95 an ounce. So silver's went up over $5 since these. So these have went up about $1. Okay. So there's that. So silver halves 31, silver bullion 1 ounce 88, and I think I have a few quarters left, but I don't know where those are at. That is the silver I have in stock, plus a few of those commemoratives, which are at a great price now. I'm not going to change these at $75 or the bars at or the bars at $88. So silver bars, $88, and I still got these commemoratives for $75. The Botanical Gardens, Thomas Edison, Library of Congress, and I still got 3 silver constitutions. Now, these are a little bit less than an ounce, and they're only 90%, but they're proof commemoratives from the U.S. Mint. So 75 on those, bullion 88. I got 1 ounce gold, which is now, I've been up pricing this for $4,700, and now that is just $100 over mail. That should be at a great price right now. $4,700 for the 1 ounce gold, and then 1 ounce bar is 88. So I got a lot of options, and that should be great prices on that stuff. So if you're looking for silver, this right now would be the time to buy it. Okay, Jimmy Page Outrider. Are you talking about the Page and Plant? Are you talking about the Page and Plant that was in our hot picture? So if you're new to following our page, we posted some pictures. Jimmy Page Outrider. Are you talking about these albums here that we posted on Facebook? So those are somewhere in this building, okay? Those are somewhere in this building. So are some of the other stuff we posted, like Pantera and Tool and these Motley Crues. That's all somewhere in his building. That's all somewhere here in this building. So if you're new, and here's the best way to know records like that, here's how you know when we're going to sell them. So like the stuff that was in these hot pictures, a lot of people probably seen it because of the ad. Let me give you a tip here. So if you go to like our page, every day we post what we call a hot picture right here. And if we ever have anything rare and highly desirable, it's going to be put up for auction, and it will be advertised. Now, we may not release it. Up until a half hour before we go live. But if you're ever wondering if we're going to be selling some of our high-end stuff, there's always an auction preview. Now, I already have tomorrow's ready to go. I'm going to set a time every day to start posting these photos automatically. I usually do it when I get my day started in the afternoons or sometimes in the evenings. I don't wake up till 4 or 5 sometimes, and I work here at nights. And this is how you know what's going to be auctioned. And this is posted on Facebook, Instagram, and on YouTube, okay? So anything kind of rare from these new collections and highly desirable is going to be auctioned, and that's how you know. This is what gets people to show up. Exactly. John Bergenstorm's right. I can't photograph everything. We've probably shown thousands of albums tonight. That's the stuff you just got to wait and see what pops up. But anything kind of rare, we're going to be putting it up, and we let people know when it's going to be selling. And then when the show starts, it could be put up at auction anytime. We could do it immediately at 7, or we could do it at 9 o'clock. It depends on how much you bug me to put it up for auction. So, Stephen, is that an offer on Kanye, or is that a claim, Jim B? Are you making an offer? See, I think he keeps making an offer, which is a pass. If he's claiming it, I'm going to sell it to him. Okay, he's claiming this at $19.99. Okay, this is sold to Jim B for $19.99. Okay, what's his sticker price? Whew. Sorry. Okay, so we need 1 Constitution and 1 Botanical Garden sold. $75 to Adam Bernardi and $75 to Adam Bernardi. Okay? If anybody else decides you want any coins, let me know. These are sold and these are sold to him. Everything in this crate is $6.99. I think I had a coin sale. I got that too for Adam Bernardi. Thank you. So 1 ounce bars 88, 1 ounce bullion 88. Walking Liberty halves or Kennedy halves. I got both, 31, those commemoratives. The other silver, I got some quarters, and I have some 40% halves left. But this right here, I keep it simple for right now. If you want silver, that's what I recommend right there, okay? $6.99, anything in here. Anything and everything, and that's the final price. No more, no less. The Righteous Brothers Greatest Hits, $6.99, Volume 2. Also $6.99 is Minahan Street Band and this was originally $29.99. It's a soul Afrobeat funk album, just $6.99. Same price for Shock, electrophonic funk from Light in the Attic. $6.99, a Light in the Attic label, $6.99. These should be great prices on these. $6.99 for Gun Outfit, clean runs the thread, that's numbered. $6.99 for that, and one more $6.99. This is David Ferguson, Songs of Cowboy Jack Clement, a folk country, also $6.99. Spiky McVeigh on MSB, sold for $6.99. Shakedown on Shock, Shakedown gets Shock, and then Victor Guerra on N, and that was probably for something that's already sold. And then we have Spiky next on Shock, then Dave, then Adam, and then Retro on S. That was probably also for Shock. Mike Ponder on Mehan, Funk, and then Nina. Wow, I don't think there's anything left. There's a lot of seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths, but the only thing left is Righteous Brothers, Gun Outfit, and David Ferguson, okay? And then this is Rage Bannon. That's the name of the band. It's electronic hip-hop doom metal. $6.99 for Rage Bannon. Also $6.99 is Wishbone, Jackie Matu. And this was a reggae soul gospel from Light in the Attic. Something originally released in 71. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. And then we have Gun Outfit, sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. Victor Guerra on Rage Band and sold for $6.99. And Stanley Richmond wants 8 silver pieces of bullion. Can't go wrong there. Let's crack open a new tube. Let me make sure I don't have another new tube. I have individually ones up front in our showcase, but I need to crack open a new tube anyway. So here we go. And so 8 1-ounce, and these are vintage 1985 Prospectors, uncirculated. So they're brand new, 85, never really been handled, brand new. So 6 to Stanley at $88 each. Let's see here. Let me get these out. So 2, 4, 6, okay? 6 at $88 each, and those are for Mr. Stanley Richmond. Thank you on that. I'm going to put those right on top of Adams. I need to go ahead and take those in here on the table. Hey, now I've broken up a tube, so that means we need to sell the rest of it. 14 remain in there. 14 remain, okay? Thank you on that. And then next is Chris Knapp on Jackie. And that was Jackie Matu here for $6.99. Next for $6.99 is Michael Chapman, Wrecked Again, a folk rock album on blue vinyl for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Sean Phillips' Transcendence. No condition notes on that. Gold stamp promo, RCA Records, 1978. $6.99. Also Jennifer Warren's Famous Blue Raincoat. The Songs of Leonard Cohen. Jennifer Warren's doing Leonard Cohen. Original on her sleeve, $6.99. Next is Michael Spiky on Michael Chapman for $6.99. Same price here for Duncan Brown, The Wild Places. Duncan Brown is $6.99. And then Sean Phillips' Transcendent, sold to Adam Bernardi. Also $6.99 is Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. $6.99 on that. And then Heavy Metal Bebop, the Brecker Brothers. $6.99 for Heavy Metal Bebop. And we have Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love, in Shrink, $6.99. Spiky McVeigh on Duncan Brown. Duncan Meyer, that was from a Seinfeld episode. Dave Alexander, The Dirt on the Ground. I don't know if that's his signature. There's writing. Paul marked it as it's writing on cover, so I'm assuming it's not Dave Alexander. VG Plus, 1973, $6.99 on that. Adam Bernardi on Breck, which was the Breck. What was that? Did I already pull that? Brecker Brothers. Dave Alexander. Is this something right in front of me I'm missing? Yeah, this one right here. Brecker Brothers. So to Adam. Then Retro Class was next. Then Dave Alexander to Spiky. Then Adam Bernardi. Awesome $6.99 crate. Danger Zone. 85 US. That's under the genre of synth pop. $6.99. $6.99 on that. And then we have sealed $6.99 for Rodrigo Amarante, or Amarante, which is clear of red, blue, and green splatter, Indie Rock Latin. Indie Rock Latin. These are all $6.99 if you just joined us. Whitney, You've Got a Woman. Indie Funk, $6.99 on Whitney, and also $6.99 on Here Stands Fats Domino. This was VG And in VG, we had it marked for 24. This in high grade is very tough to get. This is Fats Domino. Essentially, I think just self-titled, or here stands Fats Domino. $6.99 on that. Adam Bernardi on the Rodrigo here. And then Stephen Parton on Whitney right here. And then Victor Guerra on Fats right here. And those are all $6.99, of course. Same price for Jimmy McGriff, the starting 5. That is $6.99. In shrink, originally $14.99. And Blue Magic with shrink and hype. That was VG minus, now $6.99. I'm going to take this. I got this silver balancing on the edge of a crate here before it falls over and silver bullion hits the floor. Let the bullion hit the floor. Let the bullion hit the floor. Ah. Everything in here is $6.99. Blue Magic. We have Christina Curtis on John Waits. Is there a John Waits still left in here? I remember reading John Waite. That must have already sold. Or is that something from a previous crate? Where did you see that at? Anyway, Blue Magic is 1974. 1974. Moving on. D Rangers, 5 Spanish minutes. D Rangers is a 2005. That is $6.99. That's a garage record pressed in Germany, $6.99. The Sunrays, Andrea. That's in shrink, $19.99 originally. That's now $6.99. Blue Magic sold to Edwin Blom. Also $6.99 is Ronnie Earl. I like it when it rains. Ronnie Earl is EX. That's $6.99. And Colonel Bogey. This is $6.99. Colonel Bogey. March from the Bridge of the River Kwai. Sir Adrian Bolt, the London Philharmonic Orchestra. $6.99. Sounds like some score-related stuff there. The New Christie Minstrels. Tell Tall Tales, Legends, and Nonsense. $6.99 on that. And then Bobby Goldsboro, It's Too Late. Bobby Goldsboro, $6.99. Bobby Goldsboro, United Artists. It is a nice copy. I will give it that. Yeah, there. John Waite, I was going to say, that was in the last crate. Rover's Return, right? Yeah. That was in the last crate. It's already been bought. It has, in fact, already been bought. Okay. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay, and then we got Adam Bernardi on Bogey, Colonel Bogey, sold for $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Faith Band, Face to Face. Faith Band is $6.99, 1979. And then Frank Tovey, Snakes and Ladders, Shrink Hop in Hop sticker. Did you know that this guy used to be Fad Gadget? So whoever went under the name Fad Gadget at one time is him. I'm familiar with them. We have Sean Phillips Collaboration, VG Plus, $6.99. Sean Phillips Collaboration, $6.99. Also, we have the Invisible Man's Band. The Invisible Man's Band is VG Plus, $6.99. And Murray McLaughlin. Murray McLaughlin. Paul had this as 1972 U.S. Folk Rock. VG Plus, $6.99. Folk Rock, Murray there. Same price for John Stewart, and this is The Lonesome Picker Rides Again. VG Plus, $6.99 on John Stewart, and we have Soul Cinders. Soul Cinders is $6.99. It's on Spider Records. No condition notes on that. Adam Bernardi on Murray. Murray McLaughlin sold to Adam Bernardi. $6.99, Moscow on the Hudson. $6.99 for Moscow on the Hudson. And Lefty Frizzell, The Legend Lives On. Lefty's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. What year was Invisible? The Invisible Man's Band was Mango Records, no year. Let's see if it's on the label. Let's see if I can guess this one. She looks like 1983. I was a little late. 1980. 1980. $6.99. Moscow Composer. This soundtrack, which is a Robin Williams movie, by the way, was done by... Well, it's not. Well, some of it is. It's Shaka Khan, The Motels, Waylon Jennings, The Gap Band, and then David McHugh, I think, is the music composer. Yeah, David McHugh. Alberto Santiago, George Kelly, David McHugh, David McHugh, David McHugh, David McHugh, and David McHugh. So score music by David McHugh. It also has songs by Gap Band, Waylon, Motel, Shaka Khan, and yeah, $6.99. Okay, and then next, I'm not positive, but you may have pulled something from me that I did not bid for. I think you may pull something from me I did not for, but I'm not positive. Well, if I did, I don't remember that, but they will fix it. I was trying for the funk, but missed it. If you're talking about the funk record from earlier, you were further down the line. If you're talking about earlier in the crate, the funk record, you were further down the line on that one. Okay. Moscow on the Hudson sold to Adam Bernardi. Yeah, I've never seen that. Robin Williams. I don't. One night when I was going through movie posters, I had somebody tell me this is like their favorite movie of all time. And I'll have people tell me that for movies like this. I'm like, man, I've never even, interesting. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Tracy on Sean Phillips. Okay, those are sold, $6.99, $6.99. We have the Exodus, Phoenix Sunshine. Add that to my list of movies. It's going to take me my lifetime to watch them all. 75 Religious Country Rock, VG Plus, $6.99. And the Righteous Brothers, some Blue-Eyed Soul there from the Righteous Brothers. Blue-Eyed Soul, VG Plus, almost said VJ Plus, VG Plus. The Incredible Casuals, Let's Go, from 1982. Now, the cover looks like it's an old, Capitol cover, and it's even made to look like it's worn out. $6.99. Edwin Blom does want the Invisible Band. Adam Bernardi wants the Righteous Brothers. Everything in here is $6.99. Even The Last Drive, Time. The Last Drive, 1989 Garage. Originally marked $29.99. $6.99 on that. The Beach Girls soundtrack. Music performed by Ars Nail. I forgot what. There was something about this. Every time I show it, somebody makes a point about it. And what was the point on this one? I forgot. I was reading through the notes here on the back, but I can't remember. Maybe I'm thinking something else. So Righteous. Okay, Spiky McVeigh on the Casuals. GMB was second. Well, he put LD. Maybe that was something, or is that supposed to be ID? Incredible, probably for Incredible. So you were second. Tracy, you did get Sean. Yes, I've already pulled it for you. Victor Guerra on Last Drive. And then GMB got Beach Girls. William Drukovich next on Last Drive. Okay, $6.99. We have The Kidnappers. Ransom Notes and Telephone Calls. A 2003 German. What a name of a band, The Kidnappers. $6.99. And my LD was Last Drive. Oh, that's an LD, so he was first on that. Okay. GMB, that's an LD for Last Drive. So Spiky got Casuals. GMB did get Last Drive. Victor, that would have put you second. Okay. Moving on, Kidnappers. We have Joe Tex Soul Country. Joe Tex is $6.99. Same price for Jason and the Scorchers. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, Lost and Found. $6.99 on that. And then the Abbott Recordings, Volume 1, Jim Reeves. We had Volume 2 the other night, I'm pretty sure. $6.99 for Jim Reeves. And Claude King's Greatest Hits. Claude King, $6.99. Victor Guerra on Kid. And that was Kidnapper, sold for $6.99. And then we have Brooke Benton, Songs I Love to Sing. Oh, Brooke is $6.99. Brooke Benton, $6.99. Same price here for Johnny Duncan and Janie Freaky. Nice and Easy, Shrink Wrapped, $6.99. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $6.99. Lacey J. Dalton, 16th Avenue, $6.99. And Lacey J. Dalton, Can't Run Away from Your Heart. Also, Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. That's $6.99. And Gene Vincent, The Day the World Turned Blue, a 71 promo for Gene Vincent. 71 promo. Kama Sutra, $6.99. We have Ghetto Ways Solid Brown, a 2005 German press, a garage album, $6.99 on that. How the West Was Won. This is a soundtrack, $6.99. How the West Was Won. Who gets credit? Is this Dimitri? No. Who gets credit for this one? Alfred Newman. Alfred Newman. Also, we have The Fifth Dimension Earthbound. Claude King, $6.99. The Fifth Dimension Earthbound. Nils Lofgren, EX, $6.99. And Songs from the Kids from Fame, $6.99. Claude King. Am I missing something? Ghetto is sold to Chris Knapp. Adam Bernardi wants The Fifth Dimension. Up and Away. Adam Bernardi on Nils Lofgren. Wow, that's a pretty good $6.99 crate. Oh, and guess what? If you remember, it looks like we've sold a lot out there, which we have. Pretty good stack. Dave Mosley on Fame. But I pulled a stack out of here so we could flip through them. And guess what? I'm about to add those back into the crate. Probably just about as many as we sold. I'm going to put them back into the crate. And now we got more to go through. This is a promo from the Rascals. Freedom Suite. Promotional LP for record department in-store play only. The Rascals, $6.99. So let's keep going. You thought we were done, but we're not. Don Nix, Gone Too Long. Interesting note. I've got this for $6.99. I've got an autographed copy for $15 if you want one. So we had it. It's sealed, and he signed it on the shrink. $6.99. Willard Dunham on the Brooks Benton. That sold to him for $6.99. Also $6.99. The Buoys Timothy. The Buoys, $6.99. Jim B says, I'm feeling generous. Passed my last drive to Victor Guerra, which is contestant number 2. So Jim B's done some market research, and he just can't quite pay for McDonald's breakfast with that one. So the last drive is going to be sold to Victor Guerra. If you're okay with that, Victor, $6.99. Over here, Claude King. Probably my southern accent of drawing out words probably doesn't help. Claude King. Adam Bernardi on the Rascals. That's sold to him for $6.99. I think Adam Bernardi claimed the Colonel Bogey, but he doesn't want it. I'll take it. So, Adam Bernardi, are you putting back the Colonel Bogey record? The Buoys? Those aren't buoys. That's a Seinfeld reference. $6.99. And Adam says he is keeping it. Okay? We have The Rains Came. The Rains Came. Sealed, $6.99. What is this? It's a comp. Ivory Joe Hunter, Freddie Fender, Joey Long. The Rains Came. Sealed, $6.99. Same price for Up On Heartbreak Hill. That is sealed for $6.99. Also, breaking in, the Blues Burglars. Hamburgers. This is EX and 87 UK, $6.99. John Mooney, coming your way. John Mooney of 79 US, $6.99. And Manga Galea, the Oak Ridge Boys. Oak Ridge Boys is sealed. A little bit later one here from them, 1988, $6.99 on that. And then Patrick Lear on BB, and that was for Blues Burglars. And then we have Baby, it looks like, Money to Loan. Baby's a 76 Southern Rock, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Any Trouble, Wrong End of the Race. That's in shrink. Features Baby, Now That I Found You, as seen on MTV Music Television. There you have it. $6.99 for them. And then Dick Gregory, Caught in the Act. Dick Gregory, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Baby. That's sold to Adam. Edwin Blom, second on that one. And then Bel Air's Need Me a Car. Bel Air's is sealed, unopened. Looks like a bluesy harmonica record. It's on Blind Pig Records. Michael Henderson, David Pruitt, sealed, $6.99. Christina on the Oak Ridge Boys. Oak Ridge Boys, that was this one right here. And then Dick Gregory sold to Adam Bernardi. Sully was second. Patrick on Bel Air's. Those are all $6.99. Same price here for The Dynatones Shout, which is a 12-inch single, it looks like. Frat Rock, $6.99. Derek says Don Nick, Southern Rock from his Muscle Shoals musicians. Oh, dang it. I had something to show tonight. I still can show it to y'all, but I wanted to do it during prime time so we could sell them all. I found a whole nother tub from the Jimmy Johnson collection. For those that don't know what that is, I found a whole nother tub of Jimmy Johnson records. Speaking of Muscle Shoals, we have The Preachers, $6.99, a 2001 UK Garage. UK Garage, $6.99. Now, the country doesn't necessarily mean that's where the band's from. If I ever say a country, that's where it's made. So if I say German Garage, that doesn't mean we got some Germans in a garage. That means we got a record made in Germany, and they could be a bunch of Australians. $6.99 for The Preachers. That's so to William Drugovich. Tracy was next. Hexagram 16, Russ Gier. That's a $6.99 on that. And then Sinon, $6.99 for that. And then we have Harlow Wilcox and the Okies, $6.99 for Harlow Wilcox. The Riverside Trio, Flat Broke, Rockabilly, made in the UK, 1985, $6.99. Also $6.99 is a nude record, Danielle Lupe and Greg Gonzalez, Sealed. It's under the genre of Dream Pop. $6.99 on that. The Rockin' Dead, Peepaw French. Peepaw Finich. Whoa! $6.99. Psychobilly. Look at the discount on that one. Good gosh. Holy moly. Hex over here was this one here. So to Chris Knapp. Patrick Patrick Lear on Riverside. And then PP for Jim B. PP for Jim B. PP. That was for, oh, P. Paul, right here in front of me. Of course. $6.99. So did Jim B. Stephen Parton was second. Patrick Lear was third. What was this record called? The Rockin' Dead, P. Paul French. So Jim B's PP is for P. Paul. Stephen put Rockin' for the Rockin' Dead. Patrick Lear put Psycho, which I think is still maybe something available. William put RD for Rockin' Dead. Victor wants the Dream Pop here. Duke next on Rockin' Dead, and then Chris Knapp on next on P. Paul. The Ugly Beats, Bring on the Beats. 2004 Garage, $6.99. Less Sequels, Test Chance and Cruel Outlaws. 2005 Surf, $6.99. And Dr. Ross, the Harmonica Boss, $6.99. Oh, Psycho Billy. Okay, Psycho Billy, is there, it must be already gone. Which one was that? That was, okay, that was the P. Paul French. So you were third. Okay, you were third. Okay, sorry about that. William Drugovich on You for Up on Heartbreak Hill, right? No. What happened? I had some stuff all over. You for Ugly Beats. Okay, Adam Bernardi on Less Sequels. William second, then Chris Knapp. And then Chris Knapp on Dr. Ross. Okay. Come on, G. Come on, Jim. Pass that to the next person. Come on, Jim B. Just pass it. Go ahead. Do what's right. Don't wake up in the morning and feel guilty. Go ahead. Let it go to the next person. Come on. Do it. Do it. Okay, let me go see if I can find those sealed Jimmy Johnson records. Now, if you hear Jimmy Johnson, you're probably thinking about NASCAR. If you're talking about Jimmy Johnson in the music world, you're probably thinking of Muscle Shoals. And let me see if I can find these. Now, everything's been moved since I've been here this morning. I hope I can track them down. It's because oh gosh, there's no telling. I don't know what they did with the records that I purged. Look at all the this is my first walk back here. This is my first walk back here, and I will say it's pretty crazy looking. Look at all these records. Wow. This is incredible. What's in this tub? Can y'all still hear me? I'm going to crack open this tub and just take a look in it. Oh my gosh. That's the jazz stuff for sure. Evidently, this jazz stuff is all mint and shrink. 30,000 albums worth. And even if it's not maybe the most desirable titles, I know some of y'all like, I wonder if Tracy Songer, some of the stuff like, Paul was like, there is some stuff maybe like Henry Mancini, and I was like, well, we got buyers for that, especially if it's in good shape like Fred Goodwin stuff was. For me, there's not a bad title because music is loved by everybody. For me, it's what kind of shape are they in? Because even if it is, quote, not the best title, if it's in good shape, we can sell it. I don't know what happened to those Jimmy Johnson records. So we bought some personal belongings from Jimmy Johnson, and Jimmy Johnson was at Muscle. He is one of the Swampers musicians and Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. Well, we bought some of his personal records. Now, it wasn't records he listened to. Honestly, he didn't really listen to that many records. He didn't really collect records. He didn't really own that many records. The records he owned after he passed away was stuff through his label or stuff he produced, right? Like he produced all this stuff. So we went down to Alabama and bought thousands of records, basically old stock of his. Well, we've sold them and sold them and sold them. I know we're I can see them across the room from a year ago. We got 5 crates left. And then I found a Hotub, and I found a good one, Levon Helm, that Levon Helm self-titled album. So I was going to show those. They're sealed and like sell them for $10. We'll do it tomorrow. One of them's going to be 15, one of them's 10. I forgot which one's what. I'll figure out what Tanner's done with them. I'll show them tomorrow, but let me do one more. Let me do one more walkthrough. They were right here. So I don't know what happened to the records I culled out either. There's no telling. I wish I had I wish I could walk around with my phone. Actually, that might be possible. And maybe that way y'all not just looking at a screen. I think there might be a way. I wonder if Jake's got that set up. I don't know if he's got it desktop scene. He might have it not maybe in Restream. Yeah, I don't think he has it set up in Restream. But yeah, I'll get those together. We should have plenty, but and they come with a certificate. So Jimmy Johnson's wife, so what they did was they were going to start putting them in an antique mall, like in a booth. And so what they did is they rented an antique booth and they made these cards, and she numbered and signed them all. This belonged to my husband, Jimmy Johnson, one of the original Swampers. And so we have these cards, and I got them all together so I could put them down in all the Levon Helms as a memento. Right now, I don't know where any of that is. Can I get let me see if I can get my mobile camera turned on here. If not, then I'm not going to worry anymore about it. Let's see, scene. Let me see what this does. That doesn't do anything. That's a GoPro. That's Top Cam 1, Top Cam 2. We'll be right back. Desktop. Okay. We'll be right back. All right, let's just use that one right there. Okay, I can't pull my phone up. Any unsold auctions? There's 3 unsold auctions. The Shins, live at Third Man Records, blue and black split vinyl, limited 300 or fewer in existence, only sold to people at the shows, $95. Buck Cherry 15, 2016, first time on vinyl, Rocktober exclusive, $125. J. Roddy Walson and the Business, the new album, Essential Tremors, 2013 US, $35. J. Roddy Walson. Natural Child, Hard in Heaven, 2012 limited edition, olive green marble, never sold on Discogs. There was a similar variant, green swirl, and that's how Laura comped this one. This particular color has never sold on Discogs. 55 on that. Okay, change Colonel Bogey from Adam Bernardi to Jerry Rock. Okay, change this from Adam Bernardi to Jerry Rock. Okay. Anybody else interested in anything in here? I might read through them again, just the titles. We'll save a lot of oxygen. Y'all know they're all $6.99. This crate was completely full, and we've took a heck of a dent out of it. And so my reserve $6.99 crates, I've got I got 9 left to go through before the end of the week, and that's pretty much all the inventory from last year. Any more Sean Phillips? We're about to find out. I got the Righteous Brothers' Greatest Hits. We got David Ferguson, Songs of Cowboy, Jennifer Warren's Famous Blue Raincoat, Ian Matthews, Stealing Home, Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love, Danger Zone, Jimmy McGriff, The Starting Five, D Rangers, The Sun Rays, Andrea, Ronnie Earl, I Like It When It Rains, New Christy Minstrels, Bobby Goldsboro, Faith Band, Frank Tovey, John Stewart, Lefty Frizzell, Soul Senders, The Exodus, Phoenix Sunshine, Joe Tex, Jason and the Scorchers, The Abbott Recordings, Jim Reeves, Claude King, Johnny Duncan and Janie Freaky, Leo Sayer, Lacey J. Dalton, Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, Gene Vincent, How the West Was Won, Don Nix, The Rains Came, Up on Heartbreak Hill, John Mooney, Any Trouble, The Donatone Shout, Sinon, and Harlow Wilcox, Groovy Grubworm, and other golden guitar greats. Oh my gosh. I just went down for a stretch. Chad is down. I repeat, Chad is down. I'm almost on the floor right now. Golly. Okay, I'm back up. Jimmy McGriff. Let's find it. Jimmy McGriff. It's blue. Dang, how far? Okay, here it is. Jimmy McGriff, The Starting Five of Rusty Bryant, David Fathead Newman, Mel Brown, or Wayne Boyd, and Bernard Purdy. Wow, Bernard Purdy plays on here. Beautiful vinyl and shrink wrap, $6.99. Willard Dunham on the Don Nix. That's sold to Willard Dunham for $6.99. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Jackie, you just missed Don Nix. Can I see the info on Faith Band? But like I said, I've got a sealed autograph copy. I've got a sealed autograph copy if you want it, Jackie, for 15 bucks. It's sealed. It's autographed on the shrink wrap, but it's JSA'd. He just got that one just ahead of you. And Faith Band, sure thing. Faith Band is also... Is Danger Zone the name of the band? That is both, I think. I think it's self-titled. Here's Faith Band, Face to Face. This is 1979, no condition notes, $6.99. And John Barry has already made an offer on the bundle. Excellent. Let me show you How the West Was Won. How the West Was Won. This is not the OG. It's a early 80s reissue. Very nice, though. And then Danger Zone. And I'm going to see if these people want these. This is Danger Zone by Danger Zone. Synth pop. Jerry Rock said, Chad, please tell Adam, thank you. If he truly doesn't want it, then I want to pay for it and send it to Guy Shard. Okay? So we have this Colonel Bogey record. Not only did we change it, but make sure we make a note. It needs to be sent to Guy Shard. Jerry Rock's going to pay for that. Okay? Jerry Rock is going to pay for this. Okay? Now, first thing is sold on Faith Band. And then I'll pull the Don Nix for you. And there was one more, the Sinon soundtrack. Neil Hefti on this one. $6.99. So since a couple is sold out of here, it looks like John Barry. I'll do the whole bundle for $120 if that works for you, because it looks like a couple's been gonna get claimed out of here. And if you're good with that, I'm good. I called your name a few times the other night. I actually still have other bundles from last week still tagged and wrote down, because I was like, well, if he ever gets on, he might want some more bundles just sight unseen. And the only reason they didn't get sold is because you wasn't watching. So what I'll do is we can go. I think there's another short crate of $6.99. Let's knock it out, and then John might want those leftover bundles. I literally I wrote down on a sticky note how many records and how much. I was like, man, next time he's on, he might buy them just kind of sight unseen. I mean, I don't mind flipping through them, but all right, Sin Anon is sold to Adam, and then sell the rest of this crate to John Barry. This is sold to John Barry for $120. Everything, I didn't even count them, but it sounds pretty fair to me. These are all sold to John Barry. A wipe out of a crate, okay? All right, those are all sold to him. And let me start a new crate to put the rest of them in. We love bundle deals. Here comes my hero. Watch him as he... Here comes my hero. Watch him. Oh no, I was going to stop a half hour, an hour early, but here we go. The bundlers have come out of the woodworks. The $6.99ers are here. Folks, this could get out of hand. This could get pretty scary. Here comes my hero. Watch him as he... Dun, 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 dun. That is Dave Grohl. My $6.99 bulk deal wasn't on my invoice for Chipmunks today. It was around $36 or $85, I remember. Okay. Make sure you reach out to Ed in customer service. It might have not got keyed in. Willard Dunham. Bundle missing. We don't want that to happen. That's a great song. I had a viral moment on TikTok sharing a clip where Taylor Hawkins' son is playing that. How many views does it have now? 10.5 million views. I posted a clip on TikTok of that moment where his son is playing at his dad's tribute. We had like over 10,000 TikTok followers from that one post I made. It still gets comments. Like when I get on TikTok, it'll be like, you've got 190 notifications. And then I'll click off of it. I'll get back on there 20 minutes later. You've got 120 notifications. 1.3 million likes. That's crazy. It's been viewed 10.5 million times. That song clip I posted. That's incredible. Okay. I had John Denver. Another buyer didn't want. Okay. I'll have to have Ed check on that. All right. Here's more $6.99. I've got it wrote down, but always make sure you reach out to him. If not, it gets lost, okay? We've had a lot of people ask about invoices, and I'll bring that up. So Square is kind of down for us. They did an update on their app. We cannot take a ticket where we log in y'all's entries. We called them a ticket. Those tickets cannot be generated to send to an invoice anymore. They've turned that feature off. They basically said you cannot take a ticket and convert it to an email for an invoice. So we really are stuck. We have dozens of hours of keying in stuff over here, a whole week of data entry, and it's all sitting there and we can't do anything with it. So all of y'all's tickets that are sort of invoices, they're done. All that data entry we've done all week, which, you know, we've got 2 or 3 full-time people that do that. It's all held up. We can't do anything with it. So it was a system update. And luckily, we have a direct contact at Square, like a human that speaks English that we can talk to. And we have, she's going to try to reverse the update on our account. And then we have to redo, you know, maybe re-update our app and refresh the website. You know, we use everything on an app on an iPad, essentially. We do everything here on iPads, pretty much. So, it's been, we're hoping she can fix this for us. We're hoping she can fix this for us. But if not, then we're either going to have to screenshot invoices, send those as a email, the screenshots of y'all's invoices, then figure out how to request money from an app. I mean, I don't know. We've been troubleshooting all day. My thoughts was send a line item that just has y'all's amount, email you screenshots of your invoice, because we can still email y'all. We have your email addresses. But we'd have to email you screenshots of your invoice and then manually create an invoice on Square, not a ticket. So you can still create an invoice, you just can't take a ticket and turn it into an invoice. So we'd have to key in all that stuff again, or just send y'all, it'll just say records for the week of January, whatever, and it won't have any of the breakdown, and then you'll get an email with screenshots. That was my idea, but still that would take, I mean, they'd be working on that all day. It would take, I mean, think about it. We'd have to screenshot. I mean, some of y'all have 5 invoice pages, thousands of, I mean, it would just be insane. All those screenshots, trying to keep up with them. So, anyway, okay, $6.99 records. Let's keep going. Tony Bennett, more of Tony's greatest hits. Claim these now because they're probably going to get sold in a bundle. These are all $6.99. $6.99. And we have Paris When It Sizzles, Nelson Riddle, $6.99. Also, That Lovin' Feelin'. This is $6.99. That's a compilation. B.J. Thomas, Hooked on a Feelin's on here. The Fleetwoods, Gary and the Pacemakers, $6.99 on that. And we have Tab Hunter, When I Fall in Love. Tab Hunter is $6.99. Okay. We have Paris. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. You know, so essentially, like, we create a ticket. So let's say Adam Bernardi buys this record. So we have his account, and he has basically a ticket, also known as a rough draft of his invoice. And so all week we add stuff to y'all's tickets, aka it's an invoice in work. It's a work in progress, and we can save them. That way it doesn't like generate an invoice, and it's a lot more difficult to add stuff to an invoice than a ticket. You can just select the name. We got all of our customers. They're just keying in stuff all day. This and that, autographs, coins. They come in every day and just key in stuff. When it's done, we just hit checkout, send his invoice, and then we have a profile with your email. One button, it goes to your email. But that feature is now gone. They offer text, and that's it. They want you, they're pushing where they want everything going to cell phone numbers. And I don't know if this is some kind of their prediction of email becoming obsolete, and they're trying to collect people's cell phone numbers. You know, a lot of these companies make a lot of money off data collection. I told Tanner, I was like, I wonder if they're doing this to collect more cell phone numbers from people. You know, I've been thinking about it all day. Like, why would they do this? We have Michael McDonald, No Looking Back, $6.99. And I guess they're thinking just more and more people want stuff sent to their phone instead of an email. So, and you know, these big companies, they make a fortune off people's information. So I'm like, why would they want everybody's cell phone numbers? Michael McDonald sold to Adam Bernardi, $6.99. We don't want to send anything to anybody's cell phone. I mean, some people would be okay with it. I tell people to send stuff to my phone all the time, but that seems very unprofessional, sending invoices to a cell phone number. But Frankie Avalon Venus, Frankie Avalon is $6.99. Aslan, Feel No Shame, Aslan is $6.99. And the blues band Brand Loyalty, an 82 German, $6.99. And we have Pyramid, Celts and Cobras. Pyramid is $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Miners of Muzo, Apogee. The Miners of Muzo, 85 Holland Garage, $6.99. Great stuff in here for $6.99. Sorry, I got distracted talking about invoices. I hadn't talked about it that long since the show started. We didn't want to get too distracted tonight. Luckily, it didn't get too crazy. I think most people have seen the post. A lot of people was helping me out, replying to people tonight. $6.99 with Carl Perkins and NRBQ. We have William Drugovich on Pyramid. And we have Victor Guerra on Miners, $6.99. Yeah, and some people's like, man, I don't even really use I don't even use a cell phone, you know. It's like, it's hard enough finding people who have credit cards and checking accounts, much less people that can, you know, operate day to day to pay bills on a cell phone. So I've got a great team here. Tanner and Ed will be, especially Tanner, will be first thing on it. He said, I'm waking up early. I'm going to call her. I don't think 8 o'clock will be too early to reach back out to her. I was like, man, by that time, I hope I'm asleep and y'all can figure it out and just let me know what I need to post whenever I wake up. Jim Ciascio on NRBQ, Christina on Carl, and I think that already sold, right? That was Carl Perkins, yep. $6.99, and Races, R-A-C-E-S, 75 Fusion Latin Jazz, $6.99. Yeah, I think some people, we have y'all's cell phone numbers. I don't know how we ended up with them, but I think it automatically sends reminders to emails and phones if we have that in store. I mean, I think y'all know, like, we only ask for your email address and mailing address. And the only reason we got to have your mailing address is for tax purposes. We got to know if we got to charge you sales tax based on your zone and your zip code. We really don't even need that until you check out. The address you give us is for your residential for zip code. And then the address, y'all fill that out when you pay your invoice. So we really just need your email address, but we gotta collect your zip code to. We really could just say we need your email address and zip code. We could get by with that. Edwin Blom on Races. Also $6.99 is Blues Makers. Dutch Tilders, Margaret Road Night. What do we have here for $6.99? 1980 Australian import, $6.99 on Blues Makers. Jimmy and the Mustangs, an 84 Rockabilly, $6.99 on Jimmy and the Mustangs. And the main ingredient, Euphrates River. That's nice for $6.99. The main ingredient, $6.99. And Natalie Archangel, an 87 US synth pop, gold stamp promo, $6.99 on Natalie Archangel. And Annie McLoon, Fast Annie, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Also, Boz Skaggs, Other Roads, Boz Scaggs is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Same price for the Association Inside Out. Wendy's on that one. Who's creeping down the streets of the city, smiling, never my love. That's a good one. That's a good one there. $6.99, the Association Classic 60s. Boz Scaggs, sold to Adam Bernardi. Also $6.99 is Figures on a Beach. $6.99 for Figures on a Beach. Adam Bernardi also on the Association. Never My Love. And we have Earl Scruggs Review Volume 1, Anniversary Special, $6.99 on that. Also $6.99. And we have Rebirth of the Beat, Sandy Nelson, $6.99 for Sandy Nelson. And we have Saint Tropez, Belle de Jour. Saint Tropez is sealed, now $6.99. $6.99. Christina Curtis next on the Association. Everything in here is $6.99, including Pete Townsend, White City, $6.99 for Pete Townsend. Also including The Outsiders, album number 2. Album number 2. This is $6.99. Willard Dunham on Earl Scruggs, sold for $6.99. Love Transfusion Rockets with this hood ornament on the front that looks like a plane. Looks like a hood ornament off of a 1957 DeSoto. I'm just making that up. Patrick Lear on Pyramid. Somebody already got that right off the bat. Hold on. Tanner's officially awake. Hold on. This is important. Not that y'all aren't. Sully on Pete Townsend. Sold to Sully for $6.99. But we're trying to figure out how to collect money tomorrow for a whole week's worth of work without it costing us too much money or causing too much chaos. Elvin Bishop Live, Raising Hell, $6.99. Is Saint Tropez sealed? If so, I'll take. Saint Tropez is sealed, and so to Jim B. Also $6.99 is BTO, as in Botman Turner Overdrive, $6.99. Rare Earth Ecology, VG Plus $6.99. For Rare Earth Ecology with their cover of I Know I'm Losing You. And the Phoenix Singers. The Phoenix Singers, a 68 US mono white label promo from Warner Brothers. $6.99 on that. Okay, and then EB, which is Elvin Bishop, sold to Willard Dunham. Okay, that was a short one, but sweet. Everything in there is $6.99. That's right. You're not dreaming. All $6.99. And let's go through them one more time. I'm just going to read the titles, and then this will be a short but sweet bundle as well. Tony Bennett, more of Tony's greatest hits. That Love and Feeling, which was a compilation. Looks like a lot of like soft rock of some sort, or pop. Mostly pop. I don't think Leslie Gore... It's My Party would be considered rock. I think that's a pop song. It's my party. I'll cry if I want to, cry if I want to. Young girl, get out of my hand. The Worst That Could Happen, the Brooklyn Bridge. Hooked on a Feeling with that awesome sitar, B.J. Thomas. Lady Willpower, I know that one. The Vogues. I know some of these other ones. I just can't even sing them. This Diamond Ring. You've Lost That Love and Feeling. That's a pretty good comp of 60s pop there. That Love and Feeling is what it's called. Tab Hunter, When I Fall in Love. $6.99 on that. Also, Frankie Avalon, Venus. $6.99. Aslan. This is $6.99. Jim Ciascio said he'll take that comp. All the comps, all you got to do with comps is read off some track listing. Tanner Hackett said, need verification code. And why should I give that to you, Tanner? It says, we will never ask for this code. Don't ever share it. Okay, and I just shared it. The Blues Band. Brand Loyalty, 82 German, $6.99. Same price for Blues Makers, Dutch Tilders. And then Blues Band sold to Patrick Lear. Also $6.99 is Jimmy and the Mustangs, $6.99. The Main Ingredient Euphrates River VG Plus $6.99. Natalie Archangel $6.99. Annie McLoon Fast Annie, that was $6.99. Same price for Figures on a Beach. Same price for Sandy Nelson, Rebirth of the Beat. And the last few for $6.99 was The Outsiders, album number 2, Rockets, BTO, Rare Earth, and the Phoenix Singers. I'll make sure nobody's thinking or researching or calculating profits, and then we'll do a bundle on those. You've lost that love and feeling. Young girl, get out of my mind. Love you. Annie. 1976. And Willard on the Mustangs. I don't remember saying that. There it is, Jimmy and the Mustangs. There you go. And Edwin, let me know on Annie before I count these up. You got all the time in the world, though, buddy. Okay. So my advisor, Tanner, is saying, end the sale early and go home and sleep. You're going to need it. He did say you're going to need it, but that's why he's telling me. I am going to show these other bundles from the other show to see if Mr. Almost said Jimmy Ball. That's another customer of ours. John Barry. Okay, I'll just leave this one out then right quick. No problem. If not, we'll do something later with it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. First person to say sold or bundle gets these. 14 records. I'm going to take $55 for these. 55 divided by 14 is $3.92 a piece. The Shiny Godfather. This is an awesome new soundtrack that just came out for an old film. You know it well, The Godfather. It's from La La Land Records. It's on Cannoli Cream and Mo Green Swirl. La La Land Records, $750. They're kind of like a waxwork label that's, I think, up and coming. Awesome soundtracks. $54.99 for The Godfather. I don't know if they're really up and coming. They may have been around for a while, but I'm noticing been doing awesome soundtracks. So $54.99. It's a 2 LP. Mo Green. Got a bullet through his eye. Cannoli Cream and Mo Green. So it must be like a white and green swirl on that one. John Barry said 45. Sold. Sold to John Barry. Awesome. Nobody wants Chevy Chase holding a chainsaw or Val Kilmer about to rob a bank. Heat. Whew. That movie gives me adrenaline. Thank you, John Barry. That scene in Heat is so stressful when they're robbing the bank. Oh, gosh. I can't take it. I'm like, golly, I've seen this 5, 10 times. I can't. They're stressing me out. What about De Niro and Pesci, or De Niro and Pacino in the diner when they're having that conversation? Okay, I'll make a deal with you. If John Barry buys these 2 bundles, I'll do a half off Paul crate that's never been half off. So all of a sudden, John Barry's got an immense pressure on him. But he probably wants to see the half off crate too. So here was a bundle from the other night. There's a lot in here. 44 records, 160. Let me make sure that's right, though. This looks like a lot more than 44. 44 records at $375. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. Okay, I must have added some to this, obviously. But I will read the titles right quick because I know you might want to buy them blindly. You might not want to. I think I said 67. Let me jot that down right quick, and I'll read through them. The Come and Go, Rhythm and Blood. Kansas City Through the Side Door. These were already shown half off for $6.99, and this one didn't get claimed. Nicotina Greatest Hits. Charlie Rich the Entertainer. Mike Police Long Lost Solace Fine. Bobby Helms. John Conley. Lacey J. Dalton. Peter Frampton. 100% Kitsch. Meat Gravy and Cadillac Baby. The Hits That Missed Volume 2. That was on red vinyl. Jan Garback Group. Ariel. David Axels. Glenn Campbell, Paul Carrick, Leo Sayer, The Sandpipers, Magic Pop Thrill, That Petrol Motion, another Paul Carrick, Friends, The Best of Tim Weisberg, Dance the Night Away, which was Big Band Comp, Leo Sayer, J.F. Murphy, Brian Prothrow, Jimmy Lewis and the Checkers, Gordon Bach, Rhythm and Blues, Bobby Lee Springfield, England and John Ford, Sonny and Cher, Straubs, Wayne Cochran, Shadowfax, Al Jarreau, Rufus, Leo Sayer, Shakin' the Blue, Belafonte, John Baldry, Brian Friel, Rachel Sweet, Utopia, Bola Seat, Buddy Morrow, Janie Freaky, Pearl Harbor, Chet Atkins, BTO, Chet Atkins, Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell, Country Gazette, Deja Vu, Bill Deal, What's New Pussycat Soundtrack, Mike Oldfield, Linda Ronstadt, The McGuire Sisters, Beatle-Rama, Gary Lewis, Chris Spedding, Reds, Bar Hoppin, Delbert McClinton, Jane and Jimmy Cheatham, Richard Lupa, and Andy Summers. This almost a full crate here. Bundle price would be there's a lot in here. 67. This is like 2 or 3 bundles together. Think about it that way. $250. $250. John's offered $200. He was offering $200 before I could even tell him $250. $200. Let's see here. So all right, sell these to John Barry for $200. Okay. So whoever's watching, that bundle was sold to him. The next thing in the crate is another bundle sold to him. Golly. Okay. And I think there's one more. Maybe I didn't condense that other one up front because I was hoping one would already be counted out. And dun da 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 dun da 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 dun da 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 dun da da da. I've got one more silver bundle, and I'm not gonna let them catch me. No, I'm not gonna let them catch me now, John Barry. Da da dun da 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 dun da da da. I don't own the bundles I'm selling, but the road leads me to more bundles. I've got one more bundle in me. I'm not gonna let John Barry get it. I'm not gonna let John Barry get my bundle. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay, now, so the last time I had these, it was one more. This is the only stuff you missed last week. You missed a couple others, but we won't do those. This is the last one. This is, there was 46, and then I've added some to it. Okay? So this should be 46. That looks right. And then I added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so there should be 66 in here. That looks about right. The last crate had 67, okay? I'm going to read these. These are only being offered as a bundle because we've already gone through them, no telling how many times individually. Only offered as a bundle. Only offered as a bundle. And let's see what we can do here, okay? We have John Loudermilk, right? I'm just going to read what's in here. John Loudermilk, Pleased Youth, Guy Lewowski, Ian and Sylvia, Ernie Andrews, Bill Blue, Winners, which was a comp, Ed McMurray, Guadalcanal Diary single, Leroy Hudson, Caston and Majors, Asha, Steve Taylor, Chick Willis, Peeking at the Paradise Live, The All-Stars from Charlottesville, Dave Edmonds, Teen to Life Volume 2, Good God, Carroll Brothers, 4 by Art, 200 sold. Okay, now let's go through a half-off crate. That way everybody else watching has an opportunity to buy something. Okay. All right, these are sold to John Barry for $200. All right. That's almost the same quantity as the last one. All right, let's key it up. Here goes my hero. Watch him as he bundles. Dun, 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 dun. Da 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 dun, 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 da 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 down down. Here goes John Barry. Watch him as he bundles. Down 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 down. On long John Barry. Here he comes walking down the road. I've run out of lyrics for this song. We're going to have to come up with a different melody. Here goes my hero. Watch John Barry bundle. Okay, as promised, a half-off crate. Y'all just want more, 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 more. There was a bunch in here that was sealed. That's what we're going to go after. There was a crate. I've been overlooking it because it's that deep cut kind of paw stuff, and most of it's sealed. And I thought, you know what? We'll save that for the right time at the right place. Here we go. Well, we've all of a sudden went to 8 crates of sold records tonight, Tanner. Oh, wait a minute. Tanner sent me some messages over here. He said, golly, he's asking me personal questions over here. What is this for? I think Tanner's trying to hack me. He's trying to steal my identity. Okay, here we go. Okay, I need a big gulp. John Durden. John Durden doesn't like it when we're showing common stuff, and he doesn't like it when we're showing obscure stuff. And I asked him one time, just like Mr. Dr. Evil, I said, so there's no pleasing you? No, that's what, well, that was Mike Myers, but it was Gold member. He says, I can see there's no pleasing you. He's like, I don't want, he's like, oh man, can we get no John crates? No lower crates. No deep cuts. I'm like, what are you looking for? I really hope John Durden's watching right now and hearing all this. Undercover, God Rules, sealed, $10. An 83 US Christian punk new wave album, sealed for $10. Also half off is I Didn't Give a D-A-M-N if White's bought it. Wow, a curse word on a record. Now $12.50. It's an 84 UK blues record. It's Willie Williams with Carrie Bell and Magic Slim. $12.50 on that. Iron Horse is sealed. $10. I told y'all most of this stuff is going to be sealed OG, okay? Sealed OG on this one. Patrick Lear first on JP. Was that for this one right here, Patrick? What was JP? JP was Undercover. No, JP was for no. I guess it's for this one right here. Is this, did you get auto-corrected? Did something go here? This is sold to him. And then Jazz Grog was next. And then Dave Mosley on Iron Horse. And then Charles Brown, One More for the Road, sealed $5. Just like Boz Scaggs. One more for the road, Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We have Conway Twitty, folks, and this is sealed for $7.50. Looks like some kind of comp. Where all this right here is sealed records. It's like 2/3 of the crate. It's all going to be sealed. Micro Acoustics. Micro Acoustics. This is sealed for $5. A 76 US. Melissa Manchester, sealed $5. Better Days and Happy Endings. Sealed $5. New Ray of Sunshine, Dobie Gray, sealed $7.50. Gimme the beat, boys, and free my show. I want to get lost in a rock and roll. David Wagner, DBA Crow, that's sealed $7.50. A 1972 U.S. Blues Rock Hard Rock, sealed for $7.50. The Many Sides of Roy Head, that is sealed for $7.50. A lot of sealed stuff in here. Micro sold to Willard Dunham. Micro, Willard Dunham. What happened to Micro? It was right here. That's sold to Willard Dunham. Also, we have Country Music Laugh Out, Hee Haw, sealed for $5. Oh, Hee Haw there. Also, Fairmont Favorites, the Dick Bright Orchestra, sealed $7.50. 85 US. San Francisco's Favorite Rock Stars, featuring San Francisco's favorite rock stars. Interesting. I see Neil Sean on here. Eddie Money on tenor saxophone. Is that the Eddie Money? Tenor saxophone, Eddie Money. Guitar, Neil Sean. Electric sitar, Greg Ken. We have John Barry on Hee Haw. That's sold to John Barry. Next is Skip Castro, Fast Break, sealed $7.50. Voodorus and Kane. There's a secret going on. 75 US Pop Rock, sealed for $5. We also have Come Into My Heart, USA European Connection, sealed $7.50. Trust Me, a new live comedy album recorded almost in Georgia. A Jimmy Carter related spoof comedy type deal, $5 on that. Trust Me. All Stars from Charlotte. Hey, we had this in the last crate. The All Stars from Charlottesville, Tip Your Waitress, 78 US sealed, $7.50. Christina on Dobie Gray. Now, just a disclaimer. Give me the Beat Boys and Free My Soul, a.k.a. Drift Away. Not on this album. I was just reminding you that that is Dobie Gray. But, Christina, that's being tagged for you unless you say otherwise. And Sherry Darnell on the Conway Twitty. This is so to Sherry Darnell. Today I started loving you again. Okay. Also, we have Sylvester, $5. This one's actually open. This is called Stars by Sylvester, $5 on that. Also, Leslie Uggams has a promo sticker on the front. Looks like it's self-titled, $7.50. And we have Lost Gonzo Band, Signs of Life. Lost Gonzo Band's a country rock, southern rock album. And folks, this is sealed. Back into some sealed stuff. This is $10. We have Voyeur, V-O-Y-E-U-R. That's now $5. And we have Bye Bye. This is Bye Bye Birdie, Chita Rivera and Dick Van Dyke with the original Broadway cast. Dick Van Dyke, this man is still alive. Sealed, $7.50. That reminded me of Godfather. They shot him 5 times and he's still alive. We have the Battle Hymn of Lieutenant Calley and other hits. John Deere, nothing to do with the tractor. This is sealed, unopened for $5. Tracks on Sylvester. Sylvester is the following: Stars, Body Strong, I Who Have Nothing, I Need Somebody to Love Tonight. If you don't want it, it looks like Tracy Songer does. 2 of those battle hymns, FYI. 3 of those battle hymns, FYI. And Gary Morris, Faded Blue. Gary Morris is sealed, $5 on that. And we have a 1979 country album called Sweet Cheeks by Lloyd Green. And he's a steel guitarist, $5 on that. That's old Sweet Cheeks there. Wow, $5. And we have Dark Star, Into the Heartland. Check this out. A Psych Prog album, half off of $34.99, now $17.50. Dark Star, we have 2 of them. They're sealed. It's a Canadian press. It's a Psych Prog album. 2 of them available, and they're both OG seals, $17.50. Willard Dunham on Gary. That wasn't Gary. Who was Gary? Gary Morris, so do Willard. Tracy Songer, you do get Sylvester for $5. And we have both Dark Stars sold. Both Dark Stars are sold to Spikey McVeigh and Edward Blom. Christina next on Gary Morris. Victor on Voyeur. That's sold to Victor. John Barry wants some cheeks. That's sold to John Barry. Come on, John Barry. The Gospel at Colonus. The Gospel at Colonus. That's now $5. Produced by Donald Fagen. If you know Steely Dan, you know that name. Cheryl Lynn, In the Night. An 81 euro import, Disco Funk, $10. This is a half off crate, by the way, no more, no less. Maybe one of our last of the night. I'm past the state of exhaustion. But I'm going like nothing's wrong with me. I'm just here selling records. We have Ernest Ringo, Illinois, Texas Fiddlin'. Oh, Ernest Ringo is sealed for $10. Also, Cameron All the Way, Raphael Cameron. German import, that's a disco funk album, $5. And we have Red, White, and Bluegrass. Red, White, and Bluegrass is $77 US. That's, of course, Bluegrass, $5. Patrick Moraz. This is $5 for Patrick Moraz. And Johnny C. sold out, featuring John Cowan of New Grass Revival. 86 Chicago Blues. $5 on that one. Gene Pitney sings Bacharach. Gene Pitney covering some Burt Bacharach now. What the World Needs. Now that's Gary Morris, not Morris, correct? I got you tagged for a Gary Morris album, which was this one right here. It was Gary, well, did I not pull it? What did I do? Did I not pull that? What happened? Let's see. Hee Haw, Dobie Gray, Conway. There's Gary. Yeah, Gary Morris, Faded Blue. You bought a Gary Morris. Then there's Sylvester, Dark Star, and then Voyeur and Cheeks. Okay? Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, All the Way Crazy, sealed for $7.50. Gigolo, Fatback, $7.50. The Best of Johnny Ray, sealed, $5. Timber, Part of What You Hear, EX650. That was definitely Gary Morris, not Gary Moore. No, that's Gary Morris. Add some sis in there to that. A little sizzle. Scoris, Gary Morris. If not, somebody else wants it. Christina wants it if you don't. Get Generation Gap, Joe and Jody Mathis. A white label promo, VG Plus 750. Bob Gibson, a 71 US folk rock, country rock, $6.50. And Richie Cole, Alto Madness, VG Plus, $6 for Richie Cole. We got Gary Burton, Steve Swallow. This is Hotel Hello, a 75 German import. Ralph Towner. It's called Matchbook. EX, $11.50. So, Christina, you are, in fact, actually going to get the Gary Morris. This here is Soda Jazz Grog, the Cole. Wait a minute. No. Jazz Grog gets this one. Richie Cole. And then Spiky McVeigh on Mathis. This one right here. And Morgana King. I know her. Excuse me. I know how it feels to be lonely. 68 US stereo. VG Plus $5. Commission to Go Tell Somebody. A gospel funk album. VG Plus $5. Monk Higgins. This looks interesting. VG minus just $5. Monk Higgins. Stack Ridge. 71 US folk rock prog. VG Plus $7.50. Bunky Green, My Babe. $38. So $19. EX $19. Half off of $37.99. It's a 66 mono OG with Wynton Kelly, Larry Ridley, and Jimmy Cobb. Exodus Records. Edwin Blom on Soft, which was Soft. Not Stack Ridge, not Monk, not commissioned. Prague. Okay, there was something under Prague. Stack Ridge, probably. Yeah. Stack Ridge, Soda Edwin. Jazz Grog on Bunky. Jazz Grog on Bunky. And then Utopia, $10. And Todd Rundgren Faithful. Ending the bin with some Todd Rundgrens. 10 and 10. Wow. A lot of sealed stuff in there. So I told y'all earlier, when we sort records, we have what we try to do, a one-touch system where we don't have to go through these over and over. So they go in one of four crates. They go in, John prices them, and he knows what to price them, so they get immediately priced. That's like the stuff we had tonight, all the insane John stuff. Or it goes in a crate of to be researched, which is stuff like this. We don't really know what it is. Need to check it. That's Paul's department. And then the next one is auction or $2 discard, like stuff we know for sure we can put out for $2 and it won't bother us a bit. The Bunky Green was My Baby or My Babe, B-A-B-E, My Babe. Bundle, let's do it, yeah. And let me see, before I promise or guarantee anything next, let's see here. Let me see what I got going on over here. I probably can do one more half off. There's a short little crate over here almost in my way. We probably can do one more short half off crate. It's almost obtrusive over here, just kind of stacked on top of everything else. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. These are hard to flip through because they're like this. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 33, 34, 35, 36. Okay, so 36. $135. That does sound like a, yeah. Wynton Kelly, Donald Byrd, Jimmy Heath. So did John Barry. All right, let's keep rolling. Price on fly, man. I didn't expect to go this late. Maybe we can do like a handful at the very end. Maybe right after this crate. I still got a half of a tub over here I never did finish. And honestly, I don't know what's happened to the rest of them. Luckily, there's still a half a crate over here I never did finish. But thanks again to John Barry. He keeps the show going. See, you don't even know this, but last week there's a couple times I was like, all right, well, nobody's buying the bundles. I got to go home and watch The Fugitive of Harrison Ford. I was like, we're missing our guy. And you've come back and you end up buying some of these anyway. So, all right, let's knock this out. And this is pretty good titles in here. All right, let's do these half off, no more, no less. I have a endless supply of vinyl. I could sit here 90 hours straight and just keep doing this. And then after that, I'd die of exhaustion. And then there'd be a replacement come in and be like, okay, well, Chad's dead and we still got 1 billion records to sell. And Jim B wants me to go to he wants to push me to the edge. He wants me to get to the point of, like, I had to go to the hospital. I'm so exhausted. That's what he pushes me to every night. He's like, drink the caffeine, don't sleep, don't exercise, just go. You're a slave to us, Chad, okay? You just do not stop. We view you as AI. We view you as like just a robot. Just keep going and going and going and selling. And okay, I have Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello. No condition notes, just $15. No condition notes, just $15. The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws is $15. We have Death Defying Leap, now $5. Over here, this is Goodbye and Hello. This is, that is sold to this is sold to Jazz Grog. And then Ray Red says, can I get the Gary Burton, Ralph Towner comp from the last crate? That will be a decision up to Mr. What's his name here? Mr. What's it? John Barry. I didn't know there was a Ralph Towner comp. What was that one? I figured like, oh, this one. He's wanting to know, do you want this? If not, we'll sell it to him for $11.50. And I guess I can adjust your bundle. I'll sell that to him for $11.50 and I'll take $10 off your bundle. If you want it, then we'll leave it in there. Okay, we've already sold that, right? There's the Outlaws, there's that. Another Tim Buckley, this one's called Lorca. $17.50 on Lorca. Very beautiful vinyl. Nice. Nah, there's some discoloration on the back of the jacket. $17.50 on that. Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live. Robert Palmer is $10. We have Round and Round, Jesse Lee Davis. Jesse Lee Davis, $5. Bucks Fizz, sealed for $10. Bucks Fizz. Jan Hammer Group, Oh Yeah. VG Plus, $10. Jan Hammer Group. Greg Allman Tour. Greg Allman is VG Plus, $12.50. Hold on a second. I gotta stretch. But yeah, we'll leave that decision up to John Barry. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Greg Allman was VG Plus $12.50. And then we have The Who, The Kids Are Alright. Great comp, VG Plus $15 on that. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, that's a good one. VG Plus $10. Still in shrink. $10 for Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. VG Plus, $7.50. Martha is sold to Patrick Lear. And then over here we have Tropea. And this is now $20, half off of $39.99. This is Tropea, and that's $20. John Barry says Gary Burton, the jazz artist. Yeah, it was Gary Burton, Steve Swallow. Ray Red, he has decided he wants to keep that one. Okay. We have Tracks, Watch Out. Tracks is $5. Stanley Richmond on The Who. The Kids Are All Right. I can't explain. I think it's love when I say to you, I feel blue, but I can't explain. Happy Jack wasn't tall, talking about my generation. I can see for miles and too much. Magic bus, long live rock. Anyhow, anyway, I can't do that one. That's a hard one to sing. Anyway, anyhow, anywhere. Young Man Blues. That's, of course, a cover. My Wife. Pete Townsend on vocals on that one. Bob O'Reilly. Teenage Wasteland. A quick one. Tommy, Can You Hear Me? Sparks, Pinball Wizards, Spill Me, Free Me. That's, of course, the Tommy medley. Join Together, Roadrunner, My Generation, and they end with, We Won't Get Fooled Again. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, and then over here we have Wheeler Dunham on Almond. That's sold. Tracy Songer on Tropea. You already sold it. Don't need to keep selling it. Next time one of those come up now, people's going to be like, wow, that's a great Who record. I have to get one of those the next time. And Sherry, you just missed out on Almond. We have Flag. Flag is Gold Stamp promo for $5. Coca Mia Volume 2 Bakasua, $12.50. A 2021 random color vinyl. What did I say? I just said random colored barrels. Boy, that's where my brain is. A barrel, a random color vinyl. Whoa, this is a dark and disturbed looking record. It's a 1994 USOG. It's called Palace Brothers. 15 on that. I feel like if you had IV and a catheter, sell vinyl 25, 30 hours a day. The only reason, the only thing hold me back from not saying, all right, let's go to 4 a.m. is two things. The fact I got to do this again tomorrow. And I hadn't really slept since yesterday or Sunday or I guess Saturday night or Monday. I don't even know when I've slept. And then I slept for a few hours technically today. So the only thing that ever holds me back is knowing that I've got to do these again. And I know people's going to be waiting again the next day. So it's if I could, we'd just be here all day, every day. We'd start going through books and magazines and comics and then more records and posters. But the only thing that stops me is knowing that I've got to be back here again the next day and everything it takes to do it again. Otherwise, I'd just be here all the time. Spiky on Palace. There's that. And then Chris Knapp on PB. And that was for Palace Brothers. And then Scene Creamers. A 2003 US OG Indie Rock, that's $12.50. The Silvers, a 72 US OG VG, $12.50. And then I Am Chop, Lamb Chop, what does this say? Show Tunes. 2021 Orange and White Swirl, signed by Kurt Wagner, $17.50. I think it says I Am Chop, but it also looks like a lamb chop. And then this is a Japanese pressing. No, it's a U.S. It looks Japanese. $12.50 for who? Will Oldham. Songs of Love and Horror. That's $12.50. And then Roland Blackout CF Endless Rooms. $10 on that one. And we have Sleep Party People, Heaps of Ashes. 2022 Oxblood and Blue Galaxy, $12.50. Chris Knapp does get Cream, which was this one, Cream Sceners, and then Spike and McVeigh on Oldham, which is this one, or Oldham, whichever you prefer. Yeah, I've went late enough before, when some of those crazy nights we did movie posters and we just kept going and going, trying to go through all Fred's collection. I mean, it was fun. We were going through boxes of movie posters that had never been gone through ever, in 30 years. And we were finding stuff like Indiana Jones to Star Wars to horror. But we would stay on late at night. See, here before long, there's going to be people start waking up. And when people start waking up, I could literally just keep selling to the morning crowd. And then people all through the day. I know a live stream during the day would do very well. There would be people start waking up, and they would start their morning here shopping if we were live. We could just keep going. Or I could almost take a break and come back and be like, all right, I'm going to go from 5 a.m. until, noon, and then try to sleep for 3 hours and then be right back to do it again. So, yeah, I've almost done it before, but it's like, so this could go on for 24 hours nonstop, just selling vinyl and collectibles, but I have to have somebody else because obviously I couldn't do it. I'd be here it'd be overwhelming. I'd eventually just pass out. I'd just pass out. I'd be like, okay, that's it for Chad. Okay, we have the Outlaws bringing it back alive. 15 on the Outlaws. We have Death Defying Grips, and this is $5. Also, Tim Buckley for $17.50, Lorca. Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live, that's $10. Jesse Lee Davis, Round and Round, $5 on that. Bucks Fizz, Sealed for $10. Jan Hammer Group, Oh Yeah, VG plus 10. Spanking Our Gang is VG plus $7.50. Tracks, Watch Out, $5. Flag, $5. We have Kokomiya, Volume 2, Bakasua, $12.50. The Silvers, VG $12.50. This is a Grammys exclusive, by the way. I Am Chop Show Tunes, $17.50. Appears to be new or like new. Rolling Blackout CF Endless Room, $10. Sub Pop Loser Edition. That's now $10. Rolling Blackout CF Sub Pop label. And this was under Sleep Party People Heap of Ashes, which is Oxblood and Blue Galaxy, $12.50. Final call before we try to bundle those. Willard Dunham on Show Tunes. Sunday will never be the same. What is Show Tunes? Show Tunes. Spike Me Vein on Lamb Chop. Never mind, Jim B just asked about it. No, what is this? Oh, no, it's Willard Dunham. Willard Dunham, Jim B, Spike Me Vein. Okay, that was Show Tunes. I almost gave it to the person in third place. Anybody else? Let's see if I can mark. I did promise I'd mark a handful. How much is a handful? 5 records? Oh, Jim B hates this because I'm going to be looking them up. Oh, he hates this. He can't stand me doing this. He can't stand me doing this. He's like, oh, God, he's going to look these up and then price them very fairly. And because he's pricing them very fairly, we will not be able to get them for pennies on the dollar. And then my kids are going to be very upset because they can't go to McDonald's breakfast in the morning. They can't go to McDonald's breakfast. You can't handle the truth. Jim B can't handle this right here. Okay, let me pull them off the table so y'all can't see what's coming up. All right, this is Tom Waits Sealed, $19.99. Let me also be going ahead and pricing this bundle. Tom Waits Sealed. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's some pretty good titles in this one, though. 5, 6, 7. Hold of the Fort. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, Jim, John, you ready? 14. Let's do these for $5.25. No, $73.50. Let's do them for $65. $65. That would put these down at $4.64 piece. Greg Grog gets Tom Waits at $19.99. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve for him. This is sold to Jazz Grog for $19.99. Okay. $19.99 on that. $65 for these. That's $4.64 piece. $55 sold. All right, sell these to John Berry. Come on, John Berry. Cue his theme song. Your new theme song is Here Comes My Hero. Jim B offered $60. Too bad, too sad. A little bit too late. It's like the State Farm commercial with the fisherman and the dollar bill. Oh, you almost had it. A little bit too late. Maybe try a little bit harder next time. All right, let me get that Tom Waits out of there so there's some extra space. That crate is pretty dang packed right there. All right. So there's that. That's sold. I don't have a price here. I'll do this so they don't get mixed up. Let me manually write the price on a sticky note. Tom Waits is 19. All right. Maybe y'all can make that a little bit nicer. All right. Hopefully, we can do a lot of this tomorrow, or we'll finish up all of our $6.99 stuff. Okay, great. This one, the barcode's not working. 81227980689. This is an RTI pressing, remastered, US. Let's do it for sold 39, sealed, new 80, near mint 48. It goes back 2 years ago. The cheapest is sold 2 years ago, 22. Shop this version. Near mint. Okay, let's do it for $29.99. This is the Heart of Saturday Night Rhino cut from the original Analog Master, Tom Waits. $29.99. The Heart of Saturday Night. Another one. Really good pressing of that. Soda Jazz Drazgog. Soda Drazgog. Soda Dragon Jazz. Sold to Dragon Jazz. $29.99. That's sold to him for $29.99. $29.99. Okay. That's done. Let's do here. Does John want to give up Sleep Party Peoples? If not, it's okay. I'm way delayed. We'll leave that up to John Berry. John Berry, you got another request. Natasha, want to know if you would be willing to give up the Sleep Party People. Okay, this is, I don't know what version. I'm going to say sealed, $19.99 on Father John Misty, God's favorite customer. Sealed, $19.99, folks. Chad, are you sure you want to do this? I am positive. I'm going to do this sealed $19.99. John Berry just bought 9 cubes, 9 shelving, 6-foot rack of more shelving for his house. You, my friend, just bought, I don't know how many hundreds of records, but you just bought a bunch. Father John, $19.99. And then, let's see here. Flaming Lips, Heart It Is. It is. What? Why is this so difficult? I'm using voice to text over here if you hadn't noticed. This might be part of a box set. Yeah. I'm going to say $19.99 on white vinyl. Flaming Lips, I think it's part of a box set, but I don't know. White vinyl, $19.99. Flaming Lips. Down. I think these stickers will peel off here a little bit easier too. Maybe. Almost. Oh, if Jim B's buying something, then it's grossly underpriced. So if y'all ever see me say Jim B bought it, then somebody just missed out. And you may not even want it. It may not be something you have any interest in. But if you heard me say Jim B sold to Jim B, it's been grossly underpriced. So, I mean, I've sold stuff for that I could have easily, in 2 clicks, put it on Discogs for $3,000, $300, $500. And Jim B's going to get it in the mail and end up making more money than me. But this is why he owns 3 Ferraris. He has 3 Ferraris just from watching this show. And I'm like, if other people knew about this, they'd be doing the same thing. It's basically free money being handed out here. So we need to pull over here a record from his bundle, Sleep Party People, which I got to figure out what that even looks like, which is this one right here. And then we need to tag it individually for Natasha for $12.50. So I think, to be fair, we need to mark down John Barry's bundle to $45. Okay? I don't know if that math makes sense, but it does to me. So $45 for John Barry. This sold to Natasha for $12.50. I'm out of room over here. I hadn't started a new crate. And then this is sold to Jim B for $19.99. Okay? Flaming Lips. That's sold to Jim B for $19.99. I'm out of space is what I'm out of over here. Okay. And we probably need to end on a high note on that one. That's going to pay probably his mortgage next month. Hold on, let me see what else I can pull out of here. I really got to stop. I still got to make the videos. I'm going to try to go home and crash before I come right back here in the morning. See, my thought was, okay, be dead asleep by 12:30 or 1 a.m. and then try to get back here by 6 or 7 and then try to leave and then go back home. But now it's like already going on 2. It'll be 3 before I'm in a dead asleep. So now I'm getting into the point where I might as well just try to continue to stay up, and now my whole life is at risk. Let's see what color this is. Jim B says, pass on Flaming Lips. I have it already. Okay, let me translate that for you. I have realized I cannot make enough profit on this record. Hold on one second. Okay, this is The War on Drugs, Lost in the Dream, 1999. The War on Drugs, Lost in the Dream, 1999. Okay, I got to get all these in correct order. There's one Tom Waits, another Tom Waits, another Tom Waits, and over here. Okay. Here it is, the Flaming Lips limited edition vinyl reissue, their 1986 first full-length LP. And this is on Plain Recordings. Yes, 1999. The War on Drugs is sold to Jazz Grog for $19.99. Okay. Sold to Jazz Grog for $19.99. Okay. Spike, if you don't want Flaming Lips, Chris Frazier does. Spiky passes, sold to Chris Frazier. I have a feeling I missed a message from Tanner. We're working on setting up a new company, Stripe. Flaming Lips sold to Spiky McVeigh. Sold to Chris Frazier. Sold to Chris Frazier. Sold to Chris Frazier. Yeah. Okay. Last record. This is it. I'm not joking. I literally almost just got dizzy. Last record. Let me pick a good one. Let me flip through all of them. We can do this endlessly. Okay, let's do 2 more. I'm curious what pressing this is. I wish I didn't have to go to sleep so I could go dig through all the new records. That's why I got to get back here in the morning. So when the morning people get here, I can give them a plan. All right. This is, we'll say $14.99. It's a 2008 180-gram remaster of Weather Report. It does have a seam crackle. $14.99 on Weather Report. And then here is the last record. Oh man, the barcode's broken. Most of the stuff is from that Nashville collection of all the torn out barcodes, so you can't scan them. It's going to be frustrating when y'all try to add these to your Discogs. The barcodes are cut out because they're promos. Black vinyl. I'm going to say, you know, I don't even know what version it is. I'm going to say $19.99 again. The War on Drugs Slave Ambient. $19.99. $19.99. Come on, Jazz Grog. Come on, Jazz Grog. Rush is $38.99. Rush is $38.99. All right, does anybody have any last requests, demands? Does anybody have any last demands, requests, statements? Jay Nutra says he'll take Rush. That might be one of the last sales of the night. Anybody else? Statements, requests? Demands, concerns, orders, feedback. Sorry about the invoicing. I'll be back after I take a quick nap to help Tanner figure all this out in the morning. We're going to be like in a war room. Motley Crue, well, if you're asking me to sell you a Motley Crue record right now, that I cannot do. One, I don't know where any's at. I bet there's a couple dozen in this building, OG copies, probably more than that. I don't know where they're at. I don't know how much they are. And my policy on something like that is it has to go to auction. Okay? It has to go to auction. Ransoms, Motley Crue. So Motley Crue will be sold in the near future. Sleep well, that was a demand. I will. Sounds good. And Danny Thomason says, we have a problem. Now, I also made a post earlier tonight, or earlier today, and I said, we have a problem. That's when our invoices were broken. Now, Danny has hit me with a statement. He says, we have a problem. What is the problem? I'm really cold. I'm putting on my jacket right now. I think also because I'm sleep deprived. Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Creed, Kiss, Basslands. I've got all that, buddy. You need to tune in tomorrow, Wednesday, especially Thursday, from 6 to about 11 o'clock. You'll definitely see Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden. You might see Creed. You'll possibly see Kiss. Badlands, I doubt it. But maybe. Be careful driving. I'm about to go make the videos right now just in case I do sleep past 6 or 9 a.m., which is a good chance. I'm going to go ahead and make the videos so they're uploaded. They usually would begin shipping stuff tomorrow. And I don't know what the morning plans are. That'll be up to them. I guarantee Tony's probably already asleep. He's usually here at 6 a.m. Tanner, I know who'll be here. Tanner will be here. Seth will be here at 5 a.m. Seth will be here at 5 a.m. I got an empty tube that should have contained 5, 6, 7 poster not signed, most signed. Nothing, an empty tube with no cork in one end. So let me read this again. I got an empty tube that should have contained 5 or 6, 7 posters, mostly signed. Nothing but an empty tube with no cork in one end. Well, upon reading this, it sounds like somebody has stole your posters in the mail. Jim B says the mailman has them in his truck. The first thing that comes to my mind is a very bad situation. It sounds like you've been robbed by somebody. Number 2, I don't know. I've never had that happen. Do you know how hard it is to get a poster out of a tube? I would say that it got opened up and fell out, but that would be nearly impossible, I would think. You know how hard it is to already get a tube out of a poster? Danny, you got any mailmen that don't like you? You got any Newmans around your house or on your route? That's not good, buddy. Don't ever want to put blame on our great postal employees because they get the mail to us, but I've known a few to go bad. That seems weird, but it happens. I don't know about y'all, but I can't see a poster falling out of a tube. I mean, it could have got hung up in a sorter and ripped open, but usually they send that kind of stuff back. Usually if something gets like ripped open in a sorter, you know, I don't know. Anybody else have a theory? I'm trying to figure out how this could have happened. I'll let Ed know about the situation. He'll be in the morning. They're going to be pretty swamped tomorrow. I mean, this is a red alert situation for Coletco tomorrow to get these invoices working. So, yeah, we usually tape the ends, and I mean, Danny, my first thought is somebody opened this tube and took out all your posters. In my opinion, this is about the only way this could have happened. Somewhere between here and Louisiana, somebody opened that tube and took this stuff out. Otherwise, almost physically, I think it'd be impossible for anything to fall out. They put caps on these and tape them up. So is there like does it look like the tape's been ripped off around the edge or anything like that? But that's a good theory too. They could still be here in this building. Let me walk through here. I'll tell you how, one thing, I'll walk through the shipping room, and posters are pretty easy to find out. Let me walk through the shipping room, because if they're not here, then they're gone. They're either stolen or lost. Let me walk through here. Posters are pretty easy to find back here. Let's see. John Durden. Paul Brothers. This is Paul Brothers. George Burleson. 6 or 7. There's one here for you. It's a Black Sabbath tapestry, but that's from a different invoice. And here's one, Iron Maiden Power Slave. That's a different invoice. Those are yours. Iron Maiden Power Slave and that Black Sabbath tapestry. Those are still here, but I think that's a different invoice. Let's see. No more road posters. That's all I hadn't sold many road posters lately. I try my best to avoid those. If I do road posters, I do them all in 1 week. There's nothing there. This rack here is our newest stuff. There's nothing in this. There's nothing over here. You got a couple more over here, but that's from a different order. It's an Iron Maiden and a Black Sabbath tapestry. I think I know the ones you're talking about. But I'll ask Ed about it. So, Alice Cooper, yeah, I remember those. So Danny, my advice, and for all my advice and what you're hearing from all of your fellow Coletco people, I think this tube got open and your posters got removed. You probably need to immediately get on the USPS. You need to get on the USPS website. Ed can probably help you out, but you're going to have to file. It depends on what service they used, but you're going to have to file a claim and see what happened. But you've been potentially a victim of mail theft. Because I know those caps, they're not too easy to pop off. They're not too easy at all to pop off, and they're tape. We wrap tape around them, so somebody'd have to rip it off. And then y'all know what I'm talking about. Like a tube usually has that cap, and you have to like pop it out. So you're going to have to. Ed can send you some links, but you're going to have to see if the post office can help you out. That's going to be a long, painful process, I'm sure. We've had to do this before with. It doesn't happen too many times, but it's mostly lost stuff. We haven't had too much theft, but you'll have to, they have cameras at some places. They might can track it down, I don't know what they do, open up an investigation. But it left here, and it just didn't get to you. Vegas odds would say theft at some point. It depends on what service. Priority mail is, you get like, I think they guarantee a little bit of insurance with priority mail. I don't know what service they used. But Ed will walk you through it. At this point, the only thing we can do is report it to the post office and see what they can come up with. But I think it's pretty dang tough to get money out of them. So. Okay. Yeah, those caps don't just pop right off. You know, I was thinking, oh, maybe it got something happened during shipping, but a human with hands on the tube would have to, I mean, to rip off tape and then pop off those caps, you know. But then also, I know like a tube, like I wish I had an example. I usually have one laying over here in a tube. Is there one in this tube? Then the next thing is like trying to get it out of a tube, you know. Sometimes they just slide right out. It looks like this one will slide right out, but, you know, like if it's rolled up tight enough. So this one's rolled up, but see if they're like unfurrowed, they almost stick up against the sides. They almost stick up against the sides and they're kind of hard to get out. But, you know, usually we ship them like that and then we wrap tape around it, you know. Elvira's Haunted Hills. But if they put them in there kind of unfurrowed, they usually like start almost like sticking around the sides. And I've had some before. I'm like doing it like I'm like this, trying to get it out, you know. This one's been wrapped up where they just slide right out. But yeah, they usually take that and they wrap tape around it, whatever the larger ones they use, you know. Okay, I got to go. Danny, just wait for Ed. He's probably going to be, tomorrow's going to be a crazy day because they got to figure out all this invoicing. But I'll leave a note on his desk. But he's probably just going to help you walk through, you know, how to get on the USPS website and fill out a claim. You'll probably pull up your tracking and then report a case and fill out forms and see if you can find it. It doesn't look like they're here in this building. That was a possibility, and maybe they can help you track it down. I can't imagine somebody trying to steal something like that, though, in a sorting facility. How would you, like, you can't just put it in your pocket. Usually, like, it's coins and jewelry that get stolen. You know, they try to bust open these boxes and, you know, feel around in them. But how do you, I'm trying to figure out, like, how would you even, like, a rolled poster? That would take, you know, you had to put it underneath a coat, or that's almost bizarre. That's a large thing to try to steal, especially if it's, you know, unless you knew it was something really, really valuable, like the Declaration of Independence, you know, something crazy being in transit, you know, a copy of a priceless something, you know. Other than that, it seems pretty risky for a job, you know, to put your job on the line. But man, there's a lot of dumb people out there. They will try some stupid stuff. That's true. They could just be condensing them down, put them in a tube, inside of a tube. All right. I'm going to go do these videos and go home. Sorry to hear about this, Danny. We'll help you however we can with the post office, but it'll be, at this point, we'll help any way we can. But at this point, it'll be Danny T versus the USPS. And we'll help any way we can. But at this point, I hope you're ready to put up a fight, because most of the time this has to be done in your names because it was your package. We've been through this before. After it leaves us, any kind of claims, it all has to be done by you in your name. And we'll assist you in any way if you need information, or sometimes they'll want documents or timestamps and receipts and all this stuff. we can do that, but I'll have Ed double check it. And at this point, it's probably going to be Danny T versus the USPS, and you'll have to put up a fight probably. We'll do anything else we can. I know those had to have left here taped up, and somewhere or another somebody. Yeah, I would try to stop your mailman tomorrow and ask him, does he remember, did anything fall out? Who had it before you? You know, and then maybe check your local post office and see if they might have found them like laying in the back or something. You know, I don't know. I'm just thinking, I'm running scenarios through my head right now. It got busted open. Somebody just threw them out of the tube, realized they didn't want them. What else could have happened? Or where else could they be? They could be in his truck. He could have been the one that took them. Somebody at the local post office before he got sent out that morning got them. They could be unmarked, sitting on a shelf, like they just fell out. Or somebody was going to steal them and then they changed their mind and just left them on the floor, left them in a back room, a bathroom. I don't know, wherever they would take them to try to steal them. Check all the tracking, all the places it's been. But man, the post office loses what, $2 billion? They lose $2 billion a year. Whew. It's really hard to get money out of a company that loses $2 billion a year, or however much. I think it's gotten better, but I remember one year they lost $2 billion. I don't know if that's still so close, but doesn't sound like a company that's willing to hand out a lot of money. But also, it's not their money. It's taxpayer money. So, like, sure, we'll give you your money back. Here you go. Here's $500. Have at it. You got me thinking now, Danny. I don't know. This is going to bother me, too. I don't like it when stuff like this happens, because it could happen to somebody else, but it rarely happens. I mean, even when something's got lost in the mail, it's turned up later. So we've had people be like, Chad, can you please just go ahead and give me a refund? I'm like, I promise. It's sitting in Memphis at a sorting facility. It's going to get to you. And it'll eventually start moving. And then like 2 months later, somebody will be like, hey, you can re-invoice me. It ended up showing up 2 months later. And some of these sorting facilities, I don't know if y'all realize it, they're gigantic, and stuff just gets literally just pushed on a shelf and forgotten about. Something might happen. It might get mis-scanned, and then they just toss it into a shelf, and it just sits there. And then finally somebody does a purge, and they find it, and it's like, what's this? I don't know. What is it? Well, it's supposed to go to Danny Thomason. Well, rescan it, send it back out. Of course, you actually got the tube, but this is for people they think their package is lost. And I'm like, it's not lost, it's just sitting on a shelf. But in your case, you need to probably try to fill out a form tonight and then talk to your postman tomorrow. I'll get my mail P.O. box. Oh, okay. There you go. So yeah, you need to go. Yeah. You need to go tomorrow and be like, hey, I picked up this tube yesterday. I didn't realize it till I got home, but it was already open and there's nothing in it. That'd be the first thing I do, as soon as they open. I'd be there when they unlock the door. Because I tell you, most of these post offices don't have phone numbers. Even my little local one where I grew up in Gordonsville, Tennessee, population 2,000. You couldn't call them. It's like impossible to get a hold of them. So I would be there. I would say be there when they open in the morning. It's not lost enough. Arrive one end open and bubble wrap another end otherwise empty. Yeah, they're stolen. Now, I was just saying, a lot of times things get hung up in these sorting facilities. Like, people think something's lost in the mail, but this isn't your situation. So, yeah, and then maybe ask them, go print out the tracking and see if they don't like giving out these places do have phone numbers. I finally got the one to my local one. They do have phone. It's not like they don't have phones, but they don't like giving out the number. But maybe you can, pull up the tracking and say, do you know where my posters are at? Okay. Do you know the phone number to this place? Do you know the phone number to this place? And you're probably gonna have to start investigating yourself, and then file a claim in case it's totally gone. Then maybe you can figure out how to get some money back from them. If we shipped it priority or ground, I think there is some minimum insurance they give you. But that way, like, something's possible. Yeah, I think basic priority mail is guaranteed like for up to $100, But, man, it sounds like the items are gone, unfortunately. I mean, unless you track them down, it's not looking good. Well, I've helped you all I can. I better get off here. I was going to stop 20 minutes ago, then Danny threw this at me. But I'll be happy to help and tell Ed to do whatever he needs to help you out. But yeah, you're probably going to have to fight with the post office, which is not fun at all. We do it. We ship out thousands of packages. We usually don't have problems, but when something does happen, like a lost package, it's never lost. We just got to find it. In your case, it sounds like you've been a victim of some theft. See, I was thinking it was like en route to you, but if it's at a P.O. box, then yeah. Weird. I don't know how easy they pull up footage. They probably won't want to deal with it, but man, I bet there's some of these post offices are big. The one I grew up in, going to every day when I used to do eBay, is small. It's just like a little room. They only handled local rural routes. The other places I've been in, they're like here in Lebanon. It's to me, it seems huge. They let me walk back there one time. Before they started picking up our mail, I would back up a truck, and I walked in there one day. I was like, oh my gosh, look at all this. Whew, and crazy. All over America, just millions of items being sorted. Okay, good night, Danny. I'll tell Ed, help you any way you can. You'll have to probably suit up and start fighting for your right, okay? And we'll try our best any way we can. Provide you documents, or we'll do a thorough search. I'll figure out who packed your order. They rarely make mistakes here, as you know. So, good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully about 5 to 6 o'clock. I'll get tomorrow's show rolling, okay? Thank you, and good